Welcome, everybody, to the NECC here with some more Rainbow Six Siege action. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Chief Casts. We haven't actually been together here for the NECC just yet, but we're finally making our debut. A little too late, might I say. Playoff season is here, and it is here for the next little bit. We're here for our first round, our playoff stage. Chief, why don't you tell us about the two teams we're seeing first and the bracket as a whole?
Well, Scott, this is a rematch from week number 1. And honestly, that was an incredible series where Oswego ended up taking that victory 14-17 against the Pioneers. But before we talk about that history lesson, let's go into our postseason run, talking about those 4th and 5th place seeded teams. Well, that's what we're seeing today, and at least the first map of the day.
Second, we'll see up when the playoffs do come through. It's a entirely different match. It's also under the Champions Division, the Legends Division. But our 3rd and 6th seeded teams here in the Emergence Division are that St. John's University side, the Lebanon Valley, and then you'll have your 1st and 2nd seeds getting those byes straight to the semifinals. That'll be taking place on Wednesday, December 1st. That's going to be your Southern Miss side and the Ottawa University. They also have a team in the Legends Division. They didn't get to be placed first, or second, so to say, and get their bye round, but they still are very competent, and they took themselves all the way through to be the 4th seed in that division. But going into this one today here, Chief, the one that actually matters, the one that we're casting first and foremost, the one we care about here. I love the SUNY side. Those players, I casted them last semester. They're hilarious. I got to watch that game too. It's the very first one. So of course I'm tuning in to check it out. Curl's another team that I've been watching for a long time and been really enjoying what they do. And I'm really excited for this rematch, but rematches have to take place somewhere. And while it's here on the NECC channel, it'll be on these maps down below as well. Chief, what do we got coming up?
Chalet, Borrigan, and Villa. I am concerned about map number 1 now being the 2nd newest map into the competitive Rainbow Six Siege pool. We've seen collegiate teams struggle on this map. There's a reason why I opened up with map number 2 as Borg, because let's be real, Scott. Collegiate teams have a very set map pool, and they have sometimes struggled at deviating away from the newer maps or the more complicated maps. Chalet requires almost frame perfect attacker coordination. It's attacker-sided in professional play. It's attacker-sided in high-level amateur play. And if you don't coordinate, if you don't have a strong IGL, you will flip this map on its head, and it'll be very difficult to play.
It is a very difficult map. Chalet is, by all definitions, that attacker-sided kind of situation, but here in collegiate scene, who knows? Maybe it's a toss-up. Maybe it's more 50-50. I don't know, but defense does have its work cut out for them because the attack is just so prevalent when it comes to this map. Borgen, like you mentioned, it's the try and true. It's going to go to whoever wants to take it the most. Typically, your defensive team getting the majority of their rounds on their half. And then our decider, should it be necessary, that map of Villa, which has been a bit of a resurgence into the actual scene. I'm a T3, T4 special now included alongside Clubhouse and Oregon, something that it didn't used to be prior, but happy to see it, happy to be here. Really excited to see these two teams face off. I'll bring forward the question here for you, Chief. How do you think each of these maps is going to go? Do you predict that SUNY Oswego is going to win the map they chose and Carroll claps back with one of their own? Do you think SUNY will take it all, or do you think Carroll will find a win and finally remove themselves after that first week 1 loss?
Well, we always talk about the Collegiate Special, where you win your opponent's map choice. However, I think Oswego takes this in 2 maps, just because this is a rematch, and especially that dominant performance that they had across that best of 2. We started off talking about it as a 14-17, which means it was across both maps, so 7 to win on a map. Honestly, I'm expecting to see something dominant like that, because over the course of the past 8 weeks, I'm sure both teams have gotten better, and that means Oswego is going to bring a lot to the table, especially with the Chalet pick.
We can take a look at some of the matches that they've had since then. The biggest difference being the fact that obviously week 1, that win for the SUNY side gave them the edge over Carroll, but everything else is almost exactly the same here. We'll talk about the last team we see here for the Carroll side. They faced Southern Miss and lost 2-14. That's obviously the team we see being seeded so highly, but it's the same exact scoreline for the SUNY side. Look at SUNY winning against Greenville 14-7. Well, Carroll won against Greenville in week 5, 15-6. It's mostly the same scorelines. The only real difference being the fact that SUNY won in week 1. These teams are extremely closely matched, and I'm really excited to see how the growth throughout the season has favored to one side or the other. While SUNY can't have grown at the same time, has Carroll taken that loss in week 1 and grown beyond it even further? Time will have to tell, but we can see already how this game is going to be predictable going forward. We see those bans, which for a second we did. We see Thatcher, Jackal, and Mira. Those are the first 3 up. The last one on the chopping block will be that Kaid removing the Electro Claws. And we can already see just how important we are valuing the reinforcements in these hard structure walls and the roam clear. Denying information on a map like Chalet is pivotal. So nothing too shocking in the ban phase. Chief, things are about to go underway.
I'm concerned, though, with that Jackal ban. You've now just let Flores in, and Flores is terrifying. And one of my concerns about low-level amateur teams and collegiate rosters is they ban Jackal, and now you have the true menace to utility clear. One of the reasons and one of the strengths of Chalet is utility usage on the defending side, leveraging the Runegates, well, my pancakes, Jaeger ADSs to defend deployable shields. Now that you have the man with the explosive R6D drones in play, you bypass that altogether. We've even seen some teams recently start to ban Mute on Chalet just to have the Flores do his business unchallenged. And now if you bring Flores, you're guaranteed more or less to be able to break down those deployable shields. But actually seeing Oswego not elect to bring a Flores. Now, to be fair, if we look at the defending lineup, we're not seeing that plethora of deployable shields. Only one of them, and one catcher operator as well. So again, I want to go back to our points earlier. Why is Chalet such a difficult map to defend? It's because of the advantages of the attackers, where they have all their flashbangs sent down range and their ability to coordinate, but we're not seeing either one of those metas be brought out by either roster.
It's a bit of a step away from the mainstay meta like you spoke about, but at the same time, I do know for a fact SUNY really do like playing with this lineup that they have. I've seen Complexity play that 0 and work with it fairly well. I've also seen Danky fall between that same role with Blobfish, kind of being that extra level of assistance, using Util to be that extra layer of help they have. But This defensive lineup is scary if the Flores were to go through. Thankfully for them, it hasn't. They don't really have much denial, but at the same time, they're not bringing the prevalent meta that is the map of Chalet. That's going to be Shield Simulator. The Vulcan Shield's being placed all around, giving yourself a player on Mezzanine to hold strong. That's where Dax is actually staying. Sorry, not Dax, I apologize. That's where Silent KO is staying right now. Will allow you to be locked in and stay steady with that shield. Another one to be placed on top of that blue staircase, or white staircase Pinstone is right now. And then, of course, a couple being placed around next to Piano. All of those shields allow for you to stay sturdy, allow for you to keep the attack at bay, and allow for you to quickly rotate and keep a level of safety to do so. However, not being utilized whatsoever. Only the one shield they're bringing in the hands of Lion Poppy that has been placed. And yet they still decide to go for that aggressive playstyle early by having a player sitting inside Pocket inside of Museum, and then another player that is silent sitting on Mezzanine.
Interesting camera that we saw in the exterior portion of Ego Balcony. That's going to be something that won't be around much longer, as all exterior cameras will exist for 10 seconds. An aggressive stance from KO, using Nitrocell from the vertical to deny anything taking place over in Garage, but that gives away his position. And that was a lackluster roam being set up by Carroll with one roamer and no guarantee of a trade. This is going to allow Oswego good positioning to have now full control of the south portion of the map, allowing them to now participate in that vertical utility. Remove any bandit batteries, no Kate available since he was currently banned, but the double uses of the impact grenades, the Zofia lifeline, doesn't seem to have found its mark, but you have Blobfish on the IQ underneath still.
Yeah, that allows for them to spot out some of that util. You can see Blobfish going to do so just now, and those bandit batteries will unfortunately be ying their last ha. Unfortunately, so will the player of Blobfish. Lion Poppy gave those hell holes exactly what their name implies, and was looking to scout out from below. Unfortunately, a bit too late, only acted when he was hearing the pistol shots go through, which does allow for Mezzanine Hardwall to be breached. However, Instone, holding all the way over near Fireplace Stairs, sees the head of Complexity, but just does not take the shots. And still waiting for the perfect moment. You can't wait for the perfect moment. You have to create it. And unfortunately, we just aren't seeing that. However, Lion Poppy stepping up with the Mossberg can't get the job done. Doesn't fire towards corner pocket, and Complexity will punish accordingly. Now you're stuck in a bad situation. T. Grim will bring this one a little bit closer, but now it's all on him. He's got one player to assist. Instone, who was lagging behind, still inside Fireplace, has now stepped up towards stairs near Mezzanine, but he has to be able to retake the site while nowhere near it. Grim stuck all the way over in the opposing side, now left alone. DBNO, it is the player of Instone. Complexity has information with the zero util. He knows exactly what the player needs to be pushing from, watching the angle resolutely. It will not allow it to go any further. Complexity capping off the head. The last player of Tigrim and capping off this round in a dominant fashion for our Sunni Oswego attacking side.
Pioneers spread themselves out a little bit too thin, with Bandit being the primary roamer, no deployable shield to be seen over by the upper portion of the fire balcony. I mean, he was just honestly forced to do too many tasks at one time. Deal with the ego window, deal with the player rotating up through the basement, as well as pressure from Library. I mean, those are three potential crossfires that Oswego could use against Bandit, and that means Bandit needs to be recalled sooner. And same thing to be said for the Thunderbird. That was Instone rotating up those basement stairs. He had great trigger discipline. I'm actually glad that he elected not to take that gunfight in favor of something that might present itself down the road coming into the execution. However, Scott, when the execution took place, that was the opportunity from the Pioneers to get aggressive simultaneously. Everybody swings, everybody takes these gunfights, and we just never saw that from Carroll. They just honestly had smoke push the attacker white smoke and spray a shotgun haphazardly. That's not a cohesive defending strategy. You need to have everybody in the same wavelength, and that comes down to Instone's Nitrocell to be used. His flank, if he creates a diversion of some kind, I honestly guarantee you that Oswego gets off the bomb and the round goes at least a little differently at the mid stages.
One of the things that a lot of people don't seem to understand fairly early into R6 as a whole is the fact that defensive presences that are away from sites, that roam game, but really being that steady presence like we saw previously, we saw Silent holding on Mezzanine early. That is not just a time constraint. It doesn't just force Sunni to push that and waste time to do so, but it also flushes them in one direction or the other. They either have to guarantee they're pushing from that direction because they did flush out the player. Silent KO can give the information and relay that, or it tells them, hey, Silent's not getting any information, no intel, no noise. There's absolutely nothing going in that direction. They're going the other side. They're now pushing from the north side of the map or from the first floor. All of that is information that is paramount to the success for a defensive side, and they need to be able to utilize that information and relay it in quick enough fashion. And unfortunately, we didn't really see it happen that way. Silent died fairly early. The util that Silent had as a whole didn't seem to matter because they brought an IQ and it just flushed it out just as quick. However, the first round that now drops in favor of Carol as they'll get the first kill. It'll be Blobfish, the opposing side. That IQ kill is a necessity. We saw the damage it dealt last time, and more damage is continuing to be dished out as Silent KOs one more target, takes out Denki, and now leads Suni into a disadvantageous position, down 2 players.
Scott, the Pioneers are already listening to the criticism that both you and I gave them. This roam has been much more effective. 2 players in a position to be able to trade off each other and create enough chaos. And that's the most important thing. You have to have this level of 2-pronged defenders creating these gunfights and these pressure. And honestly, the side of Oswego, I've yet to see anybody hop on drone after the prep phase. And that's a missed opportunity for them to find these kills. I mean, just look at Spicy Fish walking down the basement stairs. I mean, why is he in this position? You need to start to drone. And Oswego, they aren't playing trade games. Almost like we've completely switched between our rosters. I was critical of the Pioneers for not participating in trades, and now Oswego's falling the exact same trap.
This round is continuing to dish more and more in favor of the Carol side as Complexity is eating a Nitro Cell, and it's just up to Dax. Dax will not only have to slay a couple, 2 or 3, no, all 5. He wants to find any sort of success, and he fails to do any of that. He is going to get flawless. The entire side of Suni will eat their words and take a little bit of a bite of humble pie, so to say here, Chief, as that's the first flawless round we've seen. We're only 2 rounds in. Suni didn't win that round 1 by some dominant fashion, some landslide victory. No, it was a somewhat close, contested arrangement, mostly just because of Tigrim, who brought it closer, but Carol turns this one around. Same objective, almost the same exact strategy in terms of their defense. I think they just played the defense a bit more aggressively for their roam and played it smarter. You saw, first and foremost, Silent KO be a little bit more of a menace. Didn't just sit mezzanine, also went towards White Stairs, rotated around the first floor a couple times. You had Instone that was being a real thorn in the side, their util being useful, not just an objective to heal back up, but also if they keep one in pocket, if they absolutely wanted to, he could heal at any point around the map. And he was flushed out very early on from Library. He was stuck in there, drops through Hatch. They flushed him out just as quick, but they didn't find him. They didn't do anything beyond that because they didn't have the roam clear. Like Gridlock, I do, Chief. I'm all a big fan of Thicky Vicky, okay? She does not fit this map. She's a cafe-oriented Thicky Vicky.
I've never heard that before.
Really? I've heard quite a few casters call her that. Yeah, that's her nickname.
Who?
Vicky.
Cite your sources.
Cite my sources. Fellow has said it once before. Jenna used to say it all the time. I've had Sticula Headed say it once because I think Jenna had said it, and so he was just copying. But yeah, that's the nickname that goes around on Twitter quite a bit. But yeah, her util, the track stingers, they don't cover enough space. We saw it tossed on Fireplace Staircase leading up to Mezzanine. What impact did that have, Chief? It didn't do anything for them. Instead, it would have been more influential to bring an air jab and lock down the staircase, not just for mezzanine steps, but more importantly, the staircase leading down to Snowmobile towards Garage. And they didn't do that, and that's why Carroll University had such a convoluted roam game and one that absolutely decimated all chances of them staying alive.
Also in round 2, we never saw Oswego hop on drone to drone those entries in. Blobfish dies almost instantaneously, pushing a door with no information. It's now taken Oswego 33 seconds to hop on drone, and it was just for about 2 seconds. That was complexity on drone. So that means Spicy Fish, if he goes for this entry right now, he has no information. He's going on blind. Now you have 2 droners. One of them is self-droning, and the other one is not having an entry behind that drone. This is inefficient for a few reasons, Scott. One is the entry needs to have real-time information. If you drone out a roamer of Carol somewhere upstairs, let's say Silent roaming by Library, that's great. Silent's just going to hightail it out of there as soon as he's droned because there's no instantaneous pressure. Even at Blobfish over an Ego balcony window, you have to have real-time information. Again, that was the downfall of Oswego in round 2. They had no real-time information. They lost a lot of attackers to very silly gunfights.
Silly gunfights, eventually you'll have to start picking up the pace, and we see them doing a much better job this time around of doing so. Round 1, they were fairly quick to start putting pressure on that mezzanine hardwall, and they flushed out the defensive presence a little bit better. And I would like to credit the fact that the defensive presence was fairly, I guess, lockjawed, so to say. They wanted to stay absolute in their positioning, and they didn't really roam as much as they should have. Round 2 was a completely different pacing. Carol was said, hey, we're everywhere, and yet nowhere at once. And so SUNY fell victim to it. They didn't have the roam clear, they didn't have the denial. They're not bringing any Yana for the Gemini replicator to scout out, so they're forced to ego peek every single corner. There's a lot of flaws to their strategy, but this time around, they managed to stay alive and find a kill. There's only a minute left remaining. It's a good job for them. They brought the IQ to the second floor, used the util, and now can hard breach through this fireplace hard wall leading inside the dining room. Lion's in a bad spot, though. There'll be some smokes tossed through, not just an attacker smoke, but a defensive smoke as well, as a toxic bait will be sent. And Danky is just committing to it, decided to plant in the smoke for some odd reason. T-Grim will punish accordingly, and now what started off as advantageous for the players on SUNY now favors Carol by just a small margin. 3 players with a vice grip on that hold. It's T-Grim sitting in corner cubby, another player sitting behind plant, and we've got the player sitting behind the table that was Lion just a moment ago. It's just, I think it's just too difficult here for SUNY to give themselves enough of a foothold to go forward unless they have the ego peak to do so. Spicy Fish will find one. T-Grim with 2 back-to-back. T-Grim now going for a very aggressive play, but there's only 1 second left. It doesn't seem to really matter. Won't find the kill. We'll still find the round win based on time.
Couple problems I have with an attack. Excellent efficiency upstairs. I would have liked them to be following their drones better, but they did get that controlled because the Pioneers was not roaming above the bomb site. The basic way of holding the kitchen bomb site is through the master extension with deployable shields and reinforcements upstairs. We didn't see that from Carol. Instead, they had a roam over by library and then other roamers over at bar. It really doesn't affect the round. What does comes to complexity. Did you hear one of the pocket thermite charges detonate in that round? Twice? You didn't, because they were both shot through the floor. Why do 2 members of Oswego have flat place breaching charges and aren't using them? Instead, you're having your 0 use a pocket thermite charge, which has a timed fuse delay, and it takes about 1,000,000 years to detonate, and they just get shot for free because they're vulnerable. That is an interesting decision, and it really does cost Oswego because you can see the position of Lionfish, or Lion Poppy, pardon me, who is on
Everyone's
the table.
Fish, dude. No, everyone is fish at this point.
Everyone is a fish in this lobby. I mean, there's way too many fishies swimming around. I mean, it's finding Nemo at this point. But you have Lion Poppy, who is uncontested, unchallenged, in a terrible position, and he's not punished because there's no explosive holes in the ceiling. You did all this work and all this vertical just to have an IQ remove utility? Sure, you open up the wall, but you fail the plant because you forget the first lesson of a smoke grenade, and that's not to plant in the smoke, it's to cut off the defending line of sight, not your line of sight. Because if you're planting in the smoke, you can't defend yourself because you can't see. I've been casting a lot of CSGO and playing a lot of CSGO, and that's the most important lesson in smokes, and it comes to any video game. Valorant, Siege, and CS. You smoke the opponents, not yourself.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked you know what smoking is in terms of gameplay. I'll be brutally honest. The fact that you can keep up with more than one esport just mind boggles me. I thought your age for sure would catch up at some point.
MG2 over here.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
Dang, dude, that's fairly impressive, actually. See, I just throw. I usually sit like Silver 5.
I usually throw too.
Like, I'm usually so bad. Either way, I love CS. We should play some, but we've mentioned that so many times already. We just never do. With 2 minutes remaining, unfortunately for SUNY, this time around, they don't find the opening pick. However, even though they did find the opening pick that last round, it didn't really mean that much for them. So they kind of have to think twice about how they necessarily want to push forward. Fortunately for them, it's only the Zofia that they're, I guess, necessarily missing, but going to be a couple more problems on top of that. You're now forcing Dax to be the one who actually plays the aggressive approach, trying to lead in through that hallway outside Piano. And unfortunately, there's a bit of a strong hold being head in. Pincer being held from Instone, and your player that is silent sitting on the staircase of white. And unfortunately for the side of SUNY, InStone will put an end to any chances you really had pushing in that direction. Did he eat shots while down? An interesting play, but Silent KO will finish off too. InStone finishes off the last, and well, la-di-da here, Chief. I think that SUNY didn't really come to play strong enough. Carol says, we're back, and we're here to win it this time around.
I have no idea what I just witnessed. You have utility. Why aren't you utilitying upstairs over by library stairs and the pillar and fireplace? Carol did not bring a single deployable shield upstairs. I started this broadcast saying that this map in high-level amateur, semi-professional, and professional, and even high-level collegiate, if we're looking over at R6CC, Faceit Collegiate, as well as Collegiate R6, they are running a plethora of shields upstairs, at minimum of 2. Sometimes we even see 3. That's with Goyo in play, because the offense just can't take that control, and they just can't push on forward. And Oswego had, honestly, every advantage in that round. The setup from the defense was actually underwhelming, and Oswego just simply lost gunfights. Like, if you had a set of nades, if you had the Zofia stun grenades from the lifeline, if Spicy Fish wasn't opening death, I mean, it would have been a completely different route, because you can pinch every player from Carroll University from multiple windows. Ego, South Library, West Library, Highway, which is to the north window, plus you have every access to Master using either Thermite Charge if it's reinforced, a Flat Place Charge. You have so many options to take these gunfights from the defense, and Oswego said, nope, we don't want any of those options. I'm just going to push from grass.
Yeah, it wasn't losing, like you mentioned, losing the Zofia entirely limited their ability to swing that way, right? They didn't have the util to make it work. It really came down to gun skill, gun engagements. That's what's so strong about defense in this game of R6. That's why it's typically considered a mostly defensive favorite game. They can turtle. They can hold that same angle. They can wait for you to have to peek. And while there is peeker's advantage in this game, it's not enough of an advantage in a lot of ways to guarantee you, especially with no knowledge, because we haven't seen droning be as big of a factor as it should be, to guarantee you any sort of victory. InStone uses a Nitro on Hatch. You could have just tossed it. That was a smart play.
No, I mean, he had no other option. Like, he's stuck in the south corner. He's a dead man if he stays in that corner. He's going to get pre-fired. Remember the point I was just talking about back in round 4, the bar execute, where they had no utility to deal with the roamers? I mean, InStone has no business leaving that spot. He's dead. Like, he's stuck in that corner. And Oswego is unable to capitalize on that. That is a critical mistake. And now, why is Spicy Fish taking the solo gunfight? Danky, you can't do that either. Silent is stuck in a corner. He can't leave. How is he allowed to leave? He's taken 2 people with him. That's bad droning. That's horrible efficiency.
Oh my goodness. Well, we need to see more droning right now from SUNY. There's not enough information. I know that most of them are dead right now, but there's not enough information.
There was information to start the round. Like, they know he's in the corner, and Stone is dead. There's just no way for him to leave.
There's no trust between the two players. 2 players trying to swing in through library side. One has big window, one has side window. Big window's not watching for them to drop down hatch. You have that angle entirely in viewpoint, and yet it's not called out that you hear the mobility and hear the nitro and peek it. You have to convey information if you want any chance of being able to turn this one around. And look, here's where the track singers aren't doing what they need to do. Dax still thankfully comes up with a kill, stopping the bleeding ever so slightly, but the track stingers aren't because of it. Nothing was assisted in that way. He just walked slow. He could just take those out silently if he necessarily wanted to, melee him in a way, because the track stingers weren't tossed under the staircase. They were tossed in front of it and right at the top of it. But it doesn't matter anyways. There's only 2 players left standing for the SUNY side, and there's 3 for Carroll. They can sit still. They've got 3 toxic babes. There's 30 seconds left. Start tossing those, because otherwise there's no point in leaving them up. He throws one at the worst timing. Player wide out in the open. Complexity will eat the toxic babe after being downed by T-Gram, and it's just up to Dex. Has to swing the Sang angle. Lion Poppy finds the kill, and another Carroll University Esports side win. We saw that one coming from the beginning there, didn't we, your Chief?
Oh, boy. I don't know where to start. Okay, I've been very... I'm gonna try to say this as nicely as I can. Oswego has the tools and the ability to be able to deal with these roamers, and it's very frustrating that they're not. I despise jackal bans with a passion. I think jackal bans can only be really justified on coastline and depending on how you want to roam on bank. And that's about it. And I mean, Oswego's problem is they don't pinch together as a team. They don't drone together as a team. Their entries aren't following up those drones because they're not droning. And it's Zoe, Spicy Fish, just YOLOing in engagements. That is not the way to win. Like, if you want to beat Purdue in the upper division bracket, you're not going to beat them with that mentality. You have to play together as a team. I mean, laggers will punish you every single time you even attempt that style of play. I mean, Carol is punishing that style of play. I mean, to be fair, the roam that Carol is setting up isn't particularly complex. It is a dude on the library stairs who's being pinched from two members of Oswego, and Oswego is unable to execute on that. That is frustrating. The IGL needs to count down the execute. 1, 2, 3, execute, pinch. Honestly, to be fair, Instone should have died at the beginning of that round. He had to nitrocell his own hatch. Now, curious that he's reinforcing. That was how he survived.
That was the one
round.
way you survived last time, and now you're cutting it off. Interesting. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I don't think they're going to hold that way as aggressively this time around. It is a kitchen hold, so I guess library isn't like a primary focus for them to be this aggressive. But they're still holding close. Silence holding down and bar down below. Instone's holding in towards high. He's looking towards hallway. He's looking towards mezzanine as a whole. There's still a lot of mobility and roam game available for Carol, but going for the hatch and actually leaving it and reinforcing it even worse so, you're cutting off a huge factor of rotate. Did they just... I don't even know if that drone saw Instone. I'm going to be really honest with you. At least we see a drone go off here, Chief. We actually see information attempting to be gathered, but at the same time, they're trying to come in from the opposing side, actually a northern push, maybe a split, maybe a pincer in some sort of degree, but they need to gain more control of the first floor and actually start to use it. But Blobfish doesn't feel like he has the space to do so and is being a little bit too slow to get to work, getting rid of the utility that could be denying hard walls. Which there is none. There's none.
No, they're playing scared. Like, when you see 3 players over in grass, right? And they're all just looking at different stairwells. That's because nobody is going through the comms on Oswego saying, all right, guys, I need you to take control. Blobfish, follow my drone. We're going down the library stairs. I call where they are, or you just react to the drone being shot. Like, that's the dialogue that needs to take place. Now, one thing I will say, I was very critical that there was no vertical pressure. Great job on Oswego to bring out this buck. That was the one thing that we are missing on the Glass Kitchen site. So now you're going to have that vertical pressure. Remember, this round was won because Lion Poppy was able to swing the planter because he was in a bad spot. And look what vertical does. It's a miracle. Carol is falling on the bomb site because they can't defend their bomb site because there's nowhere to defend it from other than from their roams. Excellent adaptation from Oswego. Well done to them from learning from their mistakes. I like when teams change up their attack.
This is in the middle of the game. They can't even listen to our input so far. This is something they had ready, just weren't utilizing it, right? I mean, but they have to also be able to act off of it. They have to finish what they started. And right now, Instone is being the end-all be-all. Caps off too, tying this one a little bit closer. Somehow, just barely loses the fight to Spicy Fish and Complexity, but a Nitro is sent by Silent, not so silently removing one, and guns down the second. What started so favorably for Suni now falls to the wayside. A complete and utter dominant half from Carol once they made their returns. 2 flawless rounds for them. That round being a lopsided affair for Suni, yet they still come back and win it. Carol has no right to be able to pull that off, but Suni just didn't finish what they started.
I'm actually going to say that was Oswego's best attack.
It was.
I know they lost that
very
round,
good attack.
but the push that they had from above, using the buck, leveraging that vertical play was amazing. I actually put this in my notes back in round 3. There wasn't a flank drone over by Fireplace. I noticed that in round 3, and it honestly becomes lethal in round 6 because it allows Silent to come up the basement stairs. And that's kind of the next evolution in droning. I was critical of Oswego not having an entry follow the drone, but you also need to have somebody on flank watch. I mean, you're running Gridlock. I actually personally like Gridlock. I think I like Gridlock more than you do. Gridlock, as well as Nomad, and actually any flank watch requires 2 levels of flank watch. Maybe not 0. But what I mean by 2 levels of flank watch, you have your air jab, you have your track stinger, as well as a drone. Now, 0 can be by himself because the 0 camera acts as a drone, and you could place it in a lot of elevated spots that most defenders won't look. And then I think that's your biggest criticism of the track stingers, is sometimes they get lost in the audio cues of Rainbow, and I will agree with you on that. That's why you have somebody actually actively on flank watch drone, so you can hear all those audio cues taking place. You have a flank watch player for a reason to deny those aggressive styles of play, but I digress. If we did see somebody with Oswego actually actively on flank watch, or even who's dead active on flank watch, that round is completely different, and Silent won't have that mobility to take multiple gunfights on the flank.
Mobility has been a key factor right here so far, right? Being able to stay agile on your feet, constantly on the roam game, constantly being a thorn in the opposition, whether you be the player that's roaming just for information or roaming to find those kills and just to die in the end. No matter what it comes down to, this map is big. This map is wide. There's a lot of spaces, a lot of hatches, a lot of rotates, and that's why a lot of teams really do like having a very dominant roam clear. Yana fills that role spectacularly with the Gemini Replicator. Jackal is fairly strong on this map for that reason as well, but I do also feel like it just isn't a strong ban on this map as a whole, because you can just supplement that with even more information when it comes elsewhere. And we see that coming out from Carol. They have an Yana. Gemini Replicator is key. That means they also have nades, which is just an extra added bonus on top of the intel they can gather. And they also have brought a Twitch, so it's scanners that are available, and you don't stand in front of a hatch, a drone hole there. Complexity. Saucy peeks down below, has been waiting for this opportunity, and fortunately for them, they'll happen to stand there, allowing for them to shoot the ankles out from underneath. However, Silent was not able to deny the roam enough and will lose his life in the process. Instone brings it a little bit closer, takes out Blobfish, the roaming player, hanging out inside Piano for some odd reason. They're not able to do much beyond that as Instone and Saucy try to step out through to hallway and both lose their life in quick fashion. And now it's just up to Lion Poppy and T-Grim in a 2v2.
That library camera was on!
Yeah,
how is Spicy Fish? Spicy Fish? Somebody was on that camera, and Spicy Fish didn't react, or somebody didn't call out.
Relay information, please!
Use your mouth holes and communicate. Talk. We are humans. We were designed to be complex human beings, complex entities to communicate. Also, hit your shots, please. Forced to go to your pistol. T-Grim, it's not going well from the support player line. Poppy now in the 1v1. Dinky above, though. He has a shotgun, so he can remodel holes to deal with the plant, but he's used all but one of his pieces of utility. Lion Poppy has this information. Honestly, Lion Poppy, he should go for the plant, but not inside the smoke. Plant over in B, you'd have better coverage because the audio cue is now enough for Danky to drop and deal with it. There's a smoke grenade in return, a vulnerable window for Danky, and he's not punished. Lion Poppy is the one being punished. Now you really have to go to plant. Oh, but he's exposed to the rotate. If Danky knows this is a free swing with the Mossberg, but he's too slow. It's a support on support, but Lion Poppy able to win that round. It was a roller coaster all over the place. Scott, how did it go so wrong?
Nerves of steel, Chief. That is nerves of steel. The ability to realize in a moment's notice that you can either stick it or you can hop up and play for the gunfight. It is a 50-50 play. Reading into your opponent is key. How are they going to play this one? How are they going to react? SUNY is a team that is way behind right now. They need guarantees. They need absolutes in each and every single one of these rounds. And one of the absolutes is that, hey, Carol is sticking it right now. They have to stick it. There's no time. They've got to stay onto this. It's an absolute. It's a guaranteed win. Just swing and shoot. He's not. He had 3 seconds of extra time. He can take the shot. He can go for that kill. And he did just that with barely enough time to finish it. It is a perfect read there by Carol, and that's why we're seeing them at match point. Chalet has been dominated by Carol, whether it's attack or defense. It has been a defensive-sided map on a map that is absolutely attacker-favorited, and Carol now on what would be considered the attack-favored side is continuing to dish out the hurt. A very close round, a very strong performance from both sides. Lack of information was SUNY's downfall. Lack of communication was it as well. But Carol adapts to what they needed to, despite losing a massive conglomeration of players. very early on in that stage as they tried to push out from Piano. They kept themselves calm and coordinated, recollected themselves, brought themselves around win, which hit the map now and match points.
I think I need to recollect myself. I was discombobulated during portions of that. You know what my favorite words, which is technically not in the English language, is? It's recombobulation, and particularly recombobulation zone. You know what a recombobulation zone is?
I don't. What is that?
It is after TSA in the airport, when you've taken off your belt and all that stuff, what do you do afterwards? Well, you recombobulate yourself. Fun fact.
It's true. Is that real?
It is. Go to the Milwaukee airport and you can read the recombobulation zone sign if you don't believe me.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
That's what happens when you live on cheese curds your entire life. Moving on. Moving on from that.
And those are good, all right?
Cheese curds are amazing, especially when they're fresh and they squeak. I mean, it is the greatest thing known to man. Also, the greatest thing known to man is a well-coordinated attack. We saw Carol coordinate their attack very efficiently at the first stages of round 7. It degraded a bit towards the end, but they were still able to end up winning that. When the holograms of Iona is spotting the roamer Spicy Fish, who's found themselves in that bad position earlier on back in round 7, and he's going to elect to still lurk in this portion of that map. That can be very dangerous, especially when Carol has a set of nades that they can dispatch towards Spicy Fish. A blind swing from Lion Poppy, but hey, he's good for it.
Good for it and more in a lot of ways. We'll continue to see how that's going to progress as the round goes on. But Carol starting off with the first pick is pivotal for him, and that's a huge factor. Now, it did take them a little bit to get it done, but they also need to make sure they keep themselves together, and unfortunately, Tigrim does not manage to stay alive. Cleaned up instead, and it's now tied 4-4 in terms of your numerical advantages or disadvantages for your player counts. Players playing below, still trying to gather intel. There's 2 nades on the board for Carol, and now that they don't have the breaching rounds, they will have to rely on timing those nades correctly if they want to get some damage from down below. And from the looks of things, this isn't actually a hard place to do if you want to get the player sitting over here from beside Winery. I mean, they have an option to play that nade from below. If you go over towards Dining, it could find the kill, but I don't think they're playing that verticality as much as they necessarily should be, and that's going to be a massive thorn. You can see some of those blue pips, a player working all the way down in the basement as they try to find a rotation to getting themselves up a little bit closer. However, plant now being utilized. Lion Poppy gonna go for it. Complexity's looking to deny. He doesn't have the space. He doesn't get it down. No, he does! Just barely in time. But Complexity wins the gunfight, not just once, but twice. Now looks to step up to find the thrice. Denied of it by Silent. And InStone caps off the last. A very dominant performance from this Carol side. They continued it all the way through, finding the last and finding the last round win. 7-1, a lopsided affair, and Carol avenging their day 1, week 1 loss here at the NECC.
Great job, Pioneers, be able to win this map, their opponent's map choice, 7-1, but I need to be very critical about something. Stop planting in the smoke. Thermite dies because of that. Okay, smokes are designed to cut off the defending vision. That means you smoke deep to make sure you cover Thermite. Thermite dies because his coverage can't see the shenanigans taking place in the smoke. I bring that up because both teams made that exact same mistake. Smoke the defenders, make sure they can't see you, but you can see them. Going back to CSGO, Stewie 2K, the smoke criminal was just pulled off in an NECC game. You shouldn't ever allow that to happen. If you ever die to, well, my hip firing you through a smoke grenade as he runs at you, that means you on the attacking team screwed up.
Yeah, I like how you started that one when you're just like, I want to say something, and then immediately went to like, bad. your change of tone.
It's no secret that I've been coaching a collegiate roster, Grand Canyon, currently ranked 6th in Face It as well as CR6, right? Like, so the way I approach collegiate teams is again, please take it as a way to learn. Like, learn how to smoke properly, and you will change the way you post plan. I promise you. I'm not just an angry ranter.
He's not. He has a lot of expertise. That's why we vehemently recommend that teams actually watch the VODs, actually look back, win or loss, especially if you win. I honestly think there's even more to look at when you win. Look at it, listen to the casters. We're giving guidance. Our sometimes harsh words can also be entirely true. We're trying to give you guys the best guidance we can because we not just want to see good gameplay, we want to see you improve. We love each and every single one of these.
Vocabulary words.
Yeah, or learn new vocabulary. Yeah, recombobulation. We're here for multiple things. Multiple things. Make sure to keep the audio on as well and listen in and tune. So it's very important. Make sure to look back and work with your team to do so. But speaking of very important, it's also very important to get your rest and to take a quick little break. A very quick little break, as we'll take one in between map one and map 2. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. So make sure to stay tuned for more NECC R6 action.
We all know revenge is the dish best served cold, but I guess there might be some cheese curds as it gets recombobulated because the revenge tour is fully back. Oswego was able to beat Carroll back in week number 1, and well, the tables have completely turned. That was a 14-7 in week number 1, Scott, and now we see a 7-1 take place. My name is Brian. The man laughing over to your right who doesn't like cheese curds. His name is Scott, my friend. My friend.
A little too much.
Back.
A little too much.
Quarterfinals. We're still underway.
We're going to the tried and true map of Oregon Borgen. I know you don't necessarily
I've
like
never
that
seen this map in my life.
All right, sure, we'll go with that. It's not that you see it every single week, basically every single day or anything, but
every single week.
I love cheese curds, so don't you drop this slander on me. I've also never seen such a scuffed intro before. You brought in like 15 references from that last map, which is impressive, but like you only brought them in because your initial attempt of the intro flubbed a second and go, all right, just throw everything with the kitchen sink.
All right, hold on. I was also going to intro it off with I was joined by the man with the beautiful hair. I'm sorry, Caroline, he's mine, not yours. but because of that very rude comment,
I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. I'm just copying your look, man. I mean, you brought it out that one time, I copied you, and now I've just been keeping it from there. You know how
the man with the golden hair.
The man with the golden hair. That's really and truly, that's what it comes down to. We'll see how it goes. Speaking of golden hair, man with no hair, that's the player of Thatcher, now being knocked off the board. This ban is not too shocking. Great segue, right?
Never seen a Thatcher ban in my life either.
Never seen one in my life. No, that was a big shocker. Never saw that one coming. Second ban is going to be Habana. Wow, really?
All right.
I mean, it's actually pretty. It's not a terrible ban for her, but the defense bans probably, I don't know. I'm going to guess 3. Mira, Valkyrie, Wamai, maybe a Kaid, but we didn't ban Maverick, so I don't see Kaid being a necessity ban. So they don't care, though. They don't care.
Comfort ban for a team, but I wouldn't personally ban Cade. I mean, Carroll's going to remove Cade, but Maverick's in play, right?
Yeah.
You're forced to run Maverick because Habana's banned, so Cade almost seems redundant at that point because the hatches are going to be opened up for free anyways. Now, maybe not. Maybe I have to be devil's advocate for a second because we did see a decent amount of new pocket thermite charges be brought out by both rosters, and in theory, you can start to get away with running a single traditional hard breacher and in favor of somebody with a pocket thermite charge, right? Let's say you want to run Zero again. Well, you can run Zero, pocket thermite charge. He has 4 flank watch cameras, as well as a Gon 6. I mean, Zero has some of the best kit out of any attacker, honestly. Plus, his, an F2000 is one of the best attacker weapons in game. I mean, he is loaded to the brim, and that's a Fuse, who I also don't particularly hate. It's going to be interesting to see how he's integrated into the attack, but he has pocket thermite charges, but to be fair, you're already running Maverick and Thermomite.
So I will bring this up because I love the man. Braxy, I believe he plays for Ottawa. I met him at IRL LAN event. Really, really cool dude. Really happy he got scouted and got picked up. It was a great announcement. He brought forward the fact that he says that was the most dominant. They have seen Carroll in the games that they faced, the games that they've watched, playing against them, and now that last map was the most dominant they've seen Carroll, and I have to agree. And just from the score lines and looking back at what we see from them, that was the most dominant performance I think Carroll has had. And in a map that everyone was predicting Sunny, we said Sunny in 2, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
We said Sunny in 2! And now we're being Astro versus Braves moment, where it's complete opposite result of what's anticipated. I just threw out 2 baseball names. I don't actually know. I just like to pretend I know.
References?
I'm just trying to pretend I know anything about baseball. I don't. I can't do that. But no, that was a spectacular performance in Carroll. I think you can agree with me in terms of their domination of that map. They were absolute. There was obviously a couple small things. You'll see that at this division, at this rank, no matter what. But at the very least, the one thing we can say is Carroll had Sunny's number, and they took it away. Very strong performance from them. The question is, can they continue that as we head into the map of Oregon? And an interesting decision for them will be the fact that they choose to bring a Fuse. This is successful, however, in a large amount of ways. One, it burns the ADS inside games, and it gets rid of the util, denying that hard wall, as well as clearing a lot of the floorboards, not allowing for Sunny to sit inside. Now they can play from below if they absolutely wanted to and shoot out some of the legs.
but playing from below is also what the defense could use against the attackers. That's the default plant over by Foosball that has now been ripped to shreds because of that. Carol's just going to be running into closet, I guess. 3 of them are there? This is just asking to be just destroyed by the 416. Yeah, Zero, that was a dumb play that you just made. I don't know why you're holding W shift to get out of there. You know you're being challenged. You have to stand your ground, take the gunfight, or do what you did there and die. Why isn't anybody rotating over to Armory? Why isn't anybody rotating over to Solar, also known as Dish Balcony? That's going to be that west-facing window. I mean, you get Jaeger at the free kill. That's one of the biggest criticisms I've had, is teams aren't dealing with the active minigames. They're dealing with the active roam. They're just allowing roamers like Jaeger, Blobfish just to exist perpetually, and it's creating chaos. Going back to the Carol victory on map number 1, the 7-1, it's just the team that they honestly just made the least amount of mistakes. So this series is going to come down to, in teams at this level, whoever makes the least amount of mistakes is going to be the roster that is going to end up winning.
Are you stealing my line? I always like to say that. I love that. You know?
Scott, I just read your mind, man.
Dude,
like,
we're just on the same
I just want to
level,
build
you know?
your points up, man. I want to give you points on like a golden pillow.
Thank you. I appreciate
Like your
that
hair.
immensely. Ah, that's a good reference. Yeah, I always like to say, you know, the mistakes are going to add up, and eventually you're going to make the one big mistake. That's that round loss, and then the ultimate mistake, which is that map loss. And yeah, it is going to come down to who makes the most mistakes. And unfortunately, one more mistake will be made by the Carol side. A nice shot connects. They're going to have to run all the way back over towards main entrance to pick up that diffuser. Instone's very wary of a player that's going to be playing. It's that close player of Danky who just barely misses the opportunity. Could have gone through a string through window as well. Would have been an interesting decision to do so, but no, rotates over towards wide stairs, gets back up to the second floor, and will now defend just as we expect them to. However, there's only 14 seconds left. Carol at their wits' end. No real clue where to push from, and the Toxic Babes will be sent. Danky takes one more second. The rotate's successful. Cleans up house. Now it's just the player of Instone. Manages to find one, but will not be allowed to find another. Both of them sitting inside of Kid's room. Will take themselves through, finding themselves the first round win, and it's a defensive one here for the Sunni side. But Chief, we saw this one last time around. Sunni took round 1, and then they didn't find another one the entire game.
Carol's attack left a lot to be desired. They just kind of tunnel visioned on the wall in closet. I like what they did with Pulse. I'm concerned, or not Pulse, pardon me, with what they did with Fuse. They are able to bypass the ADS as well as destroy all the bandit batteries, but I believe there's a more efficient way of doing that. That's just going to be Ash charging from underneath. You also opened up the default plant, which means you can no longer plant foosball table. You can't even plant elevated there because your head will be exposed in the plant animation, even if you can actually put the diffuser on top of the foosball table. Sometimes it's difficult to even do that. And then Carol, once again, tunnel vision. They see Jaeger challenging them Armory stairs, and they just take blind gunfights against him. They don't rotate. They don't deal with the minigame other than through straight-on aggressive gunfights, and it fed Blobfish. Blobfish got very easy kills as a result. He should have never been even allowed in that position in the first place and allowed to even get more of those kills. Carol needs to be dynamic in their attack. They need to be able to change it mid-round and push from somewhere else and flank a flanker. Flank somebody on the defense to make sure that they don't have that momentum up and down the Armory stairs.
Momentum is a great way to phrase this one, because if you can keep pace, then you can keep up, right? And attacking teams typically would consider them to be able to rush in and make that pace and set the pace, set the tone for how this one's going to go. But that's not really what it is. Defenders set the pace. Their positioning, their micromanagement, whether they want to play aggressive with that shield, where they're positioning themselves in coordinated fashion behind any util, not just shield as a whole, that sets the pace. That determines where they are. The roam game is the greatest factor for setting the pace. Sometimes the roam game gets fizzled out very early. Say if Carol gets a really good roam clear and they don't allow Sunni to hold strong at all, like we saw, you know, those 2 rounds on Chalet. But sometimes the roam clear isn't present, and sometimes you just see an attacking team lose themselves single-handedly to the roam game, like round 3 or round 2. I think it was round 2 of the map of Chalet, where Carol on the defense completely played differently than round 1 and had a flawless performance because of it. And it was a very good chance for them, a very good game. Defense sets the pace, and it's only doomed to go from there. However, without having anyone to assist, no flashes in pocket, it's just silent KO being that lonesome ranger trying to step in from the laundry stairs, sends a breaching round to clear out that pantry hatch, and unfortunately, or supply hatch to say, the wall, and does not get it done. A lot of words to go through as the ADS eats it up once again. And it's going to have time to reset as well. Silent just doesn't decide to send a second one, just commits and just holds back.
Why does Silent breaching charge, wait 15 seconds, and breaching charge again?
Know.
Like, you need to be so well versed in this game to understand the reset timer of 10 seconds on an ADS. Like, you know it's there. You have a clock. That is on you for wasting precious utility. I will say, Swigo should probably have a reinforcement on that wall, because that's a great avenue to swing from. It allows you to deny multiple angles simultaneously, leaving it soft, while allows Ash to do exactly that, forcing Dinky away from this position. Thankfully, Dinky had that ADS, so I guess it's a moot point at this. And that being said, Carroll University, they're starting to stall, Scott. You're now starting to enter into your execute window, and you're going to have to make a play, and they're going to go for the rush.
When you're running out of time, it's typically the strategy that's left up in the air for you, unfortunately. Toxic Babes and Smokes continuing to be sent, and Silent will be silenced by Complexity sitting inside Laundry. They have no other angle. This is a perfect look. Thank you, Max, our observer, for catching this. It is a perfect hole. There's no way they can step through this one. There's still a Toxic Babe left. They'll be forced into a last 10-second side. You see a Toxic Babe go down, Carroll. Rotate. Go through Laundry. Go through Freezer. Not Laundry, sorry. Go through rear stage on Big Tower. There's so many more options. A Nitro Cell Sint only kills the player that was down, but Van Helsing will stop the bleeding ever so slightly. Their sub player takes one, but unfortunately will be taken out just as quick as Blawflish completes for his second kill in that round, both of them being in the last 10 seconds. A dominant hold, a completely lopsided performance once again. Suni paying back in dividends the, I guess, humiliation, the pain they felt last map against Carroll. They're looking very strong, but obviously, as we now head to the tertiary objective, things can change in a dime.
Would it be too mean if I called it a horrible attack?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't good.
It was horrible.
It was horrible, right? It was just not well put together. They need to change how they put that one together. All of them wanted Laundry. They stuck in Laundry for 2.5 minutes, right? It fails the first time. You should probably rotate a different direction.
The thing is, like, Carroll has good efficiency. They have good map control. They establish map control actually really well.
Yeah.
The roam from Oswego wasn't there because they went for a full site anchor. I mean, most rosters will be able to absolutely punish. I mean, if you 5-man anchor on basement, congrats, you've just lost the round. I mean, you're going to just get destroyed by attacker utility. But we have yet to really see any attacker utility whatsoever. And also, Carroll, why are you 4-man pushing Laundry ever? Let me put it to you this way. There is never a time where that works. You can't even tell me that a 5-man rush through Laundry is a viable strategy, because it's not. You can't stack that because you'll die to a smoke grenade, a nitro cell, or somebody turning their brain off and holding mouse 1. Like, you're going to just get slaughtered. The thing is, Carroll needs to have somebody IGL, in-game leader, this roster to success. And they need to be able to say, all right, we are coordinating their attack. If you were to make the argument that you 3 through Laundry, 1 through Freezer, I can't be as critical because at least you're setting up a crossfire. And also, Carroll, be mindful of the clock. You literally are sitting in Laundry for 30 seconds with 40-something on the clock. There's now 10 seconds. You run in. Of course you're going to lose that round because you did nothing for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so the way that I look at basement as a whole when you're attacking it, one, if your Freezer push doesn't work out, commit harder. Right? If you're going to commit to it and use util in that direction, especially when there wasn't even a soft wall connecting over, right? They hadn't actually given themselves sightlines from Laundry over towards Freezer Staircase, right? They just had to deal with the player around the corner, and a great way to do that is to break hatch and then toss a nade down, but we haven't really seen nades be a huge focus, I guess, to say. It's really just been the single 2 nade. That's not the meta right now in the current season. I guess it's not the meta in any other state of the world besides NA, but it is, right? It is meta. It's there for a reason for us. You toss it in and you clear that stage. We didn't see that, And it caused them to think that they couldn't push that direction, so they tried to go somewhere else, and they were just caught in the same kind of problem. They needed to clear that out, and they failed to do so. Push a different direction. 2 players through Freezer, 2 players through rear stage or through construction, then maybe 1 laundry. That should have been it once the breaching rounds failed, and you toss the second one too late. It should have been it. But also, speaking of being it, Suni, dominant performance. 3 players off the board. Lion, Stone, and Van Helsing have been taken out quite emphatically, and it's just left up to Silent and Saucy. Thankfully for Silent, the nitrocell that was tossed does not seem to do anything, but a little bit of, I guess, supporting damage of the area, maybe some debris to block some shots, who necessarily knows, but they have 0 second floor presence here, Chief. They have not cleared out the second floor. That is a huge focus when it comes to this map and this tertiary objective. That's why Meeting Hall is typically the go-to, no matter how much I hate it, because you can just play second floor defense. You can just play that second floor because that hatch is so important that there's no other focus about it. However, they'll find one, maybe just a consolation kill, as the fight in Z drops in favor of Silent.
Again, another round where Carroll University just stacks in one location and dies. No dynamic push, no crossfires, no information, and they just die to the meat grinder above. No thermite charge detonates upstairs over an attic. No push into dorms. Now, to be fair, Scott, you can hold the sister bomb site dining, at least parts of it from above, through long angles and through the hatches. It's just a deeper angle. But, I mean, Carroll didn't even, honestly, attempt to participate during that round. They just hard breached stage and died. Like, you need to gather information. You need to break down the strat. All right. How IGLing works is gather information, look at your available utility, dispatch your utility, and then create the scenario and deal with the scenario. That's the steps to a mini game. So let's say you have somebody upstairs in attic. How do you deal with that? Well, you have a couple of options. You can go for probably the optimal push and actually clear out all of upstairs. You can do a pure linear push, which does work. The stage-only push actually does work, but it requires you to have attic pressure, which Carroll never elected to do. And, like, Carroll knows that there's a minigame. They know that there's a hold there, and they're just going for gunfights. Like, I hate to say it, strategy first, gunfight second, and that's just not coming forward for Carroll.
Yeah, this is a different... I mean, this is Carroll's map pick as well, might I add, right? I mean, this was their map. Chalet was Suni's. We've seen the collegiate special of losing on your map pick, right? And we're seeing that here. I don't think it's just because defense is the end-all be-all. I think this is just because Suni is much better versed on this map than Carroll thought they'd be. Carroll, it just doesn't have the same strats, the same levels of what they needed, and they haven't pieced together their attack in a way that's been cohesive enough to deny. Look at the information gathering that Suni's been doing. We can see them utilizing those cameras. They gather information. A player is wanting to peek in through that main entrance. That's huge for them. That at least guarantees that it is going to be at least a southern semi-oriented push, and it lets them step themselves accordingly. However, only one player is holding inside a trophy, and there's no shield in front of him to allow for any level of assistance. They need that shield there. You call it apex positioning? I think that's a stupid term, but I do agree that they do need that aggressive
I'm a race
approach.
car driver. What do you expect me to call it?
I don't know. Something that doesn't make you sound like an idiot.
You want to call it a clipping point?
Clipping point. No, just don't call it that. Be a bit more. It's their aggressive approach. It's their ability to deny with the shield. If you're talking about Valorant terms, it would be Sage's wall, right? You can funnel them in one direction or the other, or you can guarantee they're pushing that way. It has multiple avenues of approach, but right now they're just having a fight behind a Surya gate, and that's a really poor approach to do so.
Look, they're coming through dish window. They're at least applying some pressure to the pressure that we saw over in Armory as well as in Trophy. I love that. That's perfect. Unfortunately, though, more blind information is going to result in Saucy's death, and Fuse has had a rough day so far. Saucy currently sitting on a donut. Now, I like that we're seeing adaptation, but the opportunity cost of a Fuse over an Ash, I think, actually goes against the Fuse. I'm starting to dislike Fuse more and more. Yes, I know it's destroying 2 ADSs and 2 Bandit batteries, but you can do that with an Ash Charge underneath through Kitchen and not destroy default plan. I really hate that default plan is being destroyed. And that's a brilliant pre-established hold. Lion Pop doesn't even bother to check it. I think this round, Scott, is going to be put in the funeral home as Carol, they have to make a miracle run to bring this back. That's a nice gunfight, but you still have the man disadvantage.
Maybe Instone can gather enough information, notices a player's trying to hold towards White Stairs entrance, but now you actually have to fight that because you don't have any util behind it, but actually manages to come up, tags the shoulder of Blobfish, downing them, DB and Ode, and there's no one really close enough to actually go for the revive. There is a player hanging out on the first floor, that's Danky, that's holding the diffuser and has a good option, but Instone's going to commit with the grenade and actually go for the kill that way. Gets it, but now is leaving their teammate Van Helsing. You have flashes! You have flashes! Toss it into the Surya gate, please! Van Helsing loses the fight to Spicy Fish, and a round win goes once again in favor of Suni. You do not need to run through the Surya. You have a flash. Toss it into it. Honestly, at this point, toss your drone into it that you probably have in your pocket. I don't know if that's actually true if you did or not, but I wouldn't doubt it because there was not as much droning as they initially should be having for an attack. That was something Carol also struggled with on their attack last map, but they were winning rounds and winning gunfights, so it didn't matter because they only needed 2-round wins.
Scott, what should we have done with flashbangs?
Throwing them into the Surya gate. Burn the Surya gate. Here's what a lot of people don't piece together. There are 3 ways as a defender to burn utility, just natively in terms of kit as a whole. No extra spice about it. ADSs, magnets, and Surya gates. Those are the 3. Each and every single one of those burns just so much util. And you can reset the Surya gates. They recharge, same as an ADS, and you get the magnets charging throughout the round. You can burn that, but it doesn't even matter if Carol refuses to burn the util. Toss your util into it, please. It gives you sightlines. It stops you from being just essentially capped off at that point. There's so much more that you could have done coordinating yourself forward and fighting in that last 15-20 seconds if you just didn't drop yourself to 10 HP and panic as you stepped into the sights.
I don't know what Carol's doing in that round, but it wasn't it. Like, it seemed... This is their map choice, and honestly, they're not demonstrating to me a competent understanding of this map. The basics of an attacking push... Now, to be fair, I was critical of both Oswego and Carol for making the same mistakes on Chalet, for the most part, but it just... These teams are leaving just so much to be desired from an attacking standpoint. They just do not understand how to coordinate around attack for utility. They don't know how to break down a mini game, which is some type of hold, some type of roam, something along those lines. They just exist, they push, and they die. Like, the IGL for both teams on attack is just leaving a lot to be desired. They need to be stepping up, and they need to have a better fundamental understanding of these rounds. Now, Carol can still in this half 4-2, which would be an excellent spot for them to be in, but, I mean, what? This is a terrible attack. Like, where is the drone? Why is Saucy Monkey just face checking? If there was a roamer anywhere in these halls who had any higher level than gun skill than Silver is getting that gunfight, kills 2 players for free because they're going to have the positional advantage because they're not droned. You need to be droning your entries in.
You can't see any drones
Those are
here.
free
There are no drones from this angle.
There's plenty of drones in the lobby. I mean, there's 7. You have 70% of them still alive, so it's not like they don't exist. It's not like they're stuck in the nether realm.
Chief, they broke hatch. They broke hatch and they're droning it. However,
and now they're droning.
They don't have nades. They don't have any nades to combat and use that to clear.
But to be fair, Scott, what does that drone actually do? Like, you have to guarantee that there's somebody back in that spot. Maybe Lion Poppy gets a swing, but the player drone wasn't even in that spot in the first place. Like, this is a default hold. Like, of course there's going to be somebody there. You don't need a drone to tell you that. But apparently this push is working because it's, well, what we told them to do. They're pushing from 2 fronts!
They finally have the dual-pronged approach. They needed this. It was a necessity. However, there's still 3 defenders they have to push through. 2 are actually in the site. One of them is on the roam on that first floor. They're going to be coming down that freezer steps at a moment's notice. Lion will step up, takes out Dax, one of the only players left on the site. Player dropping hatch. It's Danky from behind. Unfortunately, his teammate is also in freezer. They don't have anything beyond that. Danky sees the shoulders of 2. Tosses the nitro nowhere near. Does not find any kill with it. Now Spicy has to push through Laundry. Lion's holding extremely close and just watches and waits. A 1v3. Danky is the last man standing, but not for much longer. He's prone and then finished off by Instone. A very strong performance in terms of an attacking round as they piece something together. They've learned from what they had previously, a non-4 funneled approach, 4-player funnel through Laundry. They took a multifaceted approach, 2 different angles, which allowed for them to do a dual attack. 2 different mini games instead of the 1. If you lose one of the mini games, then you still have a whole another one you could possibly win. It's a great way to think about it in that direction. However, Sony, I don't know what their defensive approach was doing necessarily. Their flanking player is a little bit too slow. Honestly, I would have had him not go towards Freezer. If you're on the first floor, go towards Laundry instead. His teammate should have called that out to him to allow him to play a little bit slower, but still be probably a bit more impactful in actual necessity.
You want an impactful roam over by small tower, you've got those free 2 kills because Carol didn't drone it. Like, no,
true.
seriously.
It's true. Those would have been very free kills because of the lack of information. There needs to be much better, and this is a problem you see at a lot of levels, right? But it plagues collegiate as a whole. It plagues collegiate. Information is paramount to success. We don't ever see it utilized enough. They just reinforced both.
Yep.
Oh, they're doing meetings, so it does make sense to a degree. But
I would still like to have that buffer, though, to be fair. Now, I was actually talking to Clouds, a player in Unified Premier, an amateur T3 league, and we were talking about how to effectively roam and how to. He was saying that his roams were just getting broken down, and they were just giving away map control for free. I was like, well, why don't you have one player in the shower halls, one player in dining room, you both snipe a drone, and then you fall back to kitchen or to Zulu. He tried that in the UPL game we casted, and he played against the Gunner stack, and he completely slaughtered. Why? Because that's proven that the staged roam is the most effective way to deny time, because you're guaranteed to remove 4 drones. That's 40% of the drone economy, plus the time to re-drone waste time. Now, Blobfish's position here, it's actually a decent angle. The thing is, he's exposed to the window behind him, and most teams just open that up to have the crossfire to deny this exact style of play, as well as, well, the roam I was just highlighting. Because if you open up this window, both roamers can't sit in the spot. It comes down to cutoff, something that we've been wanting to happen. We talked about crossfires, but the cutoff is, I guess, the sister to the crossfire, because it's the direct way of dealing with roamers.
Cut angles are probably one of the more important things when it comes to R6 as a whole, especially when you're trying to deal with a roam game. You play the cut, you disallow for the roamer to get away in one direction or the other, and you've given yourself a higher chance of success. Yeah, you may lose one still, but the second is there to refrag, and that's why you typically employ 2 to clear the roam. That's also why having 2 roamers and having them buddy up, like you were talking about, is also just as impactful, because it's even harder. It makes it just so difficult to get past. But speaking of difficult to get past, Ying was employed by Silent. It found success on a Spicy. That's your Bandit out, which is an annoying weapon to lose, as it is very strong, but beyond that, it's not the worst player they could lose early. That's Util that's already been placed. It's place and forget, but I'll tell you somebody who hasn't placed, Danky, who has not utilized 2 of his mute jammers at this point, and that's wasted Util on top of it. However, exothermic charge placed in security, they had no buffer to fight in that direction, which allowed for Kill to just walk in and now have a completely clear sightline to step in towards kitchen. There is a player in hatch. Saucy is directly next to. Watches in trouble! The timing is so close, and he's not paying attention! Complexity loses their life to Saucy. It's one player left inside. He's trying to swing both directions. It's a literal fight for their life as they do-si-do around both cabinets and both corridors. And another fight forced in towards Zulu Hall. Danky comes up on top of the Mossberg. It's just up to Saucy Monkey. He swings into the site, finds himself a treat, and now it's the 1v1. Danky is left standing. 2 mute jammers to his name. Those aren't going to do you anything at this point in time, but the Nitro will. He's got Diffuser. With 30 seconds left, it is a dire situation for the player that is Saucy, but if he does what I think he's doing, which is going to be able to step out through dining and take control of this Zulu Hall, it will force Danky into the worst spot of his life as he's still holding the shotgun in hand.
Smoke him! Swing him! Oh, it's siege timing! Saucy Monkey, you have to make a play. Just swing him with your shotgun. Just take this gunfight in YOLO. Or run. Plant somewhere. Do something. Make a play at this point. Still Mossberg in hand. It's going to be Danky's opportunity to capitalize on the plant since Saucy Monkey's still in the animation. Now off. Gun up. The pre-fire. It misses. He's wasting bullets. Down range he goes. Forced to unsheath the secondary. The sidearm finds a kill. Danky falls. The hero play from the top rope. The drop from the hatch. It may have been mind-blowing, a potato aim, but hey, you know what? It works in the end, as Carol's able to win 2 in a row, their final 2 rounds of attack.
Oh my goodness, that's not a bad differential for this map, though. 4 and 2 is not bad. That's actually a really good, that's also a much better return than we expected after their completely lackluster performances in rounds 1 through 4, right? Say it to you straight, Carol was not Carol in those 4 rounds. Now they're on the defense, the side that they slaughtered Suni in, only giving 1 round away. They've got a huge chance. They can make this return if they just play this the way they want to. And what I'm seeing right now, they're utilizing a Frost on second floor, which will make things difficult if they want to push in from any direction or windows, especially big window inside of games room, as we don't see any actual util besides breaching rounds that can clear out the any wall denial inside games that we saw there. The fuse was used a couple times. It's only breaching rounds, but beyond that, the Frost can be used on any of these windows, which just make it so annoying. It's an extra layer of stress. It's an extra stress level for anyone that's trying to attack inwards. And then on top of that, they've got Goyo shields. Now, he takes damage for some odd reason. I think Silent accidentally shot him or something. But on top of being able to have those Vulcan shields that deal so much damage in terms of time, hurt time so effectively by just being taken out and flushing away a player for a couple extra seconds, it's strong, but the 2 placements he's placed this, not so strong. One of them is in games. That gets cleared almost the same time. I can guarantee you could probably use a breaching round, clear both bandit batteries, or at least one of them and the shield at the same time, as long as they have the information with the drone. And guess what? Break window, toss a drone in there, throw it away, literally, and you would have the information necessary to go. Fly ping, let your ass shoot, and that's an entirely devastated defensive hold with 1 piece of utility to clear off.
Where is your Mossberg shotgun line, Poppy? Where's
the
that?
FMG is a strong weapon, Chief. I love that gun.
Actually, to be fair, we're actually seeing a lot of professional players deviate away from Mossberg shotgun in favor of somebody else with other weaponry. I mean, to be fair, you have Saucy Monkey with a pocket shotgun. You could run a TCSG-12. We're seeing Castle due to his recent buffs now, since he has 4 his things, and plus the super shorty. I mean, you can get around it. A Rooney can Thunder Punch walls. I guess in theory, since a lot of players are bringing out Thunderbird, you can justify an Oryx and also open up some of those walls by Oryx sprinting. I mean, it's not unheard of. So there are options, and plus 1.5 times sight. It's pretty crispy.
It is very crisp. I also want to point out, really swift and really strong take here by Suni stepping up. They had a player shoot top of that meeting room soft wall to then throw in the breaching round to clear out the floor underneath so they could take control of attic hard wall. They breach it just as quick. They now have a sight lane through window. They're going to try and dual prong that approach. They also have a player stepping in big window. They've got a kind of a roaming rib player, I think, just kind of elsewhere. I don't know where exactly they lie, but they've got a very methodical approach right now, and I'm liking what I see, but losing a player, that's who I was missing. Losing a player is devastating, and it's going to be very difficult to make that return.
This deployable shield is existing. I like the use of the asphyxiation bolts, but that's not going to be enough to deal with that utility. You're actually have to complete a full util burn. Or Excuse me? Capital just apparently prayed to Lord Tachanka because he just won the gunfight of his career. There's just no possibility that he won that gunfight. I mean, he got lucky there. I hate to break it to him. And now the defense of Carroll University, well, it's starting to break. Players on low HP line. Poppy still has utility in hand, and oh, Blobfish, make sure you know what's the other side of that mat. Your mate Capital vaulted and landed in one as well. But Denki's in sight. Now here's where that Mossberg shotgun becomes a true asset. You can open up the wall. It's chaos on the bomb site. It's now just Instone forced from his rotation back over in Trophy and now into the post plan. It's all gone wrong for Carroll University.
Instone is trapped in a 1v2, and he's on the wrong side. He's in Trophy. He has to clear through not just the main objective towards games and towards entrance. He's got to clear into Kids Room. He's not sure where any players lie. Once he steps into Kids Room, he's got to worry about the player that's actually on white stairs. He doesn't even know that for sure, but he barely manages to scrape by, and they'll stand up and fire anyways. Blobfish giving away their position. But in all honesty, Instone doesn't necessarily need to fight that fight. He can sprint by, and he does just that. Now he can fight one-on-one with a player outside big window and try to go for this kill. If he does win it, which he doesn't by a miraculous shot, then he would have a better chance of positioning because that player that has to step in through, white stairs still has to clear hatch. That was an interesting kill there Yeah, R6 at its finest. But that was a phenomenal attacking approach by Sudi. Yeah, there's some weird things like Capitao, his firebolt not actually doing what it really needed to do. It was close. It didn't flush out the way he anticipated, and the frost mat was really annoying. Obviously, stepping over Pog back, you pay the price. But Suni's entire attack, their lead up was very well coordinated, and I liked what I saw.
It just didn't have worked though. Like Complexity won the round for Oswego because whoever's behind the deployable shield whiffed. I hate to say it.
I agree. It as a base strategy didn't necessarily work, but the work they put into it is evident. That is more of a methodical attack approach that's the most methodical attacking approach we've seen in this game today. As a whole, even on Chalet, we didn't see the
I mean,
the most
but if that's our
convoluted.
baseline for a good attack, man, we are still out in the grapes. We're still in Narnia, man. Like,
we do need to step through that wardrobe. We definitely need to see more things put together. But that was a much more methodical approach.
Call Aslan because he needs to have a chat with these IGLs, bro.
Jesus, no.
How do we go from making Dune references 24/7 on broadcast to Lion the Witch in the Road wardrobe? C.S. Lewis.
We're jumping everywhere.
I'm glad that we're well rehearsed in our
We're literary
mythology.
Geniuses. That's what we are.
No, it's real mythology, bro.
Okay, they have left wall open, and they also have the shield really far back.
Which
in bunker.
wall?
Left wall.
Can I get cardinal callouts?
North wall.
Oh wait, we're talking about downstairs in the basement. The one facing main stairs is reinforced. Oh, that's the right side.
No. But they also placed the shield too deep. Right?
Yeah, no, I see what you're making, yes. So, actually, if we go back to Oswego, they placed the shield too close to the wall with the ADSs, and it was not going to cover the shield. Now you're too deep, and Goyo's rotation is a 45-degree angle, and you can't just hold, like, his A key and fall off. Was that a wallbang that just took place there?
I honestly don't know. I'm at a loss. Replay. Do we replay?
We need a replay op.
That'd be interesting.
Darn you, Ma XD. You can't be a North American Challenger League observer as well as a replay op as well simultaneously.
Yeah, and you also can't produce, and you also can't stop being so just darn good looking and also like British. I mean,
can we actually shout out Ma XD right now, our observer Max, because it's currently 12 o'clock for him, and I think he's doing all 2 series today, so he'll be finishing at like 5 a.m.
The man commits. He commits. I love Max. Love him to death.
Max is honestly one of the best observers in the game. I mean, okay, to highlight how good his observing is, that movement he just did for you guys is very difficult to do. And, like, most observers struggle with that. So, shout out to
any observer that will go
XD.
out of their way to give you that overhead view and actually understand why they're giving it to you to allow for you to relay information is an observer that you want, is an observer that's good. And Max has done that consistently. We saw multiple angles, like the freezer, like the laundry push, where all 4 funneled, where 3 started at the end because another died. Like, that was a phenomenal look, and we've gotten that constantly. But another engagement goes forward. It's going to be Silent trying to step down from White Stairs, loses their life to Complexity. Quick sprint going to go through E-Box. That's Spicy onto Sight. They'll find Lion Poppy, but Saucy Monkey is the one who actually cleans up the kill. Now you're in a spot. You are at a player disadvantage for Carol. However, there's only 2 players they need to deal with from one side or the other, and 2 of them happen to be towards that pillar side. However, they're in Freezer, trying to step out, shut down emphatically by Saucy with an 9v19. Now they only have to deal with 2 players, as the DB player will be a little bit more difficult to pick up than they would like, but Dax comes up big, shuts down Saucy. Now it's just Van Helsing, the DB player, up for the count. And it's a forced 1v3. Freezer door player, he's got a sight line. He'll take it. Danky took a second to collect himself and figure out where it was. I don't think he realized it was his scope that was blocking it, indeed. But a great cleanup for him, an easy round for them to cap one of them together. And another successful attacking round win for Suni. They're on match point.
There's just no way we're going to be getting a 7-1 on Chalet Oswego's map choice. And now Carroll University is about to lose their map choice of Oregon 7-2. And I can't tell you which team looks better, because Oswego's attacks on Chalet were horrendous, and now Carroll University's attacks on Chalet, it's like the teams swapped names and accounts because the attacks were equally as bad. And I don't understand how we can see one roster go from making just terribly bad fundamental errors to the other team making equally egregious fundamental errors. And that's really what these games are coming down to. It's both rosters making fundamental errors and the other team making less errors. But I don't know if it's the map that's the issue, if it's just the way the teams are coordinating. Is it the fact that the defense is winning so many rounds that when they move over to attack, you have that momentum and maybe the frustration levels from losing those rounds in attack? I mean, if you've heard any comms of any collegiate rosters, you know that they tend to get very frustrated when things aren't going their direction. I mean, look at Akron, look at Purdue, look at the team I coach, Grand Canyon. I mean, it's no secret that those boys like to fight. You're right. They're only ranked 6th right now.
Yeah, they're only one of the best teams in the nation.
Yeah. It's what they care, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, they obviously stopped caring once they hired you, but
I'm being hired? I'm being paid?
Yeah, maybe not be the right term for it. Since they somehow forced you.
Yeah, they put my arm behind my back, and Mason Clemps was like, "Yo, you're casting us." I'm like, "Yes, Daddy."
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes casters make really good coaches. Sometimes casters can do. I refuse to actually coach. I helped one team. I actually can't remember who it is because I'm really bad with names, so I profusely apologize. But I helped them on Oregon with just a couple of other things. John even helped me as well. I can't coach for anything, but I will gladly tell you why you're doing what you're doing and how to understand it. Because they were just copying pro strats. They just didn't understand what they were doing with it. So like they placed shield and ADSs on corner and for bunker, but they made the shield flush to the wall, right? They didn't understand that it was supposed to be separated so the ADS could fire. So I was having to explain stuff like that. But,
what?
Yeah, they were just copying the strats. They were just reading from a book. But they didn't understand why.
I bring this point up all the time, and it blows my mind. Just because you see ex-pro league team and they get paid, their big bucks a month, it doesn't mean that you, a collegiate amateur player, should be replicating those strats unless you deeply understand why you are doing that. For example, the SSG Rome. Who is that designed for? Team Liquid. It was designed to deal with the most aggressive roster in Rainbow Six Siege history at that time because Team Liquid just wanted to take gunfights. So it was SSG before Canadian was like, they're like, we're going to create a strat that either forces Team Liquid to be uber aggressive or uber passive. And I think the best quote from Canadian when he played that against one of those major tournaments, he said, "I have no idea what to do against this strategy, and I gave up for a round."
Yeah, that is the SSG style room is one of the most cleverly created and well-structured strategies that there is because it's just so, it was so out there at the time. It was just so obtuse, I think is a great term to do it, that it was just unprecedented, but it was phenomenal. But 3v4, we'll go back to this one here as Instone is somehow narrowly avoiding the track stingers on the ground, but
he actually took damage from some of them. He took
I guess he did right there at the end. But Danky is going to do his best to give his team a chance to continue. They've got two people that are low. Dax and Complexity are sitting below 25 HP, around there at most. They've got to deal with 3 players that are essentially max HP. They'll start things off a little bit poor, as they'll lose one. That's going to be Complexity, but Daxley's quick on the refract. He'll swing for another. This is Danky this time around, finding their second, and now it's just Instone, the lone rib, the floating rib, who takes the head off Daxley. That's mid-plant, diffuser down, and now Danky has to rotate back through Laundry and find the player of Instone. He doesn't know their exact position. You are not calling out to your teammate to tell him where you were killed from, and you will pay the price. No clue where to go, was hoping he could get behind bomb, but a player like that will not allow for it to happen. Quite frankly here, Chief, if there's any player you do not want to be facing in a 1v1 and leaving it up to chance, it's going to be Instone. And no, that's it, because they lost the other player. Van Helsing subbed in for, who was it, Brim? Who was it at the end of that last one that was so good?
My brain,
look at the sheet.
I don't know at this point.
It was Tigrim, who had stepped up for multiple 2Ks in that last map. Those are the 2 players you never want to be in a 1v1 against if you're facing Carol. And not only did you do that, but you tried to bet the cards, and I'm sorry to break it to you, you had a royal flush. Your single little high ace isn't going to do much for that.
I gotta say, man, I was very disappointed in that 2v1 there. And you can see why teams elect to plant in the smoke, because they feel that they're safe in a smoke plant like that. I promise you, you're not. You'd be better off, well, setting up that crossfire. Excellently played, though, from Instone. I mean, smart from him, right? He knows that he's in a 1v1 because the planter is unable to shoot back, so he's able to capitalize well. But Thermite, why, on God's green earth, are you 9 seconds left from the clock? You know your mate just got smoked. You don't know from where. Why are you holding W shift? Why aren't you taking engagement? You know you're vulnerable. You know your mate just got smoked. So why are you just, oh, there's a bomb down, I must go plant? It's players panicking and not critically analyzing and critically thinking. I mean, the thing is, I have a suspicion that both teams are falling into this pitfall, is why are you doing this? Why? Like, the thing is, if you're not asking yourself, why did I do X, Y, Z, right? You aren't doing things right. Like, it's the same thing. Like, you're taking a math test, right? You're doing high-level calculus, right? And you're doing a derivative. You have to ask yourself, why am I going through the steps to derive this formula? And if you don't critically think about that, you're not going to actually have the derivative, and somebody is about to get smoked. My God, Tron!
Silent has just been hanging out in Big Tower the entire time. The entire time has been hiding behind a single sheet of sheet metal. I'd say it's 2 sheets. I won't lie to you guys. 2 sheets of sheet metal and is completely fine. Still full HP. There are no nades that you're using at this point in time because guess what? You didn't bring it in. You have a breaching round. You now flushed him away. That's actually good decision making. Spicy Fish comboing with a breaching round and allowing for his teammate to also swing corner, but he'll be the one who completes the kill. They refrag back their loss, but now they don't have a roam to now. They do not have track stingers, and they lost one of their better fraggers. He's their lowest fragger in this match, but he's still been fairly cohesive in strategy. It just puts a huge damper on all of their attempts for the rest of this round.
I will say, beautifully done to deal with Silent after that death. That was actually very well coordinated. That was really advanced level of coordination. That was probably one of the best mini games that we've seen from any attacking team throughout this series. Unfortunately, though, it was something that should not have ever had to take place, and you should have been able to do it with a 3-way crossfire instead of just a 2-way, because, let's be honest, Axelade needs to drum that. Like, that is basic. I mean, Oregon has been a staple map in competitive across both iterations for a very long time in competitive Rainbow Six Siege, and droning tower has been the default way if you're doing a tower take since day one. Like, nothing has changed there, and the fact that that wasn't done by Oswego blows my 3 brain cells out of the water.
That is true. You only have 3. Oh, Danky, that is the second mistake we've watched you make in a row. 1, the drone. 2, the smoke. Very interesting attempt, but this is why you typically have that wall be open and available. However, Lion will still come up. He finds 1, takes the head off Danky, refragged back by Spicy Fish, and now Complexity is going to be holding the angle to hopefully allow for his teammate to complete the plant. He'll do just that. Van Helsing will be capped off by a player holding close, and it's just up to the player of Instone who loses their life to Spicy Fish. A good ending to a rough started round. They've managed to hold on. 11, 12, 10. They just fragged better here, Chief. The strategies looked better for their side, but when it comes down to it, their frag potential was miles ahead of the Carroll University side. Their strats helped a lot, but they just weren't missing as much. They weren't missing opportunities that were being given to them, and it just felt like Carroll weren't comfortable enough on that map to put something together that could deny in the same way that we saw SUNY do.
Constantly on attack, Carroll just put themselves in positions that they couldn't win. Whether or not it was their execute in through Tower 1 by stage, they open the wall and get fed into the meat grinder of the defenders who are literally just sitting behind deployable shields, hatches, getting just the easiest kills of their career, to Carroll just brain deading through laundry for 60 seconds and getting ripped apart by utility. I mean, you called that Oswego was the better team mechanically. I mean, it showed. Look at that final round, right? You miss drone, you make a dumb play, fine. But that counter and the way that they dealt with that roamer upstairs, Bandit and T3, that was textbook. That was brilliant. And then that play alone parallels the entire map because it shows the dominant force of Oswego.
maybe it's just Chalet that wasn't the way they wanted to be. Maybe it's a newer map. I mean, it is. It's the second newest map to the game being added to the competitive pool, but maybe that's why they weren't as comfortable. But it was their pick, right? Like, I just can't defend Chalet for SUNY's side when it was their pick and they got 7-1 on it. So it was very difficult to put together the thought process that SUNY would take this map, but that was a much better form. Map 2 was the SUNY that I have remember watching. They can piece things together really well. There's a lot of minor mistakes. Every team's going to have that. This rank especially, there's going to be some of those minor mistakes of just not piecing things together. They're here having a fun time. It's a good time. We'll hear all about that. But we'll take a quick break between map 2 and map 3. Very quick to allow the players to get some water. Same here. And we'll be right back with some more R6 action here for the NECC. It's all good. The NECC's back with some more R6 action. That was a great reference to the conversation we're having in the break.
Oh,
sorry.
dude.
Saw, dude. Just trying to keep the energy high. My name's Infernosis. Some of you may know me. No one knows the guy on my side. That's the man himself, Brian A.
Haven't I been doing collegiate longer than you?
Yeah, but the question isn't longer, it's better. So coming into map 3 now.
I casted collegiate on the main Rainbow Six Siege channel, so...
I cast for MSI. So what are we throwing out here? All right, throw out the maps. We've seen how map 1 went.
A+1 ratio. Scott didn't ask.
Touch grass. We've seen map 1, which goes in favor of Carroll University. Map 2, Oregon, pretty handily in the favor of the Oswego side. And then map 3, the tried and true. I almost never get bored of this map as well. We're going to Villa to determine who is going to win this one and who will proceed onward to, if I remember correctly here, and I will double check to confirm it, who is going to end up facing the number 1 seeded Southern Miss. Well, Chief, what's your guess going into this?
I may love Villa. I may also never get tired of it. I also never get tired of seeing your golden luscious hair.
It missed it. I wiggled my head and it bobbed back and forth. You missed it.
We cut the cams too quickly.
Yeah, unfortunate. Gosh, producer, why? the chat doesn't get to compliment my.
We just go back to cameras quickly. We don't need about map bands. We just want to look at how luscious Scott is, how beautiful he is. We just stare at him, like just look at him. I mean, look at that hair.
Thank you very much, producer. Thank you. Ban 1, what a shocker here, Chief. We actually could have just called out all of the bans ahead of time and kept it on cameras the entire
You're right.
way.
We could have been on cameras all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
what do you think the next ban's going to be?
Thatcher is banned.
Oh, the second one can be kind of new, but it's no.
That's cool.
This isn't that new. It's a fairly standard ban, but it's a good ban. This is a good ban, right? But it is a standard ban. Good soup. Is that the reference you just made? Are you trying to be kip with the kids?
Kip with the kids? What's a kip with the kid?
Are you trying to be hip with the kids? I apologize. This is a new one for you. In case you guys don't know, Chief is 65 years old, and even then, I'm not too sure. That's when he started counting, and he didn't learn how to read until he was 95.
I was born about 6 million years ago. You can call me the God Emperor at this point.
This is not another Dune reference. We're not making
no, it would have been a Dune reference if I made 3,500 years. That would have been the accurate Dune reference. You could have been a
bit more accurate. But you did say God Emperor, which is a Dune reference. So
that is a Dune reference.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, somebody did call me the preacher from Far Cry, and I immediately assumed I was a preacher from the Children of Dune.
Have you seen the TV show Preacher? You kind of look like him a little bit. It's the facial hair that does it, though. Because that guy has talent because he's an actor. So... You know, they're very different between the two of you, but
I wouldn't know what it's like to be a talent. Or have talent. A talent.
No, you know what it is to be a talent. We're talent here in the NECC. It's the question of having talent.
This lineup on the offense side from Carroll takes no talent to use at all.
This is a very
you got a
interesting.
Lion, you got a Dokkaebi. This is and Twitch removed from a Blackbeard.
Who are you six picking off of? That's the question I would be asking if I was Oswego. Who am I six pick? Who is six picking? Like, is it the Blackbeard? Is it the Ying? Is it the Lion?
Bet Blackbeard. You bet Blackbeard.
I mean, you don't have to.
To be fair, mate, like this is ridiculous. This is I'm about to queue some 3100 gold elo ranked, and I'm just gonna run up my alt account lineup. Like, this is terrifying.
Openly admitting to an alt on the TL.
I may have more than one. Dude, elo, bro. You gotta chase those champ charms every season, which I clearly can't hit.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, man.
I went through 36 accounts, and once I learned that there was no getting out of that, I just gave up. So.
Yeah, man.
I was never a ranked guy anyways. Did they just use...
Oh, most
they didn't
certainly.
bring anything, though.
Hear me out. TCSG, if you have a 10th of skill, is actually extremely viable.
It's a good weapon.
And it's a great weapon, actually. It's one of the best weapons on defense. And I know that part of my entire limited Siege comp career was TCS. So, like, I know I'm very, very biased in this, but TCS is still one of the best weapons on defense. And if you're using Nitros as your rotations, that just means somebody's not planning. Run a set of impacts at least, man. Like,
this is a comfort pick comp? Is that what you think it is right here, though? I mean, look at the defense. Oh, my goodness, Spicy. Look at the defense. I mean, they're roaming with the Jaeger, which isn't that weird, right? It's not. But they also have a Mozzie they could be roaming with. They also have a Bandit that could kind of be tagging around the map a couple times. You definitely don't want to roam with your Kaid and or the Echo, but it's all weapons that are fairly strong, except maybe the AUG, but each and every single one of these is
actually a really great gun.
It's really accurate. It's really accurate. It just does no damage.
I think it does decent damage.
It's a
You know what
bean
does
count, bro.
damage, though? Is when you have your Kendall open in thin air. What a
Oof.
dumb play, Silent! That was just stupid!
Silent just runs up. Silent just sprints forward. I can't tell
Hold
it
on.
make it. I can make it.
Hear me out. Hey, all of a sudden, I brought an aggro lineup to rush. Let me just not destroy this deployable shield. Like, Lion has a Gon 6. Use the Gon 6.
Is Instone having
Doki has a Gon
6
6.
equipped? Or do they have it equipped?
You should have a Gon
You
6
should have it
equipped.
equipped.
If you don't have a Gon 6 equipped, you're trolling your elo.
The Gon 6 is actually... I was actually really hesitant about the Gon 6 when it was announced. I absolutely am in love with it now. It's one of the best competitive things in this game by far. Speaking of best competitive things, scopes are one of the best competitive things, and we did not see T-Grim bring one. Instead, it's going to go the other way. It's just Lion Poppy left standing. However, Blobfish and Denki combined don't even equal 65 HP, barely even 60, I don't think, and they're going to be looking at a very tough situation to overcome. Denki is prone, trying to play the cheeky angle, ratting about towards door inside study. The Lion Poppy has rotated the other direction. He's looking towards Classical Hall after sitting a 90, now going to head back over towards landing, but Denki's now looking the other direction. If Lion actually steps through this door, he could have an opportunity. However, he'll do the smart thing. He'll drone. However, the drone... really far away. It's going to force about 6, 7, 8 seconds away. He sees the player. This is where Lion can step up big. Finds the kill. Now it's a 1v1. He'll sit behind the hatch. The vault door. Teases the plant. We'll go for a shot instead. Finally hops back onto the plant. And Blobfish will waste a little bit of extra ammo. 44 bullets left standing in his gun total. However, he'll tag 3 more into the rear of Lion Poppy. Not enough damage to kill, and he's down to 30 HP. 30 bullets left in his gun. Lion HP is probably at about 30 HP, but he's got much more ammo. He can spray, he can pray. Blobfish will hop on. He's going to try and go for it, but denied as he'll try to turn for the fight, but it comes up in favor of Lion Poppy. The aggro lineup may not have worked off the start, but it's definitely working here.
And the utility was meaningless in the end, especially when the 1v2 takes place. The AK-12, one of the best weapons on attack, proven in that engagement. I mean, well done from Lion Poppy to bring a really dismal round, a very bad put-together attack strat to a winnable scenario. Far too many mistakes were made by Carroll, and in fact, I mean, Oswego also made just as many mistakes on defense. We started off calling Chalet the map that's going to be, well, the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is the team that ends up winning, and that was proven on Chalet, proven on Oregon, and now starting to be a tested theory here in round 1 of Villa. You just can't be making these fundamental attacking errors. You have to be coordinating your utility, and just running against deployable shield is one of the worst plays to be had.
Now, if we're going to talk about pivotal figures in that round, we have to talk about Tigran. We have to. 3 kills for him alone. It was a buddy ace, as John likes to put it, as fellow cast likes to put it, between Lion, Poppy, and Tigrim. The rest didn't really do that much. A lot of util was dumped, which is a strong start for him. It's exactly what you need, which allows for them a little bit higher chances of success. But I don't like the fact that breaching charges are being brought on Lion Poppy. I don't like the fact we have 0 nades whatsoever. Hashtag bring back nades on Dokkaebi. And I don't like the fact that we're still implementing the Ying Candelas here, even though I love Ying. I adore Ying. However, I just don't think she's the most competent for this strategy at this current point. But TCSG! Yankee's bringing it out. He's listening. He's paying attention. But Tigrim subbed back in. Subbed back in for this map. Very important factor. Carroll slaughtered with Tigrim at the helm, able to assist. It's the same thing. Tigrim and Instone were the players we talked about last time. They're the 2 players you do not want to be facing in a 1v1. And that's exactly what we see here. They were pivotal towards their success in round 1. And now stepping into round 2, they've got to get through the chokehold that was coming through Study Doorway leading onto Veranda's side. They'll barely be capable of doing so. Silent takes a large, massive damage. Thankfully, the defensive side of the Oswego team fails to hit the headshot and only manages to tag a little bit of damage onto the body. But with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, there's still plenty of time for Oswego to buy, but I don't think they actually have anyone situated in planes or games. They went for 1 shot and then ran away. That's poor time management, and now they're going to have to fight full-fleshed on the objective with only 1 player, your Pulse, a Blawfish, playing from below, hoping for a kill. I think he's going to get it here. That is a perfect toss through the uprights. Takes out Saucy Monkey, and they're now down a Twitch, which is tons of intel.
Our University going for another fast execute. Pulling a Candela, utility sent down range. Silent on the entry, good for 1, potentially another one. Lion Poppy goes DB node. Silent misses him. He's DB node at least. That means he's not lethal, but he's a human drone at this point. He's making audible cause. Spicy Fish has a lot of information here. The yellow pings, but Denki, the only one gun up. We're going to be going for another smoke. But you can't do anything. Where's the diffuser? It's in the other side of the map. Denki has that. Pushing in through split. The pre-fire of the TCSG does give his position away. This should be open pickings for Carroll University. But they're going for a plan. Silent on a passive angle. He's just going to allow the final player to rotate on by, and Denki's going to fall as a result.
Very strong first 2 rounds. This is a great performance right now seeing from Carroll. I don't want to say it, Chief. I really don't want to say it. But when have we seen the best rounds from Carroll? It's been when Grim is on the table. Grim has been pivotal towards their success. I don't think it's just the fact that he popped off and got 3 kills in round 1 and was able to be that player. It's also, I feel like it's just a confidence booster when he's here, because you look at their difference in play style. Maybe it's just Oregon they're not comfortable with, but they picked it, so I can't say that. But whatever it is, when Tigrim is here, this is the Carroll we saw in Chalet, and they're pounding the hurt down. Oswego don't know what they need to do. We've seen their defense fall apart. They put a very fragmented, roam early as they just try to do tag damage off when they step in through Study from Veranda, but that's all they did. 3 shots into the body of your player of Silence, and that was it. They ran back to site, and they had no one to buy time. That means Carroll not only had 5 minutes, essentially, not really, but we'll play it that way, to just play time and do whatever the heck they want. And they didn't even do that. They just say, here's a Candela, there goes your eyes, and we'll swing forward and find massive amounts of success. I feel bad. I dogged on the Ying pick. I still don't think she's the best choice, but when you can utilize her like that, you do you, bro. That's where you got to be. That's what you got to do. Success is had where success can be had.
I think Ying is either overused or underused. It's no secret that Ying is a powerful operator. Teams just don't know how to participate well in utility. Utility is the most difficult thing in Rainbow Six Siege, and it's what separates it from any first-person shooter. Now, of course, somebody's about to angrily type Chief. Well, Valorant and CSGO have utility, but not to the extent of Siege. Siege is a game that forces minigames. What I mean by a minigame is you'll talk about like a potential deployable shield over in Classical Hallway just to the west of this bomb site. A deployable shield with multiple ADSs, floor-level holes, and my pancakes is one of the most difficult things to do because you can't destroy it from safety. And that's what separates Siege from other games, where CSGO and Valorant, it's just flat utility where you just smoke for lines of sight, flash, nade, and then push. You just don't have that luxury here in Rainbow. Now, you mentioned the roam from Oswego early on at the start of round number 1. Well, it's now inefficient as well, since, well, they've hightailed it out of here. There's no one to be seen over by Trophy Deer. It's been a full clear, and I think that default camera is still up because that drone has just pinged it. Oh, also, I want to talk about the iron sights here. The SMG-12 at a time on console, if you ran no optic, it had lower recoil. And I have a sneaking suspicion Tigrim might think that's still A, a thing on console, and B, ever a thing on PC.
Oh, could be. Maybe. Some people just don't like the scope because it has access to a red dot, right? Like,
Red dot's the best.
I don't like red dot. So, like, I don't see that being a problem. Tigrim! Please, fine, Blobfish. He's low, not being able to be finished off, but he'll make his great escape back to the objective. I want to touch a little bit what you said for Valorant for static utility. Yeah, you pick an agent in Valorant, that's what you have. So your utility is known for the entire game. Here in R6, util's ever flowing. You can change literally everything on a dime. You've got different operators being brought every single round, or should be, right, as the meta and everything changes. So yeah, it's very different approaches, and we're not seeing a huge, multifaceted style of approach. It's been mostly the same thing, and unfortunately for Oswego, their defense has been very much so the same thing over and over again, and unfortunately it's been a lot of failing to keep Carroll at bay early in these rounds, that roam that should do so. It's been losing those players instead, but they've done a good job. Landing has been a point of contention, and when I say a point of contention, I mean it has essentially been death's door. The Grim Reaper has been peeking through into planes from the very get-go. Plexia spray down has found massive effect. We've seen lots of players completely die as they step forward, and we're seeing it continue onward. The MPX, too much to contend with. Shots trying to go through. It's just Instone left standing. Somehow the spray barely misses. It still doesn't matter. Instone sitting at an extremely low 6, 7, 8 HP total, maybe max. Thankfully for the opposition, or at least for him, there may not be the highest HP either, but he's got to do everything. He finds the kill, now forced to go for the plant. He has to stick it. Complexity knows, runs up, goes for the knife. And Oswego will scrape their first round win. Thankfully together, despite once again giving up basically the full map in the first minute.
Round ends with cold steel, but the round was cold altogether for Carroll University. I mean, they have control of 90, and then they just sit and die, taking really lackluster gunfights. We talked about how Classical Hallway could be a fatal funnel with a hypothetical deployable shield, but Oswego didn't even need a deployable shield to create that fatal funnel. They had information from the Valkyrie camera. And furthermore, why isn't Carroll making a rotation? A 5-man stack from Lamp or Red Landing is just not viable. A 5-man stack from the Classical West hallway door, also unviable. So that means you have to, or not viable. Unviable, I don't think is a word.
You got this. You can piece it together.
Yeah, words are hard, bro. That being said, you have to have a rotation. You have to have pressure over and study. If you go for that attack and do not pressure study, you will not be able to establish a crossfire, and you will end up losing that round. Carroll kind of gets lucky in round 1 that things went their direction, and I'm starting to dislike the Lion-Doki combination. I'm glad it's departing the Carroll lineup. I think Lion is the best operator and probably the most efficient operator when it comes to dealing with roams right now. By far more impressive than Jackal has ever been because of a good team with an entry following a drone and an instantaneous line EE1D called. There is just nothing you can do to deal with it. You're either going to be gathered information from the drone, the red ping, or the lack of red pings. And people forget that just because you're not getting a red ping from a Lion, that is equally as much information. People just get triggered when they get jackaled, and they run around like their head's cut off like a chicken.
Thank God we're not back in the Jackal stage, or sorry, no, the Lion stage, where he would live ping you, and you would actually see full outline, you know, back to the good old days.
For you. Yeah, did you know that statistically speaking, the most balanced meta was Lion Ying Glass. And by most balanced...
I actually did. I did
by
actually
most
know that.
balanced,
I love that meta.
Yeah, it is the only meta that we've seen a 50% win rate consistently. So if people have ever said that Rainbow Six Siege should become maybe more balanced in favor of the attackers, the only time that we've had a true 50% win rate in professional play was Lion meta. So be mindful when you tell the devs things, because we don't ever want to enter that.
I loved that Glass meta because
it was
once
fun.
they nerfed Lion,
it was awesome.
he kind of fell off, but Glass got hit so hard. He got hit down so bad to the point that he was unplayable, and they had to rebuff him.
Don't nitro that. He's not safe.
Ooh.
He was in the showers. He was in the shower.
Yeah.
You can't nitro that. That would have been a wasted of a nitro. You have
but
to.
they're walking around with a nitro in their hand when there's a hellhole above them. They need to be more wary of their player positioning while doing this as well. They need to know where they're looking at all times. Oh, that might kill it.
It will.
It does. They need to be aware of their player positioning as well as where the opponent lies just by looking at the floor. They need to memorize the map on multi-levels.
I'm actually surprised that Nitro Cell got the kill because it was technically on a hard wall. It was a lucky Nitro because it kind of went around both sides. It would have killed players on two different sides of the wall. So that was quite interesting. That's something that you don't see all that often. You've lost your Buck, your best player, for vertical. Another player is going to fall. It seems like Carol is now completely stalled. That's why we're seeing a lot of the high-level amateur rosters and collegiate rosters start to go for the linear push in through living room libraries so you don't have to deal with these shenanigans. Lion Poppy, 0 bullets in the magazine, but 5 targets to find, hightailing it to Mudroom. And Spicy Fish doesn't check his corners, allowing Lion Poppy now capitalize on the second kill this round. Things are starting to get more doable, but doable is a stretch right now, Scott, because it's very unlikely that Lion Poppy completes the clutch ace, especially with Pulse on the board, gathering plenty of information, relaying that Big Ben is being occupied by Lion Poppy.
It's just too big of a difficulty, so to say, and Danke will do exactly what's needed, cutting off the facets of approach. The only 2 angles he had was to step through and try to step in through kitchen side and try to go through Skylight Hall and try to make their way over towards Mim. And unfortunately, Mimo being watched, Danke was readily aware. You also had the Pulse that was looking and watching the entire time. The info, the intel, everything was there for Oswego, and they utilized it correctly. Think about how Carol has started to see themselves not win these rounds. Talk about round 1, talk about round 2. It was very dominant for Carol. It was them. It was them for what we saw in map 1. However, Oswego has started to take advantage of these close corridors, take advantage of funnels, take advantage of destructive utility for floorboards. They've done a much better job of denying intel and gathering intel, which has given them the chances to even contend. But on top of that, like we saw on second floor planes and games where they won that last round before, they used that doorway leading over towards landing next to head, right, towards that statue. They used it perfectly. They killed, 3 players alone? 4 players alone, I think, from that doorway alone. It was too much of a funnel. It was too much of a hectic situation for Carol to overcome, and Carol let it happen. They didn't walk themselves underneath to try and clear a player out, try to get a breach round underneath towards behind couch so they could see. They didn't try to blow around towards classical, and when they did, they were denied majority of the time, but they only sent 2, and they didn't actually dump util down. They just tried to walk it, and they got shot back at, right? It wasn't really their attempt. It was just their, we'll go for it. Nah, it didn't work. Walk the other way. We need to see more from Carol if they want to see themselves be successful. Heading back to this objective, where that Ying was successful, we saw their quick swift rush. They're not utilizing the Ying this time around. They're going with an IQ, Twitch, Ace, Yana, Ashe. So still somewhat swift, but a much slower overall because they don't have that Omega Flash strategy that you would expect from them after round 2.
All right, I like the push coming from Carol. This is a very difficult attack, though, to coordinate. The push from underneath to deal with utility requires a lot of droning, and Silent is just gun up entering. If there is somebody from Oswego below, Silent dies, and it's the opening death. Also, if you're a smart Cade, there are ways of placing Cades in invulnerable spots, so IQ can't do what she's doing with her tracker from underneath. Oh, I think she actually may have just shot Spicy Fist, who might have survived that shot. So what you do in this scenario, if you're afraid of the IQ, you place the Cade Claws on the metal foot, if you will, of that reinforced wall, so it can't get shot from underneath. Also, the split wall being reinforced is a terrible idea to have because you can't deny, well, Silent doing what he did. ADS walking. Because you would have punished him for that. That seems to be a huge oversight from Oswego, and it's already cost them the positional disadvantage of having the IQ below.
When you play the long con, typically you can kind of fall victim to a couple problems, which is not making it to the site fast enough, not finding enough effect in the problem of doing so, and unfortunately we'll have a little bit of a break here as we deep fried, but with one kill now dropping for both sides, Danky taking Saucy, and then obviously Dax being killed, you're at an even man count, but with only a minute remaining, you have to make a decision. Where are you pushing from? They've got players in Master Bedroom. They've got players wanting to push up through Astronomy Staircase to take control, but that's the only two that they have in multiple directions. We are dying over here, Chief. Is this just me? I don't think it's just me.
Oh, I'm dead, bro. I have been staring at, I believe, a holographic doing something, so I can hear gunfights in the back. That was a submachine gun, I think? No, that was actually probably a carbine.
Things are happening. Oh, we're clear for a second here. I can continue. It's a 2v2, though. Things have dropped in favor. Loftfish and Capexity facing off against Instone and Grim. Grim's holding strong with the Ash, and we have no more nades left in the hands of Instone. A quick swing as Instone tries to fight towards the player Complexity and Trophy, but Complexity does not seem to get anything going for him. Instead, tagging majority damage to Instone, but not finishing the kill, which will allow for Instone to rotate to the other side, all the way in Statuary Room, and the Nitro's tossed much too late, and it allows for Instone to actually find his head. Giving away the information. Now it's a 2v1. Instone can play this one hyper-aggressive, and it works out! One bullet would have gotten the job done, but Blobfish aims too high. He will fall from the sky. Their own hubris fights back against them. It is a very nice and successful attacking round win, led at the helm by Instone, capping that one off very successfully.
Remember when I was talking about that solo wall and split being reinforced? Oswego wins that round with it unreinforced because they would have seen the rotation of Carol going over, or I should say leaving Deer in favor of the trophy plan. That was just a critical setup error. I think you would have to really argue that point of why that wall is reinforced to me, because I just can never see a reality where it's a viable reinforcement. And again, like, I'm open to Oswego debating that point with me, but I mean, it loses them that final engagement. It loses them the ability to potentially challenge the IQ of Silent walking down the first floor hallway. I mean, the threat of that opening alone is enough to deter 90% of attackers from even pushing that corridor, because what happens if I get quick swung? Well, I'm dead, because I'm going to get Peeker's advantaged. Like, there are so many things that rotation does that I just can never see a world where Oswego can justify that. Because of, again, we saw the two reasons why demonstrated in that round why you never reinforce it. And that was just one of the structural problems. We can be, like, I think coming to these rounds, these teams are doing things without asking themselves, why am I doing this? How can I do it better?
Chief, from what we've seen so far for this half, it's been fairly even, right? When Carol shows up, right? Like, that's what we're seeing. But when Oswego shows up, Oswego shows up.
It's
right?
just mistakes, though. It
is, right? And it's not paying attention to what you're doing at that moment. Carol has fallen victim to the same thing they had happen previously on Oregon, where they just only want to go one direction. They just don't look beyond their scope, that kind of tunnel vision in on one side. But when we see them rush in and find that success, they look good. They are still making a lot of mistakes. Oswego could easily counteract that if they just knew what approach was necessary to do so.
Are we pinging on a Valkyrie camera? You better not be Oswego, because there are two red pings of Pioneer members, and if that was on a Valcam, if you just wasted a Valcam, the inconsistencies and the constant mistakes being made, it's because of basics like that. And, like, you just can't be making basic errors, because basic errors are going to send you out of the NECC bracket today. One of these teams is going home. And again, this is a rematch. Last time that these two teams saw each other, Oswego dominated Carroll University. It was 14-7 across the entire best of three, only going to 2 maps. And Carroll University has put on one heck of a fight Same thing can be said for Oswego. Great job for them bringing this round back. The double Nitrocell, all of a sudden, Carroll might be on the brink of destruction. They wanted this half 4-2, but they might be ending at 3-2.
Ooh, Danky's got a quad. Danky could go for the ace as well. Silence, but not deadly, that's for sure. It'll be cleaned up by Complexity. Stealing the ace, but still a very, very good return. That round saved by Danky. There is no other and if, ors, or buts about it. Whatever you want to say, that round was lost. Carroll devastated Oswego. Starting that one off, Oswego was one of the poorest we've ever seen. Hanging out of outcam, first and foremost. Losing 2 engagements and fights that shouldn't have even occurred at that point, where you're just peeking for no reason or sitting in a bathtub, right? I mean, they were droning you. They had intel. There was nothing. There was nothing for you. But thankfully, Danky's there. Danky's there for you. And if there's anything I expect from Danky, it's things like that. I love Danky to death. I've been casting him for a while. He's able to pull that one out because he knew the location. I talked about it on Oregon, Chief. You need to know. I also talked about the beginning of this one for tertiary objective site. You need to know the map forwards, backwards, ups, and downs. Laterally, you need to be able to look at any location and understand where that exact location is on each floor. Looking up and down, where can you deal the damage? Where can you hurt that spot? And Danky does that spectacularly. Knows where to rotate, knows where the attacking team of Carroll was going to lie, steps up the main stairs, caps off 1, caps off 2, finds their quad, leaves just the 1, lets his teammate have that victory. Tying it up, though, 3-3, a very close map, much closer than the other 2 maps that we've had. Those were a little bit lopsided in either direction. This has been a slugfest of a BO3. Barn burner? Barn burner?
You might be able to get the barn burner on 5 this time. Now, if we look at the kill distribution, it is in favor of Carroll University, at least more consistent, right? We have players, if you were to run the average, it would be, well, less of a distribution compared to what we see from Oswego, where we see some players approaching double digits and others an entry barely on a breadstick. So that's going to start to become a big factor. We talked about on Chalet that Spicy Fish was making hero plays, which I despise with a passion, and we're getting smoked into oblivion on those hero plays. You don't have that luxury at all now on Villa, especially with your back against the wall. This is a series that sends you home that Nitrocell will miss. Oh, it landed. That is kind of lucky. Now, the way Nitrocell propagation works, usually on a hole like that, it's going to be denied due to line of sight, but I think what happened there, since Blobfish repelled on down, his head was exposed to line of sight when he ended up dropping, so that's unfortunate. Again, Nitrocells on Windows are very awkward and cumbersome because of line of sight.
Classical Hall has been a huge position of importance for any game, right? But right now, it's nothing more important to the Oswego side than basically everything. They full committed. Not only did they have Diffuser trying to push up there at the same time, but they had multiple angles at which they could deal with Silent. We see right there, Complexity just had to walk through Vault to do it. They had multiple chances to deal with the player. 3 players funneling into the line of sight of Silent, and what do you expect to happen? He'll just spray down that line. His gun may not deal much damage. The AUG isn't this like end-all be-all weapon, but good night, it has 0 recoil. It will not miss if you put it down that tunnel. And that's exactly what it is. It's a tunnel. It's a funnel. It is a death pit. And that is why Classical Hall is so dangerous. You guys felt that first and foremost, using it against Carroll on your defensive side, Oswego. You did not allow them to walk down Classical, which then forced them to go through landing, which then forced them to die by your hand through that landing door into planes. Why are you falling victim to something that you utilized yourself? It just seems a little bit mismanaged in a lot of ways. But with only 2 players left standing, Dax walks into a goo mine and pulls it out 1 second before it deals the damage, and now can push onto the site. However, does not get the 1 tap onto Silent, and Silent now has the 4K. Hunting for the ace. Complexity sitting inside entrance to trophy, looking for any and all options. You could spray through the soft wall here, Silent. You could spray through the soft wall. You can go for it. There's no problem in doing so, but with 15 seconds left, eventually the commit will go through. Sprays through much too late, and Lion Pompey will steal the coveted ace. That's the 2nd ace we've seen stolen in this map alone here, Chief.
Second what you said, Scott, I mean, it was the round of Fatal Funnels and Oswego just gets eaten alive through Fatal Funnels. Once again, they make the critical mistake that we mentioned back on Chalet. They are just pushing Fatal Funnels, no information. I like that Blobfish is taking the initiative to repel 90 window. I am constantly asking for teams, even when we look at like Challenger League teams, sometimes they forget about the 90 window cutoff and the 90 window crossfire. So great that Oswego broke it down, but a crossfire I think was established just a bit too soon. What you need on 90 window, your win condition there is actually to have the drone pre-established either in 90 or on the classical shelves bookshelf itself. So you're getting relayed real information, so you know if somebody's playing behind that pillar, you can adjust accordingly so you don't get what happened to Blobfish Nitrocell. Again, it just comes down to those levels of nuances. And we haven't really seen an IGL for, honestly, either one of these rosters go through that thought process right there. Like, why I think we all love Siege is there's so much nuance to this game. Like that, what we talked about in detail, what you need to repel on 90. Like, you need to be thinking about that from every single position on this map. You need to think about those crossfires, what your tiny win condition is for that particular minigame. Now, Carol's minigame is going to be wasting time, and I think they're going to pull something out of the Oswego playbook, and it's going to be Nitrocell denial from underneath. They'll pull Sting's Rot, but it's going to be those Valkyrie camps instead.
When you look at the attacking lineup that Oswego is bringing to the table, Buck makes sense below. But Oswego wasn't the team that we saw that knew every location. They almost Nitrocelled showers before, right? I don't think they know where everything exactly is. They'll have to rely on pinging and communication for their teammates. But they also have to worry about the flank, the roam game that's here on this first floor. Silento, the singer? Maybe that's what they're going for there. Silent is actually sitting on the first floor. He's holding inside piano. He's trying to play that long con methodical approach, wait for the Oswego side to step forward, and then try to nitro them as they try to plant behind that hunting vault door. That's your default placement type. However, things will be a bit more difficult when your roam game that's prevalent, it buys a minute here, Chief, which is good. It's one tapped away. Danky. That brings Danky up to 10 kills. That is a huge milestone for them, as we have barely seen any players go above 10. I think we saw 12 and 11, 12 and 10 in one of the maps. Things get a little bit close, but 10 kills by round 8 is a very, very strong performance. However, he has to maintain that going forward, and they still only have gotten 1 kill, and they don't really have any semblance of control towards this classical hall. They do have the pings. Information is key, Chief. Oswego are trying to utilize it.
I want to return to a point that you were making earlier, talking about map knowledge. Came up yesterday in Unified Premiere, and that's a beautiful shot from Lion Poppy. But it also is a great quote from Bolo. He said that to learn map knowledge, he turned off his monitor and would negotiate the entire map, be able to just kind of muscle memory it. This is a common psychology and support or sports thing that we hear people do all the time. It's called visualization, and visualization is what's just changing modern sports psychology. If you're able to visualize what you do, especially in motorsports, I mean, it changes your entire approach.
Motorsports. It is what it is. 2v3, though, unfortunately for the Oswego side. They still have to deal with an extra player, but Lion Poppy's extremely low. Toxic Babe will be sent. It's from Lion Poppy's hands. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't really do much. Dax can rotate away, though the Goo Mine will make it a little bit more difficult. They have managed to even things back up. Complexity is assisting Dax on the plant. Dax will be able to pull Sin. Not your default placement, so Silent wasn't really even helpful in the regard if he was playing from below, but it doesn't matter. He's moved. Lion Poppy's next Toxic Babe, his last, will actually be successful. It actually kills the player of Complexity, who was already on low HP. You know, it's a 1v1. Silent Dax. Dax holding behind Couch. Does not seem to matter. Silent, not so silent on the feed. Finds the last kill. A perfect time position, swinging from landing door. Oswego utilized that same spot on their defense, but it doesn't work on their attack. Post-plant situation denied, and a easy cleanup ending. The side Carol. They'll now be up 2 rounds above the Oswego side.
I gotta use a term that Ferme despises, and I'm just gonna use it despite him. Micro positioning in that 1v2 there, coming from Gridlock. You can't just be sitting in that spot. You just took a gunfight that you won. You have to relocate. You have to be somewhat unpredictable. Because if Complexity is known to be in that couch, what are you gonna do in that 1v1 as Cade? You're gonna pre-fire the couch, because where else he's going to be. Imagine if Complexity took the gamble on rotating Gunvolt or going in through bar, playing the long-range angle. You know where you planted the diffuser, at least you should. You also have the pocket super shorty shotgun, so you can remodel and make your own rotation potentially. Probably too risky to do. I'd advise against it, but what you can do is create your own line of sight when you make that rotation on over. Again, that positioning in that post plant left a lot to be desired. I will say, I like the smokes that Oswego used there. The cutoff from Map Store was great. We were critical of that earlier on in Chalet. Now being done right, unfortunately, it didn't matter in the end because the defending smoke Toxic Gas Grenade was able to get that kill.
The Toxic Babe was quite successful. I mean, that's not just a simple, like, hey, he tossed the Toxic Babe, it kind of flushed the player out, which it did for Dax in a way, though Dax did have to step into the goo mine, slow down, had to pull it out, whatever. It was more than just that. It was having a fun time. And he shoots the gumball machine! Why? He did exactly what he wanted. That's exactly what he was looking for with that drone being there. Who shot that? Who shot that?
Silent.
Silent, please. I know you clutched up and saved last round, but come on.
Like, what's the point? Like, I don't know.
Oh, that's actually so funny. Thank you, Max. He did that last scene as well, which is so funny.
Dude, Max, I love you, man.
Max is so funny.
Everybody right now, if you're currently watching, please go into Twitch chat and say thank you, Max, for observing. Max lives in England. He is English.
It's so late for him.
And it is currently 2 p.m. Central European time, so BST would be 1 o'clock a.m. He's 1 a.m. there. Yeah, I did my math there. It's correct. It's 1 o'clock. Dude, I do so many European broadcasts. My brain sometimes hurts having to think about time zones. Can I get confirmation on the Russian time zone? I did a Russian CSGO cast the other day, and it was like MCST or something strange like that in my brain.
Yeah, I think it's MST is their time zone.
It was 3 hours ahead of CEST.
Is it like mountain? Is it like mountain central like standard time or something?
I don't know.
Like
well, we have mountain time here in the United States.
I know we do, but like, I don't know. I have to keep up with Russian times occasionally because Tarkov has time zones that are Russian. So like doing announcements, I have to translate.
Like Tarkov?
I love
do that
Tarkov,
to yourself.
bro. I guess I hate myself. Sometimes you just like torturing yourself. Right? Yeah, that's it. That's why I cast. It is what it is. But we're nearing match point if Carroll can bring themselves together to win this round. But they started off a little weaker. Lion Poppy out for the count, and you can see Spicy Fish has information all the way in Memo. He came down central stairs to get it, but he still doesn't manage to save his teammate. Instone peeks out, finds impact, and Silent finds it even further. Carroll are looking to put an end to this here, Chief, and they've started themselves off in good fashion to do so. However, Plant coming immediately out from Laundry Door. They'll also hard breach through Laundry to give themselves a bit of a firefight to try and contend, but it also forces a post-plant situation. It's a 2v4, though. Bad spot to be in. Lots of danger to be contested towards Laundry's side. There's no real way to deny them going for this plant. Saucy should have died to Danky, but Danky was looking around for some odd reason, and now it's up to Complexity. He's got a swing, but Grim's the Grim Reaper, finding contact, finding their 6th round, and Carroll are at match points.
Carroll about to send the University from New York, Oswego, home out of the NECC bracket. This is the revenge tour for Carroll University. The last time these rosters met back in week number 1, it was Carroll University falling in the best of 2, not even able to extend to map number 3, 14-7 across the 2 maps that were played. That's a very dominant performance. In fact, one of the most dominant performances Oswego showed at all during regular season. And now they're about to have the reverse Uno card slapped in their face as Carroll University 1 round away of continuing on in the NECC bracket. It has been a true clash of the Titans today as, well, the better team is going to be taking away this victory. And right now, Carroll University has been making the least amount of mistakes in this best of 3. There have been mistakes from both sides, but honestly, Carroll University has been able to string more consistent defenses together, and that's really the difference. Offenses look, honestly, dismal for both teams, but it's really defense, and it's exemplified in the last round. That coordinated 1v4 defending hold with the diffuser going down and the swing to deny Complexity access to that bomb, That actually takes a lot of coordination to be able to do, even in a 1v4. And Carroll University, 10 seconds left in their final potential prep phase to move themselves on forward. Incredible run from them.
I'll point out, Silent shooting the gumball machine didn't do anything. You know, they still win the round. Still gets it.
Actually, maybe the gumball machine would have been a factor in that.
Because they would have had to
because
sit
the
there. Yeah, they would have tried to be
healed.
near it. Yeah.
There's no
yeah,
way
could
that
heal the
we
attackers.
Yeah, the attackers would have got healed. So in retrospect, it actually was a good thing. Hindsight's 2020, bro. Like
that is an interesting thought. That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. That entire round was really funny. But next round underway. It's up to Carroll University to try and close this one up. It's up to Oswego to bring things a little bit closer. 3 rounds of return have to go through. And they haven't won a round since halftime, Chief. They have not won a round. In fact, I don't think they've won a round since, what, round
4?
4? Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time. Thank you for actually knowing that number. No, they Carroll won 2 rounds in a row. Right?
So Carroll wins round 5. Hold up, sorry.
Is that what it was? Okay, so that it's still been a while, right? They still haven't managed to find anything as half, so they need to piece something together. The attack just hasn't been it for them, but thankfully they'll start off strong. They'll take 1 kill into their hands. It's Blobfish to find Instone, and now they don't have their Thunderbird Herp. However, Thunderbird is a place and forget utility operator. The gumball machine will go down, and now the kids can pop their quarters in and find themselves the tasty treat and a little bit more HP to assist them as the round progresses on.
There's no way you're planting the smoke right now. Stop planting in the darn smoke! You just died because you can't see anything! A terrible play from Danky. Spicy Fish was already a casualty early on, but look at Carroll, their defense is just crumbling one by one, but it's on the back! And now Dixley's the only one left. 3 players to find to keep Oswego alive. Scott, what has this round been? It's been a catastrophe after catastrophe, and we jokingly, almost lovingly said, don't plant and smoke on Chalet. It comebacks now to bite Oswego and their final round of the NECC bracket. They can't make this mistake. Maxilli has to come back, but he's on a sliver of HP. He inhales a toxic gas grenade, and he's completely done. If he touches the electrified wall again, he's going to be done as well. And Tigrim, the star player of map number 1 on the flank, he won't need to as Lion Poppy gets the final kill. Carroll University able to upset the bracket. Oswego falls, and it's the revenge tour. The week 1 loss doesn't matter for Carroll because they win it in postseason.
Oh my goodness. So, Chief, let's talk about this. 1, we go into this. Oswego. That's who we're stating because of the 14-7 scoreline in their first time they faced in week 1. I mentioned, and you mentioned as well, we're 9 weeks later, right? That's how long our season is. I only casted 1 time, so I don't know. 9 weeks later. We're 9 weeks later here, Chief. And 9 weeks stronger, apparently, is Carroll. They have progressed. They have adapted. They have changed. 7-1, your scoreline in map 1. We knew that from the get-go, the way they played. However, map 2, they looked not good. They did not look up to the team.
I think
map 3, though, they looked good. They put it together.
The thing was, attacks were just dismal for mini rosters today. Like, I think they need to just go back. Honestly, DM a CL team, a Challenge League team, or DM Akron, or honestly, you can reach out to us on GCU, and I'll be more than happy to work with the IGLs and have them just at least hear what an IGL should sound like, because these teams just aren't formulating mini games, and they're not formulating strong attacking teams to break down the defending strategy.
I bring this up. I love Danky. I love everyone on the Oswego side. You come into the Twitch chat and you're like, oh, Infernosis, I love him. Watch the VOD back. If you really love me and you really love your chances of playing and doing better, watch the VOD. Listen to us. While we are harsh in ways, we're building humor, building a story, but we're also really giving guidance.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking so much about different strategies. Stop planting in smokes. There's different ways to go about it. If you don't understand why we're saying something, reach out to us. He already coaches a collegiate team. He already has that expertise. I'm a caster. I see a billion different things. I stick in collegiate for the majority part. Like, even if I'm not there, I'm in T3 hanging out with a bunch of teams that majority of the time are better than collegiate scene as a whole, which is a whole meme in the first place. Everyone thinks that. But when it comes down to it, we will gladly help. Casters will always help. Reach out to other teams as well. You may be out of the NECC now. You may have just lost your chance in this bracket as it dips away, but you're not done as a team. Your college puts together that work. You guys have players, your teammates, you're coordinated, your friends, I assume. Like, you guys still have plenty of work to do. You guys can build up and make the return. The fact you made it here to the playoffs in the first place is very impressive. And I love seeing you guys once again. So I'm thankful you made it here. And I'm very looking forward to what you guys can do going forward. However, fortunately, going forward, we're going to take a very short break and we're returning with an interview of a winning player of the winning team that is the Carroll University side. So stay tuned. We'll hear their words of wisdom about what happened, what went wrong, and what to do going forward. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got some more R6, but unfortunately, before we jump into the action for Game 2 of the night, we have someone on the phone. I'll let him introduce himself. Lion Poppy, how are you doing? Well, I'm going to assume it's a pretty nice night after taking a victory. I'll bring forward a question, then I'll let Chief take a question, and then he can be quiet for the rest of it because no one wants to hear him talk anyways. But first question. We went into this, and we said Oswego. That's it, first and foremost. Week 1, you guys got smacked around, 14-7 scoreline total. Oswego taking the victory. However, coming into this, you swept 7-1 on Chalet on their map pick. What went so right for you guys? How did you guys just manage to turn the entire game in its head there? Oh, he's going to unmute. He's going to figure it out one of these days. I trust in his ability. He could put together some kills. Is it working? You may have the wrong
VMix.
Audio device. Unmuted on VMix, my guy. Do you have the right audio device selected?
I think.
Try refreshing. We'll get him in here.
Scott, what can I do to entertain the audience right now?
Leave. That's probably the most
Got you,
entertaining
bro.
thing you can do.
Here. I got some toys behind me, bro. Let's go. You know, we referenced it all day.
those kind of toys.
We'll just conduct
can we hear him
interview
now?
with it on.
Yep.
Oh, I did my hair already.
Oh, we're good. We're good, Chief. We're good now.
Oh, we're good? I can take it off?
Yeah, you're good now. All right, Lion Poppy, introduce yourself once again. How you doing?
I'm very good. It's a nice night.
It is a nice night after taking a victory. I've already said all these lines. The chat knows these lines. Coming into map 1, smacked. We voted Oswego. Blah 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 blah. What went right and what went wrong?
What I think what went right was our play.
Did it mute again? One. Yeah, put it back on, Chief. Put it back on.
Different helmet. I'm just gonna.
I guess I have to keep constantly refreshing the page. I'm sorry.
I don't know what to say. All right, keep talking. What we're right.
So what we're right was our objectives. We really know what's our best and what's our worst sites, and we do a really nice defense. And I believe that that's our best thing. It's to hold a certain objective on Chile, which is one of our strongest map, I'd say. Since we know our objectives very, very well and we know how to hold them, it's gonna go our way. We just know it's gonna go our way if we hold a certain objective.
Way to go about it.
So, two-pronged question. First offline, congrats on your victory. And also, who's your primary IGL? Who's your primary shot caller?
It's weird to say. It's everybody. I guess everybody.
That's actually not completely unheard of. We see a lot of teams hive-mind it, so that's what it's technically called. So it happens a lot. Now, can you explain to me, like, Oregon, your attacks left a lot to be desired. We saw a lot of structural errors in those attacks, whether or not it was lack of crossfires, lack of entry drones. What did you guys do to correct those errors entering into Villa?
Well, I want to go over Oregon. Oregon was, of course, it's not one of our strongest maps. We know that. Attacking is our very least, but
Yep.
we do have a curve sometimes that we excel in attacking. That's why we never went to zero. We have our advantages sometimes. And Oregon, it's just I would say, right, from a perspective of of a player, I'd say Oregon is really defender sided, at least from my side. And going against something like going through attic or going through closet, it's always going to be bandit tricked, and it's really hard for us to go through those and get around bandit tricking.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Villa, how we turned it around, again, same thing with Chile. It's one of our strongest maps as well for defending. And we turned it around once defense came around. And attacking as well, we know we do certain pushes that we really enjoy. And we just know communications is key for us whenever it comes to maps that like Villa or Chalet.
I'll bring forward the points. Map 1, Grim. Map 2, Van Helsing. Map 3, Grim. Now, not saying Grim was the reason you guys win Map 1 and Map 3. but we'll compare it. Map 3, Grim steps in round 1, gets a 3K. Combos with you for the ace, the buddy ace, because you found 2. Grim, what is Grim to your team?
He's really communications based. He tells us where enemies are. He's on cams for a long time during the round, and he's just mainly a person for locations of enemies. And that's really what he is to our team. But he's also a site player, so he's always on our side, telling us he's coming through this door or that door. And he's really he's just that. He's just communications based, and he knows where every enemy is.
I think Chief and I can agree on that. Your intel gathering and usage of intel was definitely much better, or at least it looked and felt much better in map 1 and map 3. You know, especially since you take the win, right? Having intel is a big indicator for whether or not you're going to win or not. So full props. Grim was a decisive factor in all of those victories. I was very impressed, especially with what he did in Chalet. He popped off in one of the rounds and saved a 2v4, and he brought it close. I don't remember who finished it, but he got the first 2 kills, swung yourself forward on a defensive round. It was a really good performance. I want to call out him specifically, getting subbed out and then coming back in and then being that emerging figure once again to come forward. Really impressive. I want to give a big prop to Instone as well. I said that Instone and Grim were the 2 players you do not want to be in a 1v1 against. They were the 2 players I felt were the most put together in those situations. They didn't crumble under the pressure because there was multiple times there's a 4v2 and they won it. That's who it was, actually. It was Instone that he did it with. There's multiple instances of them coming in huge desperate odds where they managed to make a return and win it. So if you want to tell them, if they're listening, full props to them. That was phenomenal to see. But I will bring this up now. You guys taking the W here. Congratulations once again. I will point that out as many times as necessary. But this dooms you now to face the number 1 seed in this of Southern Miss. The last time you guys faced them was literally a week ago. Week 8 of the NECC, and you lost 2-14. How are you preparing differently for that game on December 1st?
Definitely, again, more intel. It's our key. Our key is intel. And just get around to knowing our other team and the ways they manage their pushes, and you just learn from them. and learn from our prior match.
VOD reviewing, looking back, listening in on things, watching what they do differently. Those are good things. Those are good points to make, but that's all the time we have here for the interview here. I'll give you a second to shout out anyone behind you, your teammates, fans, whatever you have, and we'll see you on your way.
I definitely want to shout out my family. I'm distant from home, and I hope they're watching the stream. And I also want to say hi to my teammates. They're the best in the world for me. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Absolute joy to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us here in the booth. My name's Infernosis. I've been joined here by Chief. He will be saying goodbye, unfortunately, between map or game 1 and game 2. I will be welcoming in a new co-caster, one that's slightly less handsome, but just as good. So we'll still be in good hands. But he probably does not like me saying that. But we'll see him coming in shortly. So Chief, thank you very much for joining me here in the booth. Check out his Twitter, @ChiefCats. Really funny guy. He is a much better Twitter warlord than I am. But also check out my Twitter down below. That's Infernosis with the one.
I would recommend not doing that.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. My voice is much more soothing. Trust me, I'm the trustworthy one.
You have the great hair right now, that's for sure.
That is true. Slanging. Somebody said I look like Leon Kennedy from like the Resident Evil games. I was like, that's not a bad. That's not a sheesh. But thank you guys very much for watching. Stay tuned. Game 2 is coming at you real soon. It's more NECC R6 right here, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Fel, also joined here today by Infernosis. So if you actually got to watch the last matchup, you will be very upset to see not a new caster here today in his place, unfortunately. But Chief's gone, so that is still a net positive, I suppose, despite the fact that Scott is still here, my best friend and probably favorite caster to work with, despite the fact I make a lot of fun on him and with him during the matchup. But hey, we've got the Legends division to talk about here, and since we're talking about teams, we got the bracket here for the playoffs, since that's what we're in currently, to see how everyone is doing and what we need to be looking at here. Scott, what's really catching your eye here in this bracket?
Well, first and foremost, when you're talking about the game we're doing today, that Columbia College versus the Durham Lords Esports side, it's your number 3 seed versus your number 6. Durham Lords, they are 1-5 for their record. They have not been able to put together a winning season, and the same cannot be said for Columbia. They're 4-2. The last time they faced Durham Lords, however, it was a 19-12 scoreline. It was not a single-handed blowout game like we expected that last game to go down. No, it was a fairly close margin. Unlike some of the other games they've had, it is what it is, but you also had the 3rd and 4th seed that are facing off to face that 2nd seed, and then the 1st seed, and then the 2nd seed. The winner in this situation goes on to face probably the toughest opponent, so, there's definitely something to look out for about who's going to take the W, but speaking of taking the W, we're going to see where they're actually taking us first and foremost. And unfortunately, Columbia College has the horrendous decision to hop off first and take us to Bank.
What do you not like about Bank, Scott? It's not like it hasn't
collegiate
changed
teams
at
don't
all
know the
since its rework.
strats. They don't know the strats.
Yeah, so, well, you don't know that. We are in the Legends division, Scott. Maybe this team actually knows what they're doing. And I'm going to play devil's advocate. If you actually look at when Bank got removed in the competitive map pool, that was right before the util meta became a thing. And now that the util meta is kind of dying out in every region but NA, it kind of didn't change despite its rework. You still go for these really excessive roam games up above with emphatic extensions. It's just like the good old days, but just a slightly different team composition put into the mix. So if you watch Pro League back in the day, and if you keep up with Challenge League and stuff like that now, you probably know how to play on Bank. And since we are ready to get into the matchup, we don't have to just theory craft about the game. We can actually go to it right now and see what these teams are going to be bringing out in terms of play style.
Typical band phase for Bank goes something along the lines of Habana. But,
did you mention Habana?
I think I missed one. So yes, Habana. This is Hatch. This is Hatch City. Bank is literally the king of hatches. There's nothing about this map that states, oh, I can just leave the hatches. They're not a big deal. So 100% you have to ban Habana, and Durham College says, yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. They ban out Habana. Get rid of it. Do not want it. Go ahead and send it. Now Columbia College has their pick of the litter. They can choose what they want to do. Habana has been taken off, so they can choose anything. Thatcher's typically your go-to, but in all honesty, Thatcher doesn't have to be banned on Bank the majority of the time. He's just your go-to ban for the majority of maps, if not all the maps, and that's what we will see happening next. However, you're talking about defense on this map. This is a map where you can kind of choose. Valkyrie is typically your go-to ban just for denial of information. Any map that's large and has a widespread sightline, Valkyrie is a typical ban. However, the first ban is going to be Mira. Denying those black mirrors will allow for an attacking team to have a bit more safety, pushing down angles, pushing down towards any sort of wall that has a mirror on it. And it will make it so that things can just be so much easier on your attacking half. So seeing Columbia College go for that, not a shocker. However, the Kaid ban being banned out will make it even tougher. Or sorry, I guess I should say make it even easier after the Habana ban to go for those hatches, because you don't have to worry about clearing Electro Claws as Maverick. You can get the job done in hatches using any old hard breacher to get the job done.
And with Valkyrie now being on the board, you can actually have a little bit more information to play off of. Typically, for a team composition, you bring out a lot of Mute and Mozzie on Bank. So you're running a lot of intel denial, but now you have the option to bring out both because Valkyrie is on the board. We're not going to have Mute or Mozzie on the board, and it looks to be more of an anchor-based team composition here by Durham. The only thing mitigating that is the Vigil pick, and it explains why I get 6 pick, but it's back onto an even more aggressive roamer of the Caveira. That's interesting pick, and it's very high risk, high reward, because if your Caveira does manage to get that interrogation, then that's massive for your team. That's so much vital information. But if she dies off the bat, you lose all of that map control denial at the very beginning, and that's such a huge net buff for Colombia when clearing out these floors.
First and foremost, I think we're going to get the what's known out. First off, Moshizo, a.k.a. Lauren. If you hear me calling her that, it's because I know her. I have casted her an unbelievably large amount of times. Just seeing that off the fact makes me question how they're not 4-1, 5-1, or just undefeated. The Columbia College roster is stacked if Lauren's on the thing. She is an insanely competent player. She is phenomenal by all accounts. I mean, she made it into what? Facet's Premier League thing, right? She's on their board now. People she put on Twitter. It's like,
League.
Yeah, she was like, I bet all the haters out there. It was pretty funny Twitter post actually, but that's a very scary fact. So first and foremost, seeing that one, that gives me an indication that Columbia College is going to have somebody that can call strats, can help assist, even though she's not usually a shot caller when she plays before. She will still have some capability to do so because she has a plethora of comp experience, whether that's Project Eris, SFCL Season 1, and the seasons beyond, whether that be subbing in for SES stuff, whether that be CCSW, whatever it is, she has been there. She's been through it all. She has the experience to work with. I don't want to prune on one player for too long, but that's going to be a scary factor. Durham College needs to find a way to counteract that in any way possible. And if they can accomplish that, then they'll be in a much better position to find themselves any semblance of chance to win this out.
Well, looks like the person you were highlighting a lot about, Moshizo, she's actually getting inside of ATM and doing a little bit of drone work, but doesn't spot out Gamer directly, but there is a soft ping, so she's pretty aware of his intentions, just not that pinpoint location, and she might not even know that they've actually got backup here on this roam. It's both the Valkyrie and Caveira up above. If they can manage to find a crossfire onto Moshizo, they can manage to get rid of her quite effectively, and that is a lot of your intel gathering off the board. The only thing you could really rely on except your default drones is just the Iana Geminis, and she is nowhere to be found right now. D-Lo not really helping out all that much. This line is by themselves currently, but speaking of D-Lo, from out of nowhere, he manages to shut down that first roamer, but again, you still need to worry about the Valkyrie as she's still prowling about up above.
Slow and methodical, that's the method of approach that needs to go forward. On the Columbia College side, you can take this one a bit more systematically, but you also need to be a bit more proactive in its own ways. They'll clear hatch, giving them sight lines now, and they can try to clear out the shield. The information is there. They need to give themselves more than one option to drop. Getting rid of that shield with a Gon 6 will be a great way of giving them a chance to do so. Moshizo's going to rotate all the way around, probably heading through garage door as well, giving them the option for a multifaceted approach. Prime. It is exactly what they need, but it's going to be a little bit slow to do so. Instead, Toxic Babe is sent. Oni is just going to stick this. I don't think this is actually the wrong decision because they can get the plant down and force a post-plant situation. Nades are tossed. That's going to give them a little bit of space. That's D-Lo tossing them out, but unfortunately, KJ's is watching and Unreal is fell. It's 3 players left standing now for the Durham College side. Moshizo's flank was long and convoluted, but it is successful. She'll find one. Jason finds another, and Stuhlin will stop the bleeding ever so slightly, but needs to watch not just but also all the way over for the opposing side. They'll lose the fight. KJS, a great approach there methodically for the attack, and is a dominant performance for the Columbia College side.
Yeah, a lot of time was spent up above. That execute didn't happen until the last 40 seconds, but it didn't matter because Columbia were finding picks. They dwindled down that roam game, and Unreal never moved from Tellers that entire round until it was far too late, and then he just died up above trying to go for some insane flank. It just did not work out at all. The plant went down. I mean, everything just kind of worked out in the end for Columbia, so it didn't matter that they were a little short on seconds because they had the setup done correctly, and the execution was basically flawless. The only person who died was Moshizo, and it was a very quick trade after that, so it didn't really even matter. It just didn't show the flashy, flawless, and all capitals bolded out in yellow, so that's not really that big of a concern unless you're really being conservative about your stats. But we'll see a return here to this basement site of lockers and CCTV with a little bit more of an emphasis on this anchor hold. The Chonka and Smoke are now in the board in unison, which can be great for that plant denial, and the Pulse is allowed too. 2, even more information to gather to specifically counter that post-plant position set up inside of CCTV. So you know what? I am kind of a fan of this pick and change by Durham, just because that roam game up above really didn't do anything in the long run, to be honest, Scott.
5 seconds left before
The ability for, in the smile phrase, the ability for Columbia College to give themselves an option, give themselves an outlook for approach, the way that they took it, and keep themselves alive is impressive. They knew which angles to push, they knew which direction was the safest, and that can only be, I guess it can only be stated or understated by how much information they were able to gather. They were able to supplement in any and everything that they needed. Durham College were not able to deny that. I think at the point in time at which the round was getting to, there were still 9 drones available at the end of the round. There was so much information that was ready. Columbia College had it all, and they were living at the top of the world because of it. One, you have the information, you can do anything. 2, if you're able to act off the information, you have an even better chance to survive. We're heading back to the same exact objective, John. Durham College is trying it again. Back-to-back. That last round, we didn't even see a semblance of chance for Durham College to win it. Maybe they rely a little bit more heavily on the roam game. We did see their attempt previously, and it was not that successful. I mean, KJ's found the kill through Hatch, and then also found their kill impactful. Standing outside Hatch, found their kill, and then were able to make the rotate, see look down Hatch, take the last kill where necessary, and give them their 2 frag. But on top of that, Columbia College are now going to play from top down, clear through, worry about archives. But once again, Hatch is the most important thing. That's what KJ is clearing right now with their pocket hard breach utility.
I don't think that drone spotted out Unreal. This could be a huge play for Durham College, especially if Unreal actually decides to move in these next couple of moments. Here in the background, the hatches get exploded out by that secondary hard breach, so a little bit more map control and sight lines to work around here by Columbia. They haven't lost anybody just yet, so things aren't looking that terrible, but they're still being locked out of the site relatively well. Some intel being gathered on Most Shizo's position, so it'll make that gunfight much more challenging here for Columbia to try to win. Delmas get detonated now. They're trying to start up this post-plant position with the execute, and there goes the E1D to rally out for all the attackers to get their move on and try to get inside of sights. Down to 15 seconds left on the board, and it's just the combo for the Storm in all honesty. Plant now being attempted here by Oni. Things are looking great, but here comes the denial that we were talking about earlier. It all just explodes at once, and now that plant position cannot be gathered for a few more moments as they need to wait for that smoke to dissipate.
Ooh, Moshizu was going for the flank once again through Garage. It's shut down by Stulin. Now they're going to have themselves a player advantage. However, they were incapable of denying the post plant once again. The first one was denied. A Nitro combo with a Toxic Babe was enough, but they just buy time. They walk back into it, replant, and put themselves in another post-plant situation, and it's topped off by KJ's finding another. Elo will take out Phyllis, but he still has to find 2 more as Stulin's flanking all the way over. KJ's position may be compromised. Goes for the fight. Stulin wins the swing. This gives them an aerial advantage. They have a 2-pronged approach to try and play this post-plant situation. However, G-Sense holding all the way by Blue Stairs as the sightline, and D-Lo's not far behind to assist, and they'll spray down 2 with the ARX. An easy cleanup once the attack post-plant situation goes forward. To make it even worse, the air jab was just a final nail in the coffin. Columbia College, 2 rounds back-to-back, same objective. This one much closer, but it was exactly the way we anticipated. I do not like seeing the same objective twice. This Durham College side needs to change things up, and they'll do that by now heading to the second floor.
Yeah, if the Jaeger possibly had more time, he could have maybe rotated around and had a flank perhaps to get a nice double peek setup in towards server, but I guess it just was not meant to be. That basement floor not boding well for Durham twice in a row, so they'll opt to go all the way up above to CEO and executive, which is a site that a lot of teams don't actually prefer to bring until the very end just because of the window play that goes down on this site. There's a lot of angles you can contest as an attacker almost for free and catch a lot of defenders that are near the site off guard essentially, which again, Columbia, they're a team that's been getting these entries off the bat and they've been getting these executes done pretty effectively. If you're a window player during a post plant on this site, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to kill that window repel player unless you run out on them, and getting back into sight by committing to that run out just takes far too much time. So if Columbia can get into this post plant position, this should in theory be another easy win 3 in a row for them, essentially. I wouldn't say easy, because Durham has been putting up a good fight, especially in that last round, but this would be a very good momentum starter for them in this first half.
Yeah, Phyllis ate an impacted themselves when they tried to go for that wall.
They've got Konas, that's okay.
They have Konas, yeah. They do have the gumball machine to help bring them back into this one, but unfortunately Marco seems to have his own brain of that one, is actually going to go ahead and take one of them, and Phyllis does not actually have themselves filled out. Lauren is bringing the Ying to the table. Hopefully the Candelas can be enough. They are a really crafty utility to remove the sightlines from the competition and can be a huge thorn when trying to play against them. However, the intel is being gathered. You can see the windows being broken, the drones being sent forward, a player now in wait. KJ's tries to go for the kill, pouncing but not able to find his target. Instead, only a little bit of tag damage on the player, Burr, who now makes the great escape all the way back through hall and into conference room. Instead now, still the 5v5. They've given themselves control over square. There's another player sitting underneath. They're doing just that still. I believe they've stepped back towards into blue stairs. Could be a very dangerous, precarious situation for Columbia College, as they have not fully fleshed out their defense. Now you can see the ping go forward. They hunt, but D'Lo loses the fight. Hunted instead. Unreal finds it. He's now looking for a second. Turns at the worst timing and loses it to Oni. A minute 45 remain. 4v4, and the walls are finally being toppled down.
Trying to spot out the drone and get shot in the side. That's incredibly unfortunate, and you lose one of your main roamers. So that gives a lot of open space. The Jammers, though, will deny the walls from being opened up here until they get destroyed underneath. There is no roamer playing on that bottom floor. Everyone's stacked up above. So in theory, you could get someone to play underneath and just shoot those mute Jammers, but it could be quite challenging, especially if you do not know exactly where they're placed to deny those double walls from being opened on up. Moshizo just runs up the top of gold stairs and shreds through Stulin's HP, spots out another. It's a 2K now for Moshizo, as she's just running up into sight and causing a ruckus on the western side of this map. She's looking for more impact, though. In the background, G-Sin gets finished off by Gamer. It's a team kill by KJS, but he'll make up for it with a quick trade on towards Gamer, forcing IM in a 1v2, finds one on towards Lauren, and now it's a one-on-one between him and the Capitao player set up inside a janitor. He'll go through the rotation hole, tries to find the pre-fire, but cannot land the shots, spots out the mute's head, but again is just not able to connect. Still, things are neck and neck between these two teams. They know exactly where they're at. A smoke comes in through to allow for a quick rotation, and the Kona station heals up KJS. That's massive, as he has the health advantage and a longer range optic, as the mute only has the SMG-11 to play with, but he'll still take a whopping amount of damage. Goes to the plant. IM could possibly toss out a nitro cell, but he'll get up close and personal. Tries to find the frag with a shotgun, but backs away. He's got time on his side. They're playing around this single wall, but what is going on, 34? He rotates around at the worst time possible, allowing a third round in a row for Columbia. What did we just witness, Scott?
Marco does not pay attention to his positioning, does not realize he gets aggressive. That's fine. It's totally fine to push up there. That's the right decision to make. KJS goes for the plant. In all honesty, I'm shocked KJS did not fake it. He commits to the majority of that bit. And then when it's forced, when he thinks he has to fight it, he does not know where he lies. KJS is in a desperate situation, has to make the decision, but it's made for him. He sees the Mossberg peek around the corner and now just has to commit. But it's a soft wall. It's a soft wall. You can spray through. You've got a rifle in your hands, and you've got the enemy life in your hands. You could just take a simple squeeze. It's like a force choke. We're making Star Wars references out here. You almost choked that round in a sense, but Columbia College still somehow scraped through. However, John, despite the round that we just happened to watch, Durham College are now opting to go back to this basement site. They do not want to play any of the other objectives. In all honesty, I'm not sure why they're still making this decision. Yes, round 2 was a closer affair than round 1. However, round 3, well, it did come down to a close situation as well. It only came to a close situation because KJS team killed and was forced to clutch up because of his indiscretionary mistake. When you go into this next round, what's the thought process? What do? Do you gather information? You throw a Valkyrie cam up, trying to watch Hatch to disallow them to step in through security? What is the overall plan? Do you play the roam game? Do you try to play this slow and methodical? I'm not too sure, because Columbia College has had your number for this objective every single time, and you have failed to slow them down enough to even stop them from pushing you into a post-plant situation.
Unreal needs to play a little more aggressive, and also Durham in general need to actually use their plant denial. They've got multiple C4s, they've got Shamika launchers, they've got toxic canisters, yet the plant has still gone down every time here on lockers. It's quite shocking that Columbia has been getting away with that every single time this basement site has been locked in, but it's just been a constant at this point, and it's really upsetting because that's the whole thing by Durham. Their roam game hasn't been very tight. It's been rather quiet majority of these rounds, but then during the executes, they managed to bring it back neck and neck, but they still lose at the very end just due to some minute mistakes. And I feel like here on the basement, just bringing out that plant denial and being more liberal with it because of how much of it you have, I feel like that would make the big issue or the big difference maker here moving forward, especially now that your roamer has already died off the rip.
Hot button issue. First frag. It's dropped to Columbia the majority of these rounds, and even when it hasn't, if it even hasn't, I'm not too sure, it doesn't seem to matter. Columbia College are continuing to dish the herd out, while KJS will trigger the alarm. Not sure if that was purposeful or not. Stuhlin will not lose that fight. Stuhlin has been the key figure right now for the Durham College side. Unfortunately, the key figure has not been enough to guarantee them any level of success. But for now, they clear the shield. The Gon 6 being utilized. They get the shield out of security, but there's a shield actually placed in Hall that's a bit more dangerous. It lies your Tachanka player from behind. Phyllis looking for the opportunity to continue to Shamika out, fire bolting that Hall, and not allowing anyone to step forward, but they won't need a Gon 6 to do it. D'Lo steps up with the nade, and that's why you bring your explosive utility. It makes things so difficult for a defensive team to keep themselves stationary. But they brought more than just one level of assistance. Toxic canisters, the toxic babes in hand, and Burr is looking to keep them slow, keep the enemy team honest, but unfortunately the timer will tick down. The toxic babes don't last forever, John, and it's not looking like Durham will either. Lenicho is tossed, does not find impact. They only lose another player on top of it.
4v2. He's going to go for the plant attempt here, and it's clean. Not a single toxic babe is thrown out. He hit the wall with it. That's so unfortunate. And D'Lo will punish as he gets aggro inside of CCTV with the last two on the round. Columbia, a fourth one in a row, and I guess it really makes sense as to why they wanted to go here first and foremost. They are just machines when it comes to playing here on Bank.
What I'm seeing right now, because I was curious. Curiosity came through to me. I was trying to look at who they've lost to obviously for Columbia College. They have lost to Ohio Northern Varsity. Ohio Northern Varsity, the game doesn't have a score. I'm assuming they forfeited or they didn't play if there's no score. That's my assumption. I don't know. I'll take a look at the bracket real fast again to see if Ohio University has actually made it this far. They have. They're second, right? They are. They're second right now. They're second seed, which means Columbia College will have to reface them if they win this game and take this map in the next. However, they've lost to Purdue Gold, who's number one, and they lost in a close game. Close as you can get, maybe 12-21. It went to all three maps, but the scoreline was 12-21. This is a good chance, though. Columbia College can come through, win this game against Durham. I don't want to throw Durham under the bus just yet. But from map one, from the looks of things, it's going to go to Columbia's favor. But they go to the semifinals on December 1st. They'll face the team that they've lost to previously, but that was week 5. There's no scoreline there, so I don't actually know what that means. If we can get like a recap, somebody knows, somebody reach out to me, I'd love to hear, because that's a storytelling point that I would absolutely love to have. But in this game so far, Columbia College are coming out. They're putting an emphasis, a bullet point in this game, saying we're here, we're playing, we have no desire to show up and lose. They are trying to get through this swiftly and make an impact.
Yeah, fun fact, Scott actually reads me stories before I go to sleep, particularly manga. That's one of his personal favorites. I just really like the pictures because I'm quite illiterate, fun fact. But anyways, moving back into round number 5, CEO, my mistake. Apparently I'm not good at talking either in some instances.
Happens.
But, yeah,
better than Chief.
Good point. At the end of the day, that is always a constant. At least I am better than the old man of Chief. But CEO being re-attempted. And I feel like these defensive holds could also be better by Durham on top of that too, because they've made a couple of close encounters here. That 1v1 in particular by Marco on round number 3. If he had just played that a little bit better game sense-wise, he could have done a round win for Durham. In all honesty, it was incredibly down to the wire, and KJS was shaking in his boots for a good chunk of that 1v1, but just the last blunder of the round so happened to be on the side of Durham, and Columbia were able to punish. And speaking of Columbia, they've already gotten a fair amount of map control. They've got control of stock, and they're getting those back walls opened up as well, because I believe the jammer has been destroyed at least on one of the double walls by these frag grenades. And oh no, it appears that the Malusi has gone blown up as well, just ascending to the stars. But at least Gamer inside a janitor will quickly annihilate Dello. Trying to find another, he won't be successful in that endeavor, but at least moving forward as we get close to this execution, Scott, at least it's dead even once again.
Point I want to make. Dello has been the most influential player so far, not just in terms of kills, because KJS is probably going to pass that number, right? KJS and him have been neck and neck. Dello has been the most influential in terms of utility usage and leading his team to victories. The Gone 6 getting rid of shields gives them a power move. It's basically a 1B done. We now have advantage. We now have control. Same as being able to toss those nades and know exactly where they need to be sent. It has been pristine. However, with Moshizo, Lauren taking into the kill, this one going to Marco, they actually need to take control over the objective and give themselves dominating control. They'll do that by forcing a post-plant situation. Here's that window repel you spoke about that forces and flushes out. They don't really have much to go off of it instead. Now it's just the player Moshizo. She's watching towards square window, looking for the runouts. It's a definite possibility. She'll now reload. Timing is essential here. She has to be able to look multiple directions. Easing the diffuser is an option, but they're not going to go for it just yet. Instead, she'll come up big. She finds the kill. There was intel as a ping does go through. There is no time to go for the defuse if she continues to be this pestering nuisance. The plant is being so effective. It's in the wrong spot, though. She has to play it. Does she get it? No! Denied! And Durham will squeak around by milliseconds away, and Lauren cannot stop it. Round 5 in the books, and Durham somehow find themselves their first round win.
Oh my god. Not having it close enough for your window repel player to actually shoot somebody when they go off it. That was a great read by Durham. They noticed, yeah, we've got no time to both run out and get this defused, so we're just going to stick it. Pros don't fake, and neither does Durham, apparently. So, getting their first round win on the board, that's masterful, but can they do it a second time? That's the bigger question, because look at where we're going. It's lockers and CCTV, and nothing has really changed, except maybe a slightly bigger emphasis on the roam. I'm glad Stuhlin's opting for that, because he's been one of the main players to get those entry frags, either him or Gamer. I wish both of them would be going on roams, because they can handle themselves all alone and are the difference makers to bring us in those 4v4s, those 3-on-3s, etc., etc. But they've been playing a little bit more passive and inside of sight. So again, I'm glad that Stuhlin's opting for that Vigil, so he can be more aggressive and try to work those picks in the favor of Durham, so they can start on the right foot rather than the other way around.
Yeah, right foot, left foot, right foot stomp. Is that the way the song goes?
I think you cha-cha real smooth in there too, or something like that.
I think you got to put your right foot in and your left foot out.
Didn't we make a joke one time, Scott, where it was like, imagine if someone? Oh no, this was not you. I was at a.
Wow, you making jokes with other people?
And
making jokes with other people without me?
Sometimes I can be funny. I made a joke saying, imagine if someone just left foot stomped the entire time during that song and nothing else, just to be that one weird person. I think that's
just in the middle.
Funny
We used to do that in. We had a skating rink we'd all go to when I was younger in like elementary school. And we used to do the cha-cha on the skating rink. And I just imagine someone just standing in the middle of the ring, just stomping their left foot. I think it'd be hilarious. But why is Unreal playing to die behind plants? He's in square. That's fine. It's whatever. But they have information. Durham College, I'm sorry to break it to you. There has been zero indication that Columbia College will fail to drone you out. There has been zero context clues for you to drive and give any sort of context for why you would hold there. If you're going to hold there, Stuhlin would be the player to do so. You can at least stop them from droning you by holding that position, but you don't. You fail to do so. You bring in and you have your Valkyrie sit there instead, and guess what? Unreal loses his life. It's an easy cleanup kill for them, and Columbia College are now a man advantage up on a site they are already ridiculously advantageous on, and they're continuing to pound the hurt. Dilo steps down from blue stairs, now has control of server, and has removed the mute of the opposition. Still has to deal with the Chimika launcher. There is no Toxic Bay wielding smoke this time around. They've opted for a bit more of an aggressive roam game to do it, but that, as we have seen, John, has obviously been fizzled out.
And not working out all that well. At least Stulen got away with his life, so maybe he could help out his team later on. He's on the middle floor and spots out a drone, and it did not give away his location all that well. But the pre-fire still come out nonetheless, trying to annihilate Stulen, but he'll manage to live and tell the tale. Gamer finds a refrag deep in sight. Down goes D-Lo. That's one of your only few sets of grenades. Yeah, it is your only set of nades. You got stuns to work with, and maybe a few Rotero drones here and there. But speaking of the Rotero wielding Flores, that's his back. That is his back. You could shoot Tachanka right now, Lauren,
yeah,
and I'm pretty sure she's aware of that. She's waiting for it, but gets RNG'd somehow? Okay, then. I feel like that should have gotten a kill, but it's not going to in this universe. And Stulen, out of nowhere, finds the refrag that his team desperately needed, making open that impact hole to catch KJS off guard, but it will not guarantee a frag just yet. They're at a bit of a stalemate up above. Here comes the Tachanka, though. Down goes Lauren. Plant being attempted here, and the Vigil play has been suppressed. Now Capitao can try to cover, and the Shamika launchers, they're being reloaded. It's not proper timing yet again. Despite the denial that's being brought out, the plant will still go down successfully, and it's just Phil up above, or in the middle floor, I should say. My mistake, as I also probably butchered his name. He's going to try to make this one work out here in the 1 versus 2, and an air jab is deployed up inside of open area, so KJS can just play passive, and he'll do just that. He'll wait for the very audible call, tries to overextend, but no, he just plays deeper inside of the site and utilizes their own ADSs against them to maybe try and deny some kind of util, but it won't really matter. It's a gunfight that just ensues right on the hatch drop, and it'll be a simple trade. So plant being down, another player being up and alive, it'll give Columbia their 5th round to make it a 5-1 split. This is not a great look for Durham, Scott.
Yeah, this, in all honesty here, John, as well, there should have been a 6-1, a 6-0. Sorry, I should say. I guess that's the way scores work. Great stick. I'll give that props. The Lauren being, I don't even know how to phrase this. There's just no way. I'm just going to skip to a new point because I can't phrase it in a way that makes sense. Columbia College just should have had it. That's just the end all be all. It squeaked by. But now that they can head over to the defense, there is some dissenting opinion, John, about whether or not Bank is attacker favored. There's some dissenting opinions. You can hear, I 100% know there's a quote of Intero saying Bank has been somewhat attacker favored, and then 2 hours later in the majors saying that it was majorly defensive sided. So to be fair, who really ever knows? But Bank is a map that has a large amount of difficulties for attacking teams to put together, especially when a defense is well coordinated and have a very fleshed out defensive strategy. And guess what? Columbia College has the most fleshed out strategies I've seen here in the NECC. I haven't gotten to watch very many of the games. I haven't gotten to cast many of them. I have not been here. Not for my own volition. In Columbia College, me coming in and seeing them, very well coordinated, and I've already stated why I think that is. I already stated it. They are phenomenal. They're playing together. They are well-pieced, and from the fact that they're picking the basement objective, the main go-to objective by the majority of people's opinions, did his yokai get killed by a wall being reinforced? I think he tossed it, and somebody reinforced the wall, and it destroyed it. That sucks. That absolutely... Unlucky. That sucks. By the way, the game previously, I was talking about the 2-0 loss that Columbia College faced against the side of ONU. It was map 1 on Chalet? CC? What's CC? My stupid clubhouse? No, I'm dumb. It was 8-6 going to Columbia College? No. Man, I cannot read, dude. 8-6 and then 7-3. So a very close game, 15-9, I think it is. But that's pretty close. That's not a horrendous scoreline. One of those maps could have gone one or the other, considering it went to overtime. But it's a close score. But Columbia College are bleeding players by the strange attacking setup that Durham has brought forward, just enough to shock and surprise them to get them some kills.
Well, fun fact, Phyllis' name is Phyllis, so I said it correctly, just really slow and self-doubtedly as well. But hey, I was going to talk about Unreal's playstyle from the last half, but it's already drastically improved, which is something I always enjoy to see. So Durham, because of that, will get the first 2 entries and a little bit of hatch destruction, as that Kaid being banned allows for basically nothing to get in the way of that hard breach capabilities up above. But D-Lo will make quick work with a deadly angle through that bomb chassis to shut down Marco, and he'll immediately change location just to play around this possible execute that'll probably lead towards CCTV, simply because those hatches have now been opened up, giving a huge foothold for Durham to try to kick around. Drone spots out D'Lo. Once again, he'll have to change positions now for a second time, but he'll try to defend this blue position as long as humanly possible, just to waste time and make sure that this execute becomes sloppy. And if this player up in garage dies, then this could turn into a fatal funnel, and this could give the defensive side the upper hand. And there it goes. Unreal falls to the wayside, and all of a sudden things have turned back into a 50-50 position.
At 3v3, it really does come down to how the defense wants to hold this one. Adilo is quite aggressive. He's been sitting in server the entire time back of sight, but Stuhlin has some other thoughts about it. LMGE in hand and body count in hand. However, the Toxic Babes will start to be sent out. Oni, free-tossing, thinking that it's going to be enough to keep them at bay, but an exothermic charge will be placed, which now allows for the Durham College side to plant in the exact same location we saw prior. However, they can buy more than just time with the Toxic Babe. It also allows for them to play the long con for the Yokai. He just needs to stay literally nowhere near the site and play this one extremely slow. We can see it go. They're not going to toss the next Toxic Babe. They'll go for the Yokai. Jason's trying to make the great escape. However, now it's a hunting season for Stuhlin as he rushes his way across multiple directions. Jason steps up to find one. He just barely can't see the head of Phyllis, who's trying to go for the plant and will succeed in doing so. Post-plant situation, 40-second timer now forced in Columbia College for one of the first times we've seen here in this game today, in the worst end of a bad situation. GSIM stepped into CCTV, has control, needs to clear the player out in the back of server. It's Burr, and he has other things in mind. Finds the head, finds the kill, and finds themselves their second round win. This one a much more dominant performance than the one they squeaked out in that first half.
That was just so much better by Durham. The little things, that Zofia getting a little bit over aggressive to kill Smoke and make sure the Yokai had to be enforced constantly. Just it kept too much on the board for Columbia to try to play against. That was much better by Durham. Starting off on the right foot, getting aggressive on the Jackal, and actually catching a couple players off guard. Again, fantastic improvement already on your second half. That is 2 thumbs up by me. And I was going to make this point. I now have time to do that, as it's my time to be the color guy. Unreal. There were a lot of positions that you were in on your defensive side where you were just too aggressive to a point where no one could find your refrag. And then there were also dull moments where you just kind of sat around and did nothing on that roam, and to be that main fragger for your team off the bat. But on this attacking transition, you've already exploded and asserted yourself as that X-Factor player, and you may have died during the execution and have allowed for a possible funnel. It didn't matter because that player in blue died, and then the rest of your team followed in your footsteps to get even more aggressive and allow for that execute to come into fruition despite the denial of both the Toxic Babes and the Yokais.
Square was a heavy emphasis we saw Durham try to employ on their defense, but we see a bit more of a passive approach for Columbia. They've got a shield inside hall. They're looking to hold that over towards the entrance and keep most of Square under control to a semblance of a degree. And you can see Lauren placing these cams around, one in Square, one right above the shield they placed in hall, and then one actually inside main lobby. They're looking to gain pivots so that they can make rotations, they can adjust themselves accordingly, and they can make it really difficult for Durham to feel like they've given themselves enough space or any level of safety to push into an objective. However, Burr has brought the IQ. That's an extra thorn. And the fact of the matter is, you're relying on mute jammers to complete what you want, the job, so to say, of denying hard breach. That's not
a hard wall,
you actually got to pay attention to where you are first and foremost. I think he thinks he's one window over. He thinks he's in the wrong set of windows.
One more to the right.
One more over, man. Burr. You can get it next time.
Default.
Get close, but they'll start off strong nonetheless. It's not Burr to find the kill. Lauren will still be killed off, though. Valkyrie and be the player. Durham College starting off strong. This is exactly what we saw last time around, except it was a double kill in that last round. But D'Lo, 25 HP and a drain.
I was going to make this point on the last half, too. A really important part of the map to get control as an attacker is stock, which is why the Wamai is extending to this exact location, just trying to make sure that Durham does not get this in their back pocket. So it's much more challenging to actually start that execute from the back walls leading into the site of office itself. Pre-fire's coming through, but they're going to be null. Nothing to be found just yet, but he'll reattempt it a second time and almost gets his head ripped clean off of his lovely shoulders. So he'll think twice about doing that, just sitting back behind his comfortable deployable shield with some Wamai magnets not too far away, and gathers a lot of intel and almost lights up one player, but is not going to be lucky on that draw. So he'll still be kept back for a little while. Columbia not in the worst position, but if they do not find some sort of refrags, this execution might be a little too tricky to deal with. And there goes D-Lo. Now in the 5-on-3, you have only these Toxic Babes and Shamikas to work with, unless KJS can maybe have a miracle play happen with that Nitro Cell as well. But other than that, things are looking quite dire here for Columbia.
You gave yourself the shield to pivot off of, and yet you failed to find anything off of it. It's a bit of a mismanaged situation. It's not what you want to have. Unreal also had the cut angle. You didn't have any defense in the other direction towards main lobby, and now you're stuck in a bad spot. But 3 players have been downed. KJS is the last man standing. Close position. Has to hide behind shield. Has the Mossberg. And finds the shot. Finding the kill. An unprecedented situation, but still brings himself out on top. And Columbia College just scraped by in the most egregious round win I think I've ever had the pleasure, near displeasure, to ever consume with my own eyes.
By the skin of their teeth, Scott, it came down to a 1v1, and the aggression by KJS, perfect, quite literally perfect, and then playing, dancing, might I add, around the shield to kill the IQ as he was getting off of a half sprint. You can't make this up. This is almost an impossible script to write, as we are now in the front seat of match point territory favoring Columbia. Can they wrap it up on this 9th round, or will we see this bite back by Durham College, which overall, they've been 10 times better on their attacks, getting first bloods, getting map control, silencing Columbia. If it was not for that X-Factor play by KJS, we would be 5-3, maybe giving some more benefits here to the side of Durham. But in this reality, that's not going to be the case after that miracle play we just witnessed.
John, I don't think we've seen a single round. The only round I can think of is when I casted NECC last semester with a huge clutch-up round in Cafe, my least favorite map in existence. I believe I was casting with H, but there was a massive clutch-up round win. Even then, because it was miraculous play, I think it was also like a 15-year-old that was in college and doing stuff. Like it was a crazy play, but that was nuts. But that right there, there's no other approach for it. KJS played that one spectacularly. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I have my qualms with that round, like their pivot angles they were trying to play off of. They didn't have themselves any sort of safety towards that corner hall, towards Banana, towards Golden Staircase. They just didn't have a lot for them, but yet they still pull out the W because of one player playing so absolutely pristine that Durham was at a loss for words, at a loss for playstyles. There's nothing they could really do. However, pings going forward for the Columbia College side. Moshizo Lauren has that information, but her camera quickly shot out. Second one employed. Jason's gathering the information off of it. It's clear just as quick, and you can see how much Stuhlin is trying to do to give his team a chance to jump back into this one. Just as quick as they're getting close, that's players on their camera, and Oni will lose their life. Unreal just sprints into the objective, now has control over towards Hall. Unfortunately for him, though, D-Lo will find the kill, and Stuhlin will be slept just as quick by KJS.
An aggressive play gets you one, but you needed a second to really confirm that position by Durham. As Columbia, they're still in the lead, and their roam game is afoot. They could easily take care of Gamer if his eyes are located somewhere else. But look at Phyllis. He's in a great spot here. Gonna miss some vital shots, though. He's not able to control that recoil from such a distance, so that Jaeger up above will live to tell the tale for a little while longer, and that information now being relayed onto Lauren. She can just wait here. Marco gets downed in the background right around the hatch leading towards CCTV, but Gamer is in the right position at the right time to pick him back up, so we're back in a 3v4. Durham little low on HP, but so is Colombia. So this could still go either way. But in a sense, Colombia, they're kind of trapping in Durham. They're all located around open area and staff room, and a majority of this roam game is still alive and well. So Gamer needs to win this gunfight. It's a 2-player assault. They set up at almost the right time, but they're not able to finish the job, keeping this still at a 3-on-4. The roam now finally coming back in towards site. But look at the time here, Scott. There's only 30 seconds left. This rush has to come in through, and if they don't kill the player of Dilo set up behind the shield inside of server, this could be the round and the map over and done with. Just these few short moments, and there's only a few more seconds left at that as well. The arm gets spotted out, but Phyllis somehow wins that gunfight. You should have played more passive. You have time on your side, Dilo, and that's such a huge blunder that could give this round back in the way of Durham, but you still have to worry about the anchors. Marco, brilliant shot onto KJS. This could allow for the plant, but here comes the roam game and the denial. It's Lauren up above. Finds 2, 1 more left remains. The clock strikes 000, and Colombia will win it out of time. What a play by Lauren, and why in God's name was no one on the hatches?
Dilo! Why? Why? That's the second time on that objective you get aggressive in server. The second time. Second time we see you lose your life in a fight that you have no right to even be peeking. Thankfully, Lauren is there, saves the day, and you can scrape around away. And that's all you needed. Match points. Gives yourself map 1 on a map that a lot of people don't feel comfortable with. Bank being let through here in the NECC. It's a bit questionable, but it is what it is. Map 1 going handily in favor of Columbia College. Things looking really good, though, for Durham at the end. That kind of gives us an indicator for how the rest of the night may go down. Will Columbia College complete their duo map win, take themselves out, and finish this one in a quick 2-0 fashion? Or is Durham going to be able to make the return, win map 2, take us to a map 3 to see how this one's going to go? You'll have to find out in a few short minutes. We'll take a quick little break before jumping on over to map 2, so make sure to stay tuned for more NECC R6 action. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC for some more great R6 action. Map 1, very eventful. Bank was on the chopping block, and boy, did Columbia College chop away. A near flawless first half, only giving up one round in a round that should have honestly gone in their favor. Just a slight mismanagement of time and miscalculation, so to say, and the defuse was squeaked through. But nonetheless, John, with a round performance like that and a map performance like that, Moshizo Lauren made her return. She may have made that mistake and not had the defuse kill go forward, but cleans up in a round where they needed it. The match point round win game. She sprays 2 down from Hatch. Nobody anticipating her location. Like you said, no one on Hatch. Misplayed, miscalculated. But now we're going back, tried and true, back in time to the map of Oregon. No more money laundering. It's time to go straight to the Gunworks. Oregon is a map that everyone knows and loves.
Yeah, Oregon's played a lot. If you didn't get that memo by now, but that does give me high hopes. I feel like in some situations, Durham just weren't entirely aware of what they needed to do on Bank on some situations. Maybe they haven't played it a lot. That could be a main reason why. I'm not too sure. All I know is that everyone and their mother, if they've played R6, know about this map and how favored it is in competitive play. And I'm assuming because of how defaulted the bans were last map, that Oregon will pretty much fall underneath that exact same suit, as already off the board, Thatcher is now going to be put into retirement as he will not be in play on this map.
It's a smart decision. Banning Thatcher is essentially your go-to throughout everything, but Rotero drones also being taken off. This is none too shocking. However, it is Oregon. It's not the go-to ban in Oregon, but it is still a solid ban to go with on Oregon.
Yeah. It's like
Flores is always a go-to
personal
ban.
preference.
Like, he's good. He's a good ban no matter what, right? He's a good ban no matter what. But then banning Kaid, it's not even a necessity. We have the same problem, map 1 or game 1. You don't need to ban Kaid if you don't ban Maverick.
If Wamai doesn't get banned, this is going to be a very defensive-sided Oregon. I hope you know that, Scott, because if you ban Flores, you almost always need to ban Wamai. There's going to be way too much util on the defensive side, and Mira gets banned. Okay.
That's if they choose to utilize the Wamai. I feel like Columbia College would. I feel like Lauren sees this right now.
Yes, they brought out Wamai a couple.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I feel like Lauren's seeing this right now, going, and just getting really excited.
Breathing gets more and more frantic.
Surrounded by her Razor gear that Razor sent her for winning the charity event for DBNO. I mean,
wow.
There you go, right there. I casted that. That's why I'm sending it. That's why I'm talking about it. But yeah, I mean,
cast in other places.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Yeah,
dude. Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost like we work together in all those places.
No, you don't work with me.
It's like I almost would know that.
No. Nope. You don't work with me there. That's just me. You're not involved. You're not included. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
First floor, though. That's our objective. Meeting hall and kitchen. Are we starting with a tertiary choice on the first get-go? Interesting decision.
Interesting.
No Wamai, so they're not going to hold on to attic in the same way you would, but also when you bring a Wamai for attic, you're holding drop instead. You don't need to get dropped, technically speaking, and hold drop. So they just need that hatch. They can gain semblance of control or deny control from the defensive side to watch that door. We saw that be a huge factor, a huge turning point, a big influence, so to say. I remember how many ways you want to phrase it for the game previously, but this time around, not in option. You're going to have a hard time getting through that, especially with the castle barricades. They're going to slow things down even further. Durham College can have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, Durham, their lineup, they really like the 0 pick by Marco, which I like too. Having a little bit of extra hard breach is always nice, but Maverick's very playable on almost every single site. So if you wanted to bring extra hard breach, just bring a Maverick. You can help trick it with Zofia explosive charges or a sledgehammer. And speaking of hard breach, Thermite's already dead. Phyllis gets spawned peeked by Dilo from I don't even quite know where. Max and I are both under the same question. Where in God's name did Thermite die from? There's no window prep. He found a spawn peek in towards construction. Well, good eye on you, Max.
He caught him on the
we can see his icon. That's impressive.
Tight angle.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. And KJS will follow suit on towards Unreal, not on a spawn peek, just a normal frag. He got the info relayed by Oni once he died, being like, bro, there's a jackal on me, go kill him. And Jaeger was like, well, say less. So we're back in a man advantage, favoring Columbia after the first minute.
Oni being dead's not the worst. It's just your mute, right? And I believe Oni was rocking the Mossberg and the SMG-11, so it's not the worst weapon to lose, right? In fact, I would argue that's actually is the worst weapon, like, on their team. Maybe you could say the UMP is, but that thing is deadly accurate, but shoots like a BB pellet. So there's positives and downsides. There's some pros and cons, but information paramount towards getting control of the second floor. They need the second floor if they want to have any chance to take the first. And one of the great things they have is the fact that Marco is here and he's playing at the 0. These cameras are insanely supportive. On top of that, you have pocket hard breaches. They've lost Phyllis. They lost their thermite. They don't have the ability to hard breach from anything else but their 0 pocket util. So they have to play him extremely carefully, but they're still playing with him being super aggressive. He's the player now on this second floor inside master bedroom. D'Lo could take him out at a moment's notice, and in fact, when the fact that the castle barricade is up through to the attic door, he almost has to play towards white stairs or play to die. It's his one great escape, and he's going to play for it. D'Lo takes the head off Marco, and that 100% puts a full stop on Durham's attempt to go through any hard wall. It's wooden barricade doors or nothing from here onward.
This Realm game never being dealt with is really biting Durham in the behind. Their last 2 players right around garage, and it appears like there's more and more aggression out of the side of Columbia. D'Lo goes in for the swing, and it's good. It's a third for him, and Stuhlin has no idea where to look as that hatch has already been opened up by none other than D'Lo, but a well shot landed by Stuhlin with that LMGE. No need to reload, but he does have to find 2 more frags on this round if he wants this round to still be a win for Durham, and there isn't much time to do that. Down to the final 20 seconds here, and castle barricades are just blocking him out of everywhere, but he's got that explosive lifeline to open things up and maybe get a second chance at victory perhaps, but doesn't have any vital intel. His arm gets spotted out, and Jason will just spray and pray, and those shots, no matter how many it takes, will eventually land and give the first round to Columbia.
How many times do we see a player see the arm or shoulder of another player and they don't take the shot thinking, I'll wait till their full body's available? Jason says, no, this gun already deals teensy, itsy bitsy damage, right? I will take whatever shots I can get first and foremost. Does just that, finds the kill, and swings themselves a massive influence. And that's something that Columbia College need off the start. They spawn peeked, they got a kill, they got a refrag, spawn peek again. Actually, it was just no more kill, I think, for that one. And then D'Lo was the deciding pivotal figure for them. And I said that on map 1, and I will say that on map 2. While it hasn't been util that gives them that nod this time around, like I saw in the attack for last map, it is still the dominant kill figure that they have turned out to be so far. And I can only assume that that's going to continue. No buddy ace, though, John. It wasn't KJS to buddy ace with D'Lo. Nope, G-Sin steals the last. So if you have anyone to complain to, it's definitely him. But heading up now, second floor, they essentially just defended this. They just have to replicate what they just did. Except this time around, they're bringing the Wamine, they're bringing that surrogate reeling Aruni this time as well. KJS was bringing the Jaeger last time. Now Moshizo has rotated over, giving up the Aruni and handing it over to KJS, and she's opting for the Wamai, which means she'll probably be holding inside attic, maybe in drop, holding that very aggressive angle. They only brought 1 shield, though. 1 single shield. And they're playing it on the position, I believe, in front of door, entering into kids' room. I do not believe they have it in drop. I have not seen the angle for it just yet, but it not being in drop is going to make it easier for the attack to push forward, but they can't use util to do so. They're basically having to push it just full ego peeking inside of it.
To be honest, I'd probably prefer a Goyo instead of the Mew, unless you were using the jammers to help its extension. But speaking of players, we already have a wide extension coming in through. D'Lo's on the roam, and Down's Unreal. They were at a constant Q&E spam contest, and it looks like D'Lo has won that. Someone tried to punish him from outside, but they only lit him down to about 20 health. He'll actually survive and get away almost scot-free, but someone is watching the cutoff. That'll be Gamer. But he's not able to land that one pivotal shot to finally put an end to the reign of terror by D'Lo, but eventually it happens, and KJS will find a refrag almost instantly. Down goes Marco. Another 4v3 situation, Scott, in the first minute of the round. Man, am I getting a sense of deja vu.
Well, time will have to tell. Will you actually see what we're expecting, or will we see something differently? I'm not too sure. With D-Lo dead, you can't have a player 4K or 3K this round. They're only able to pick up the 1, but they'll also tag a lot of damage onto Bird, which does give you a bit of a supporting factor. 2 hard breachers left. That's better than last time around. In fact, they brought 3 hard breachers this time. 3 of them here, John. They brought the 0 with the pockets. They brought Habana. They brought Ace. They wanted range. They wanted drive. They wanted power. We stay hungry, we devour. They wanted all of it, all right? They wanted it. And unfortunately, they've lost all of it. And when it comes to their information and hard breach. So they're going to have to rely on the ranged hard breach alone. They're also going to have to rely on just flashes, because that's about the only ranged util they have in terms of dumping. They could go for the Zofia Lifeline util as well, but beyond that, that's it. But we see a close angle held by Jason. I'm not sure why he's going for the peak with the Mossberg, but he does have a night show. He can play this one a little bit slower, can play this a bit more methodically, but KJS is still being a menace. An absolute menace to society. Swings downstairs, takes out one. Oni swings with the SMG-11 to Stuhlin, and now Jason will have the confidence necessary to peek towards Phyllis. Phyllis is going to be able to do just that until he loses his life to Moshizo. Another round win here for the obvious contenders that are Columbia College. The question really and truly is, how much longer can they keep this up?
And really, Columbia have been making little to no mistakes on these rounds. Normally, you'd have that rotation reinforced, actually, when you give up attic, so they have to funnel into the single door. But instead, Columbia just used it as another sightline, and that actually worked out because they had the man advantage. They could hold multiple angles at once and get away with it, and Durham had no util to clear out those positions. So a really good read by Columbia, and in the long run, it kind of helped them keep Durham at a distance and give them the round altogether. They are doing incredibly well on these defensive rounds, and Durham, they just don't know what to do. They're getting caught with their pants down a lot of these rounds, and now they're whipping out some last-second decision-making here by bringing out the blitz. It's something you see from time to time in Tier 1 and Tier 2 when attacking this basement floor, and it's not a horrible pick if you know how to use it. That's the big thing. A big problem in T3 and T4 for teams is that their communication and shot calling is nowhere as good in comparison to semi-pro and professional gameplay, which is why when a blitz is brought out, sometimes it completely flubs just because you don't really know how to utilize it to its fullest possibilities. And this might be a situation where that happens. It's going to be utilized to try to clear out this elbow push, but if Columbia just manages to keep a little bit farther back and utilize some of their nitro cells, then maybe this blitz play could be completely counteracted.
Once Blitz is seen on the board, once they have the intel that he is playing Blitz, it basically comes into a gameplay strategy of keep Omaya's alive as long as possible. Oni needs these magnets placed inside Tarp to completely disallow for Durham College to dump the util and actually find success around that corner of construction. There is the long con play. There is a heavy roam game presence on the second floor. However, it's just the one trying to do the job. If that one is able to find any sort of impact, as well as Moshizo sitting in Z, holding towards that freezer staircase, then it's going to be an even more difficult position for them. And from the looks of things, it's a multifaceted approach. They're trying to clear out Meeting All Hatch, giving them a sight line towards E-Box, and allowing for them to push in multiple directions. They need to flush out the player sitting close to door, maybe even an option to keep the player inside of Harry Potter, if there is one. Try to keep them away from the position. However, it's just the player holding near door. They have the sight lines. D-Lo has intel. He's been able to ego peek that direction. Now KGS can assist if necessary, but it is a blitz shield. It does make things a bit more difficult, and D-Lo is going to have multiple directions he has to defend. Thankfully, though, a magnet has been placed on that staircase. This is why you don't full dump your magnets over towards Tarp. You assist in multiple directions. However, softball being placed, they're trying to send the disorientating lifeline util and concussive blast out D-Lo, but none of it is finding impact. And the flanking player of Oni, space down 3, and it's D-Lo to find the 4th. One player left standing. It's Phyllis. And oh my God, John, Oni does not need to be given that space and given the chance to find not just 1, not just 2, but the heads of 3 of the competition.
Where do I begin, Scott? It's just flawlessly done by Columbia off the play of a flank by Oni on the Wamai. So much I want to talk about. First off, I I don't know why you're not bringing out a Nomad, because if you had an air jab there, that could have been completely stopped. With Zero being in play, he's great put in the right hands, but you need to be incredibly proactive with those SAM cams, those Arguses, because someone needs to be playing on them. And if all of your players are alive, you don't have someone relegated on cam duty because no one's dead. And because of that, you didn't have the information relay that Oni is going on a flank, and your entire team with their back turned, all tunnel visioned in towards the site area and pillar, they all get shot in the back. It's easy pickings for Oni, and that's such an upset because Durham are bringing out these really intriguing lineups, but they're just falling flat on their faces. And the Blitz really did nothing that whole round. For a Blitz play, you need to get up close and personal, and you need to scare your opponents on that defensive side. And Blitz, he really was not frightening on that round. Normally you have them play in blue bunker, trying to clear out that elbow push, and because no one cleared it out, they couldn't get rid of D'Lo near barrel. I was questioning, why aren't they aggressing? It's because there's still a player up in elbow, and they cannot enter the building from that position. So many problems by Durham on that last round, and it's a facepalm, and I don't have anything more to elaborate on that. That was just an upsetting round to lose by Durham. Great idea on paper, but not a good execution of that idea.
Monty literally fills that role. Monty literally allows you to face check with a little bit of better of safety. You don't have that speed and mobility that Blitz brings to the table that kind of provokes that fear, but like you said, they're pushing rear stage. They weren't going through construction barrel side. So that fear factor, that get in your face attitude wasn't there anyways. You should have just played the Monty and had a forefront side, and then you could have been the aggressor a little bit further. And everything's hindsight. Everything is 20/20 in hindsight, but still, in the fact that we saw that round go down and devolve in that direction, it's just not the right play style that was brought forward by Durham, and like you said, it fizzles out. Not available for him. But speaking of fizzling out, hatch control for the attic side. This is something we saw Columbia College completely dominate their second floor with prior, and it's only going to continue here. AJS up top in attic, still in full control, takes out Unreal, who tries to step up through Meeting Hall hatch all the way down in E-Box and loses his life accordingly. Burst watching for a run out, hoping that it doesn't come true. They still haven't even cleared Big Tower yet. They're making sure they clear 3 before they drop down to 2 and start to worry about that attic hard wall. If they gain control of it, if they're able to get a semblance of that attic, they'll still have to worry about nitros from below if Oni decides to keep himself alive. That can be tossed and still be a possible thorn. Plus, the player that's actually sitting inside of sight towards the dorm side can drop down that castle barricade and be an assistance if his teammate happens to lose their life. Multiple approaches, multiple directions you can take, and multiple recovery rounds. That's the biggest part. It's not just about the round win as a whole, it's also about the restoration and retribution that comes as you build your strategies and attempt to make up for your own faults.
Because Unreal died, this roam clear has been very sluggish. That was your main driving point to clear out these players, and you've only dealt with Oni. That top floor is still a very big point of contention here for Columbia, and they can utilize that to deny this post plant being set up here by Durham, or at least the execution for it. They've got a couple players in the back line waiting for that push to come in through towards Meeting Room, but there's still plenty of denial to be had on the side of Columbia. Stulin will try to clear out this top floor position, but doesn't have any intel to rely off of, nor any teammates to play for the trade game. No one is near him other than Marco, but he's still outside of the building itself. So he's basically a one-man army. He is all by himself up in no man's land, trying to make ends meet so his team can go in for this push, and there isn't a lot of time to make this actually work out. But Stulin will still try to pick out these very little straws. Gets one, but there's the wall bang by KJS. He's still up above and lights up Gamer, but it's a bloodbath underneath, in the floor underneath him, and now it's all up to KJS. They could try to go for this plant in the opposite site and force him to drop down. They're just waiting for that plant being attempted now by Phyllis. He is just enough time to stick it down, and now here comes the long con. There goes the active pings though, but he's not able to land the shot, and it's on the wrong player, so it won't even be a 1 versus 2 post plan. We're still in the 1v3, but Marco was caught slipping. It's a 3K now for KJS as he looks the last 2 and that diffuser. Time still ticking against him. Now 27 seconds. He tries to get inside of sight. His position well known, and all that Durham College has to do is play back. They've got Candelas to work with too, but it won't be necessary as Phyllis will hit his shots perfectly enough to give the round finally to Durham College after a long thread of unsuccessful takes.
Durham College making the return, round 4 successful on their side. One of the biggest factors we saw for their success as well was their denial of utility for the Columbia College side. Those bulletproof cameras, the ones that we see placed on the fridge and also on that wall in kitchen, they gave intel where necessary, but they also were meleeed out at a point in time. Yeah, it would have locked in green. It would have given the intel necessary, but when you punch it, it's no longer really usable. It's not like a Maestro cam. You can't open it up and then ignore the damage that has been dealt to you. You have to, unfortunately, eat the bullet, bite the bullet, so to say, and no longer have that intel. But with that round officially in the books, that looks that tertiary objective probably not going to be a mainstay choice for the next 2 rounds for the Columbia College side, as they can take their pick of the litter and go right back up to the second floor objective, leading them back to the kids in dorm room site. They have plenty to work with. This is why you bring a Mossberg as well. See Oni clearing out that wall connecting over towards dorms, gives them a sight line necessary to deny towards big window, which we know for a fact has been a pivotal point of return for a lot of attacking teams. But, and I will mention a big but, it's Mute Jammer City right now. They're bringing G-Sin on the mute. That means they're going to put a lockdown on that walk-in closet side, and they'll be able to play the jammer there, which is going to force the Durham College side to play this one with explosive utility from below, or they'll give themselves space with the 0 cams to try and shock that one out through that window that's available. I do think that there's not much that Columbia College can do to deny them. There's no Ash, but you can still just do the same with the Zofia impact from below, and also just knowing where they are and shooting. It's really not that hard to find where the mute jammers are. They're always within the same plane. Just spray and just pray. It doesn't take much to do that. Columbia College, though, this is going to be a difficult round for them, John. Durham College have a fairly good setup for this one. I think it's going to be up to whether or not Columbia College can be that ever-present Rome that we know they truly are.
Yep, to Unreal, maybe to deal with some of these early players. He's going for an immediate push towards site. The mute jammer will actually deny some intel from being gathered, but he'll still step up. There are a couple soft pings. Gersmont will concuss him though, and the Ella of Dilo continues to extend. He's dead off the rip another time, Scott. A majority of these rounds, Unreal has already been dead to rights. Where was the Unreal from Bank? Did you leave him there? Did you leave him at the airport or something? Because he's nowhere to be seen on Oregon except 6 feet under, and Gamer will now join him as off the bat, it's another man advantage favoring Columbia as Durham are just being locked out of sight.
Just a bad situation. Durham are in a bad spot and they need to be able to fill that gap. Their attempt going to be through Attic. You can feel that D'Lo is toying with him. He's brought out the pistol. He's trying to contend, and he'll actually connect. Phyllis was looking for an option to go for the QE spam and find just a couple tag team shots to take out D'Lo, but D'Lo was doing just the same, and instead of being their aggressor, was trying to be the aggressor and completed the kill. Lee Lauren, though, rotating through garage side, takes out Stuhlin, and Stuhlin was always that top frag in map 1. Tied for top frag here with Burr. There hasn't been much to say about it in any way or another, as it's just I'm Marco left, and as soon as you start to mention it, D'Lo pounces for the kill. A flawless round, a dominant round, a lopsided performance, a one-sided affair, however you want to phrase it. Round 5, Columbia College is handling it. There was really no chance for Durham College to step up. It was a difficult defense, but it wasn't the most difficult. It just came down to D'Lo being an absolute menace, the surrogates being hard to work with, the intel being denied in their entrance through Armory Hallway, leading into Trophy, as the mute jammer on the opposing side actually managed to tag, as it's got that cone and oval shape now to it. In Columbia College, piece all of it together, making no mistakes, and force Durham College into a abysmal performance in round 5.
And we get to go to laundry room, so we don't even have to be like, oh, well, maybe because they're on the least favored site. As a defender, maybe Durham can get a 4-2 split, which isn't horrible on your attacking half. No, on the contrary, ho-ho, Columbia opted to go those tertiary picks first rather than last. So they get to go, objectively speaking, the best site to play as a defender with a disgusting lineup of just utility on top of util on top of util. They've got plenty of shields to play around with. They've got my magnets and ADSs. I mean, I could continue listing everything they've brought, but it's just, I'd be rambling for 10 years at that point. So Durham, they have a lot of food on their plate. Let's just hope they don't choke on it.
It's an interesting reference. Well, we did mention previously that there was some choking involved with the fact that they couldn't piece together the rounds, but it's not the worst. However, let's talk about what we saw last time, the Blitz. Not here. Dokkaebi 0, Thermites, Twitch, Zofia. This is going to give them intel. Obviously, the Twitch has been something they've been rocking for quite a while, and they've been trying to enjoy it, but on top of that, as a whole, it's fairly important for the fact of Durham College needing information. They got denied that information early in their push last round as the Mute Jammer happened to tag it. It was shot, gave Deal the information on his swing, and now is too much to work with. Lauren, how are you alive? First and foremost, information favoring Durham. Look what they can do with intel. However, the intel, not alive, Bing, not ever present. It's not the omniscient side that they want. When she's out, will manage to survive. But fortunately for her, John, as we already know for a fact, there is no Doc, there is no Thunderbird. She's going to have to live with that tiny sliver of HP for the rest of this 2-minute round.
She might just play very deep in sight to maybe utilize a Nitro Cell or just waste more time above. Either one would work, so long as she can bring it down to about a minute 30, maybe even minute 20 at that point. That's the key play of a roamer, is just to waste time, not even get picks. But with this intel being gathered and Valkyrie not moving out just yet, this could be an easy pickup here. As again, Lauren, she's on very low HP. Stulin running around the corner, goes for the pre-fire and narrowly stays alive. He's at literally 1 HP and barely lived against Lauren. If she had taken one less bullet in that confrontation in Garage, the Zofia would have been dead and there would have been a gigantic yell coming out by me, because I would have been infuriated that you lost that fight with all the intel being gathered by your teammate, Stulin.
The sheer fact that Lauren almost won that is already impressive enough as it is. And I don't know if you guys have been here or living under a rock. Zofia does not have withstand, so Stulin is basically one shot from death. It is a near guarantee, but, nothing else is true for the rest of the fight. It is a player disadvantage for Columbia College. However, they still have their own game. Oni was that insane presence the last time we saw the basement as he swung towards rear stage and found 3. However, D'Lo is not just playing this slow and methodically. He's being semi-aggressive while making sure that he has the intel from multiple approaches. And he gets an amazing swing on Unreal. Catches the head. And next up's G-Sin to find one more. And he'll spray down the second. Laundry has been shut down. 2 players remaining, combining for a total of 45 HP. And now just make it 40. Oni with that late flank, the roaming rib, the floating side. He'll take one more to the wayside. It's just 3v1. Fur has 15 seconds and a dream, and unfortunately this one's looking more like a nightmare as D'Lo once again takes another player and sends him to the afterlife.
Just this roam almost never being dealt with, it really did bite Durham in the back, and they brought stuff to counteract it, but you can't counter him if you're dead. Unreal was the main guy doing that, and a lot of those rounds, he was the first one off the board. That round and the one before it? No, it was round number 4, the one they actually won where he was still alive for a little while. It was that and the 6th round where he actually managed to do his job for just a little while, but even then, it's a 5-1 split for Columbia. That is very upsetting for Durham. This is the map that you picked and the map you need to win to try and not get eliminated here from the playoffs. This is everything on the line for you. Everything you've worked up for during the main season could just collapse upon yourself against the 3rd best team in the Legends division in terms of seeding. So you've got to play your heart out on these defensive rounds or you're going to be sent home with an empty basket.
Empty basket. Is this an Easter reference? When is Easter?
No, not yet. Maybe if you bring back that clip a little bit later in the new year, maybe. Not yet.
All right, here. Somebody clip it. Wow, great Easter reference there, John. I really enjoyed that. And then bring that one out. Bring it out when Easter comes. Bring out that clip. Somebody clip that and then make sure to return it and put a timer on it so you know with that. I think you can do a clock and then I think you can set a date on your calendar for it. And then you can also put it in the notes if it's Google Calendar and just put the Twitch link in there. And then we can pull it out. Great Easter reference. The NECC social media team can have some fun with that. To be fair, I don't see them ever posting clips of me anyways. I don't know. Do we? I don't know. UPL tweets us out every day. I mean, not to compare people, but J2's also great.
Happy birthday, Jay!
Is it his birthday?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Oh my god, I need to tell him happy birthday. He's such a chill dude. 5v5 round underway. I like how we can say whatever. I think because Michael, he has his headphones on.
Good night, Bozo.
Okay. Well, that's a great way to start it off, saying whatever, and he just immediately hits him with a bozo. Jeez, that's a managed, my dude. But that's KJS. That's actually an impactful kill. That's a massive kill for him. That's also a sledge. That's nades. Nades were basically not utilized at all game one. I'm not talking about map one. I'm talking about game one as a whole. They were just not utilized at all. This time, though, on map one, D-Lo was using nades and was an absolute menace with them. A menace to society and a menace to money launderers everywhere on the map of Bank. It was the Gone 6 to clear shields and the nade to clear the players. It was so strong that, in all honesty, Durham College basically just had to eat that entire half and pretend that they were involved in the second half, which they were. They did a much better job with it. And unfortunately, eventually, time ticks ever onward. And you will find yourself losing a couple more. Burr, you have a yokai there. You saw him pull the pin. Why are you still on the yokai waiting for the nade to go over the top? Did you think he'd throw it through this wall? No! That's too small of a hole. Instead, he'll just throw it over the top of locker and find you instead. Gotta think. Gotta know what the information you're receiving is actually telling you.
And there was no util to stop that nade either. It's very challenging to play in Freezer if you have nothing to stop a stun or a grenade, especially on the Echo, a very thick boy at that too. So in the last minute here, Columbia has clawed it back just a little bit closer, but Durham, they are in some key positions and have a lot of util. There's one of those key positions right near the closet area in that rotation hole. Phyllis will get one. Stuhlin follows suit on towards Oni. So we're in that 2-on-4 position with Columbia. Their hands are kind of tied behind their backs at this point. They need to try to cut open those ropes to get back and wrangle this round as a possible victory. And that could be up to Lauren, perhaps. She'll be the first one to dive into the lower floor after the rest of her comrades have already fallen to the wayside. 40 seconds remain. And that disadvantage is very tough for Columbia to try to win out against. And here comes a potential flank as well by Unreal. The auto cue, I believe, is heard by Lauren. She tries to get a little bit aggressive, but I'm not quite sure if they actually heard Unreal. They might have thought it to be a possible teammate, so that could be something very deadly moving forward. But no, his back is turned!
Please!
Unreal! He almost dies because of that, but here comes Lauren from out of nowhere, lights up Stuhlin and is deep inside a supply room, swings out on one, but Phyllis will win that confrontation, leaving Jason 1 versus 3, shuts down one, but can't see through the toxic smoke, allowing Marco to step up big and shut him down with the Mossberg. It'll be a round win, and a necessary one at that, too, for Durham to make sure they don't get put on match point nor series points, Scott.
Good night. Like, one, my heart can't handle that much. Please, I am begging you. Jason, you had the flank, you had the player, you could have found the kill, but you didn't do so. Instead, you put yourself in a position where that player can now make their great escape. You failed to find it instantly, and you weren't able to rotate fast enough to help the player that is Lauren. Lauren made the rotation. She found impact with one, but she couldn't go anything beyond that. It just wasn't a round that seemed in favor for Columbia College after the get-go. I mean, we all saw how it, factorially went down, but Durham College, I want to give credit to them. It was a good play. They played that one well. They win it out. I don't like what they're doing now, though. I hate Clash. I don't know. I don't care what strategies it is. I don't care if she gets brought out in the major or not, if she's actually viable.
Lame.
I despise her. You're
just mad because you can't counter her in casual. You're just
I can't counter her in casual. I run up in melee. No one's gonna shoot me back. Do you land
your shots?
Nobody's gonna shoot me back. It's casual.
Do you land your shots, Scott?
Yes, I do.
I'm pressing
my
X
teammates
right
not
now.
So much because my casual elos and bronze, but it's okay.
But that's where you have all the fun, though.
I know, that's where I like to keep it.
Fine.
That's where I can pull out my meme strats. I don't like it when the enemy team pulls out the meme strats, because then I'm like, uh-oh, they also don't belong here. When they actually start trying, I'm screwed.
That's a treat. Like, I troll in silver on my account. It's all the fun in the world.
Yeah,
I get away with the dumbest
silver,
stuff.
So.
Yeah, I know. Last season I was playing in plat, and then I decided to go 2-8 on my placements this season and get dropped down to silver 5.
GQ with narwhals, is that what happened?
No, but I should have. I think even when I was silver 5, his elo was still too low to play with me. I think that's the worst part. We tried and it wouldn't let him. That's so cursed. That was a treat.
That's actually so cursed. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'll bring up, though, next round, this round, I guess I can say technically, Columbia College, they have the lineup for this. I don't like the Jackal, though. I don't think Lauren bringing the Jackal is that important. Yeah, the roam, if it's here, can be very strong. in trying to deny Durham College's roam is a big thing. It's probably fairly important, but they need to do more than just that. And it's not even Moshizo that finds the roaming player hanging out in a garage. It's Oni that gets the job done. Look how quickly Columbia College has opened up walk-in closet. No denial. They were denied any chance to deny. A denial of the denial is denied, and now they have a chance. Better sightlines, better pizza Papa John's. Columbia College have a multi-angled approach as they're also coming up right stairs and looking for a play.
Reached a paradox, Scott. It's definitely possible here, and the fact
They
that Clash on the board,
HUDs.
that is one less gun. It's one less gun to play with, too. That's the big problem with shield operators, is they're not going to have their gun up the majority of their rounds. They're just intel gatherers at that point. Minute 20 left here. D'Lo, great shot on the gamer, and here comes the rush. Intel being gathered, but you can't shoot back, so Oni goes for the plant. It's only Marco and Stoolin alive, and Clash has to get aggro, but every sightline is being watched, and we're in the post plant too. Everything has fallen apart at the seams, and the rotate from behind up. They're not aware someone's up in Addict. It's Moshizo to back up D'Lo on the Ayana, leaving Clash trapped in a corner, and she gets ripped to shreds by a buckshot in the hands of Jackal. We're on match point and now series point, as again, like you mentioned, there was no denial.
How do I phrase it? How do you give up games room wall, walk-in closet hard wall in the first 45 seconds? They had the ability to breach that almost instantaneously. There was no denial. It didn't last long enough if there was. I actually don't think there was any denial at all. I just think they wanted to leave it. I think that's why they brought the Clash. They thought the Clash could hold Attic door behind another shield. They got gone sixth.
I
got gone
maybe
sixth.
there was only one place. I don't know. It's very easy to deal with mutes, and there's no ADSs helping.
It's insane.
It's
to
very
me.
straightforward.
It feels like I'm going insane. Right? It legitimately does. After watching earlier, or after going earlier and watching, our lower division, our which is nothing against them. 100%, I enjoy their games. Watching them and then coming into this one where these players are putting together strategies and they have team coordination, and it's players that I know, right, and very confident in, and seeing that happen, I don't know where that's coming from Durham College. I don't know what went wrong for them to let that devolve so deeply. And I would actually love to deep dive that last round further. I'm watching it live right now to try and figure out what went wrong, because I cannot figure it out. Who broke the mute jammers? Who gave Columbia College that injury? Because whoever did it basically flipped the book on its head and gave Durham College zero chance to win it and gave a flawless victory to Columbia College.
Unreal was the first one to die on the mute, and he was roaming, and I don't think he had anyone to help out on the roam.
He had 3 jammers where I'm looking right now.
I didn't even catch him, to be honest. I was busy talking and thought.
Just started.
And, what?
Round just started in that last round.
Oh, and he's still 3 jammers.
He's still 3 jammers in pocket.
Okay.
He's placing
maybe
one
they never
right now.
all got placed.
Maybe
that was the problem after all. You never know. And I don't think I want to know, because that'd probably make me a little more upset. I think it would make you more upset too. But at least that spawn peek was kind of effective. It did tag up Jason quite well, but there's the follow-up by Unreal. Gets rid of D'Lo and almost kills Oni, but is not going to get lucky enough to find that 2K. But hey, a better start than getting entry to Unreal. At least he's woken up just a little bit here, but you need a more than a little to make this a comeback win.
Yeah, 4 rounds differentiate these two sides. That's a huge comeback that has to go forward. It seems almost insurmountable, but this is our Legends division. There's plenty of chance for them to return, and this is the quarterfinals. Whoever wins this goes onward, and it's insanely important for it to do so. Unreal actually had a good shot there. Unreal actually, that was not a bad fight. Lauren just tagged your head. Lauren just won the fight because you were already being, tagged out. You're already low. That's the reason. There was no other reason besides that. But 4v4. 3 players damaged on the side of Columbia, and there is a gumball machine racking up tokens right now on the Durham College side, as it is constantly healing up their players, over-healing them, so to say, as well, as they're trying to keep a level of reciprocity. I think that's the word, something like that. They're trying to keep themselves alive and well, and they're trying to keep in a favorable position. However, the Mute Jammer still present. They have not succeeded in what they did last round, and that has not allowed for them to gain that swift entry we saw from them prior. And to make matters worse, Oni does not shoot when they see iMarco's head, and iMarco will take the shot instead, giving themselves yet another player advantage. It's 2-4 on the head of Jason. It's not gone, but the body shot is. Phyllis finds the kill.
Leaving 1vx, this time favoring Durham as KJS is the last man standing. It'll still be match point, so it's not the end of the world, I guess. You know, Columbia, they've got a little bit of room to breathe, some rounds to throw off to the wayside, but hey, the more the merrier for Durham, I suppose, as KJS kind of running into his own grave at this point. Shotgun up close and personal by Marco, deals a lot of damage, but it's a team kill by Gamer to actually eliminate Marco. Kona stations in the background ring out one more time before we have this round come to a halt. It's just KJS left alive, and Phyllis has not left that spot in the back of Dorm, so we'll find a very easy pickup kill leading towards that deer doorway. And I think a good word you probably could have used was rejuvenated.
That is a good word. It is. I was thinking of more
they
like...
felt rejuvenated after those Kona stations.
I was thinking of it more like, you know, like being favorable towards each other, reciprocity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like...
No, I wanted to make up my own saying too to feel special. That's
okay.
probably what I was looking for, if anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
someday you'll come up with alliterations that actually work. It's okay.
Will you help me?
No.
I know what I have to do, but I don't have the strength
to do it.
Will you help me? No.
Steal my vocab. Lol, idiot. I mean, I don't have to tell you. Hear me say a word, write it down. There you go. That's what I do.
Yeah, but like your only saving grace word was tertiary, and now every T3 and T4 caster is cursed by saying that word, and they feel special when they say it. You're not special. Stop. You're not.
I'm not even the one who made the word, so I don't know where you're coming off me.
You're not even the one who started it, but you're the one that popularized it.
I guess, because I say it a lot. Yeah. I heard it
every
from Stick,
time it's said.
And nobody likes Stick, so like I just took it and now it's mine.
True. Plus one.
Plus one counter ratio. Get
right
Twittered.
there.
Match point! Columbia College now looking to attack. They're not bringing out the blitz, which is an awe moment. Yeah, you're right, John. It is an awe moment. No blitz. No funny gameplay. No funny QE spam, make jiggle noises, and then throw flashes in people's eyes. Sad.
This is so sad. Can we please get 50 likes on this post that someone will hopefully make on their Twitter? I'd really like to get added at Pholocaster and at Infernosis, which is NIFERS1S.
That's you didn't even put the I.
But it's an NO between the R and the
You didn't even put the I.
S.
Like it's INFERNOS1S. Like
NIFERNOS1S. There you go. Got it. Yeah. Second time's the charm, guys. Just remember
you better
that.
keep my name in your mouth.
Yeah, well, I don't have a very good brain span, so maybe not.
That's true.
But
brain span. I got a blast.
Yeah.
Brain blast. You know.
Yeah, from Jimmy Neutron. Yeah.
Great show, dude. Great show. I actually was on TikTok the other day. I know, blasphemy. And I saw the voice actress for Timmy Turner, and I watched her like explain how she did the voice for him. It was so weird to see her and Timmy Turner voice come out of her. It was so strange. That was a sick shot there by Unreal. We know the Alda is good. I did not anticipate it to completely blow to smithereens AJ's health that fast.
And roaming too, with the most awkward angle I've seen in quite a while. Yeah, that's a great way to start out another match point round for Durham. They need every advantage they can get, so surprising their opponents is the best way to do it. And speaking of surprises, look at where Dilo is. He's in the site and kills the smoke up at elbow, runs in the closet, but no one's there. It's the player right near the rotate, but he gets silenced as well. What a decisive shot landed by Dilo, and this allows for the plant. The recovery has to now come in through. It's a trade between Jason and Unreal, and now it's confirmed to be in the post, leaving Gamer and Stoolin both in freezer to try to clutch this one out. Everything is on the line here, and this has been such a read by Columbia. Moshizo from behind! Lauren, a big 2K, confirms the victory, 2-0, with Columbia advancing in the playoffs.
How many times is Lauren going to finish off a map? How many times is Lauren going to say, I'll take it into my own hands and snap her fingers and finish this one off so quickly? I'll do it myself and finish the job. I mean, what can you say? What can you say? I mean, oh my goodness. Columbia College, dominant. Really long hair there. Dominant to victory. Much better attempts in the second halves from Durham, though. I mean, like, they brought things close, especially on map 1. Bank is a weird map in the first place, though, so you can't really draw too many conclusions from it. That's why it was a little bit iffy in a lot of ways, but No, I mean, Columbia College knew what they needed to do, cleaned up house, found themselves success, and they'll finish off Oregon. No need for the map 3. We're not heading on over. I don't remember what map it was. Probably Clubhouse or something along the sorts. Who cares? Not necessary. Don't need it. Hashtag ego, hashtag ratio. Get out of here. So
hashtag you fell off.
Hashtag you fell off. Sorry, we're not aiming this at her. We're just idiots. But make sure to stay tuned. We have an interview coming up with one of the players on the Columbia College side. Probably Lauren. She does the interviews for basically. I think I've interviewed her probably 20 times. But we'll see what it is. Thank you guys very much for watching. Stay tuned. We'll talk to the victor, one of the players for Columbia College, and talk about what went right and what definitely didn't go wrong. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend, Fellow, a.k.a. John, and we're also joined by a very special guest, a.k.a. Moshizo, a.k.a. Lauren, a.k.a. one of the best players of the game when it came here to the NECC tonight. How you doing tonight?
Great, thank you. How are you guys?
Better, much better. I'm glad it was actually you that I was calling out so many times, thinking, hey, is it her? Is it her? Yes, indeed it was.
It is me. It is me.
It is indeed you. They misspelled your name on the sheet. We already talked about that in the break, but it bothers me. That's how dare they have that changed? Somebody look into that. They don't let us edit it that, unfortunately. But I will bring forward my question, which is going to be the question of Delo. Is that his name? Delo?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
He is nuts. He popped off. He actually, I gave him the MVP in map 1 due to his base, utility usage and his ability to lead the rounds in his favorable side. Where did you pick him up from? How do you feel getting outfragged and outdone by him?
Getting honestly, if I'm being honest, I don't go for frags. I tend to try and more see the plays and what can be made, and then